Is
This
it
is your
is
people.
it OMG?
So,
He could.
Was it
could be
OMG? Was it
Could be
was it go? Was it go?
Could be going.
It wasn't going. He didn't play
No,
Z.
he didn't
I don't
play
remember.
Zed.
No.
Oh, what was that? What's that image?
speaking that
Got it.
Oh, it wasn't OMG.
Samsung Blue. No.
No one in the chat is getting this. Don't even act
They
like
are.
you guys are succeeding.
Okay.
Don't even act like you guys
Another
know
one.
this stuff.
This one is easy, and you're gonna take your whiteboard.
No.
Oh, okay.
That can
nice
help.
job. Okay.
10 players have represented Flash Wolves at Worlds.
Oh my
Name as
goodness.
many as you can.
Okay, I got this.
We're gonna have Karsa, Maple, and Benny coming back
Alongside
today.
the 3.
Yeah.
But those are the only 3 that I remember. You're
Give
not
me-
allowed those 3.
Well, I
Give me-
got 3. It's
Give me
fine,
the other
guys.
7.
The other
Other
7.
Other
Oh,
7
okay.
players.
Okay, let me think this through. Let me think this through.
Wait. Who?
Oh, I got this one.
Who?
I can give you a hint.
No, that does not help me.
I got one. I got one. I got
it's
one.
the one where it was the really expensive player that TSM bought.
That's
Yeah,
literally Maple.
but
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
Yeah, it was.
No, I'm not telling
It
you.
was-
That's my
You're
point.
not
That's
telling
not
me,
my. That's
it's
not.
the
It's my
support.
point.
Yeah, I know there's another one. Production.
Thanks for the hint, buddy.
Yeah.
Chump.
Okay.
It's,
I got
Yeah,
2.
yeah.
I got 2.
Come on, Vedi.
Suning Sword Art. Okay, that's the only one I've got.
Yeah.
I got 3. I got 3 more. Okay,
There's-
please put it up.
Ay, okay lang settle.
I got
Ah,
MMD. I got
Oh,
NL.
I
Never
forgot
loses.
Stage.
By the way,
Naka, ano na din
NL,
ako
I got
nun.
that in
Pa-
there.
pagod na ako nun.
I would
Tagal
never
dumating ng
remember
pagkain,
that.
settle. Low rin, low,
That's a
low,
dub.
low.
You're just
You got-
mad because
Ay,
you're
got-
bad.
okay naman yung audio natin, no? Kahit
One of the whole quiz.
naka-speaker lang kasi ako eh, kaya...
Moving
Ayan.
forward, the first matchup we're gonna have today is gonna feature Team
Naka-speaker lang
Secret
tayo
Wells,
ngayon.
a new team that we have
Hindi
here
ako
at Wells.
naka-headset or anything.
What can we say about them? Because they beat GAM to get here. We used to see
We're gonna
GAM on
be-
the international stage. So
well,
what are they?
We're gonna
I mean,
be
for me,
live
this
streaming the
organization, when it
entire
came to the
day.
LCP, they were a
Pero hindi tayo
combination of
super
Team
effort
Secret
for
and Team
today.
Wells. We've seen Team
Kasi,
Wells
ano,
internationally, but
so,
for both of these teams,
manonood lang tayo.
historically,
Bibigyan
they
na ng onting
did really well.
commentary.
And then when it came
I'm
to
gonna be
crunch
multitasking
time,
as well.
game wiped.
I
So it's like, for the
haven't
Vietnamese
worked out
fans,
yet,
they were like
so
extremely happy to be able to
mag-workout
see
ako in
these
a while.
players finally get to an international and see
Isisingit-singit
like
ko
this
lang.
greatness. And for me,
So,
I look
pag nakikita niyo ako
immediately towards that
nawawala-wala,
jungle position
na
because Vietnam
I'm
is
doing
known for
sets.
some incredibly skilled junglers. So it's really fun to be able to see his toe come in because you think of, well, you know,
Pag nakita niyo ako nawawala, ibig sabihin I'm doing
like
sets.
SOFM,
Audio
like
good?
Levi,
Okay.
or Stark, like heavy mechanic, and his toe I think carries on that legacy.
I think that having a new
Let's go,
Vietnamese
let's go.
representative on the international stage is always exciting to see, and I think that they embody that initial introduction we had to Vietnamese players, that aggression, that violence on the rift, the confidence to not care who you're playing against, but just look to
Check ko lang
fight
yun sa chat.
and look to be
Hindi
ready
ko
to
lang
go
bakit hindi
toe-to-toe,
gumagana sa
and that's
PC
very much
yung
what I'm expecting
hub.
from this team. They're a skirmish-heavy team, and I'm looking at that mid-jungle specifically, these young players to be that driving engine on the rift.
Incredibly young players that played together on the baby Wells in Tier 2, so they've been together a lot. They know how to play alongside each other, so they're going to, I think, surprise a lot of people.
And they're going to match up on the Rift against VKS in today's matchup. And we caught up with his support. Trimby is back on the international stage ahead of the match in the
shout out sa
Verizon
mga
and
screen
pre-game
GC natin.
interview, rather.
Thank you very much, Lore. It is my absolute pleasure to be joined by Trimby here ahead of your match. Dude, you've been to Worlds so many
Yung
times.
7-minute teaser
Obviously,
ng
this
Worlds
is
ngayon.
fourth
Ay, yung
for you.
kanina?
How
Yung
is it
kanina ba
different
yun?
for you now, playing, coming in
Panood ko
from
nga,
South,
Ezekiel.
CB
Good afternoon
Ball?
pala.
How's
Good
it been
afternoon,
different
guys.
from all those years you spent qualifying?
By the way,
in
we
the
are also live
First of all,
on
thanks for having me. It's so nice to talk to familiar faces.
Twits.
For sure, in Brazil,
Sa
I
ano?
got to have some familiar
Sa
faces,
Purple
meet
Lab.
some people, but it's really definitely very nice to come back.
If you
and
want
see
to support me
people
more,
that I've been like spending time with for like years at this point.
Doon kayo
But
manood
yeah,
sa Purple Lab.
coming as a Brazilian
I'm trying to
representative,
grow
like, as LTA South.
my Purple
It's
Lab.
been quite crazy. It was a crazy journey this year.
Kasi
At
mas
some point, I
okay
didn't
talaga
expect to be here, if I have to be honest. So I'm
It's
really
much-
happy with
much more
that, and I
stable
actually
as well.
think we've been performing quite solid. So I generally want to show at least the Western like side of League of Legends that we're actually not as bad as people may think.
What is the big thing you think that people should be on the lookout for when they talk about your team? Like particular strategies, particular players they should watch for? Because I think some of the LTA guys are going to know after you whooped 100 Thieves. But for the LEC fans out there who like Trimby but maybe don't know about your time in the CB Law, what should we be looking for?
Yeah, hopefully they don't need to look out for any Nasus this time around. Like I hope, that champion is long gone for now. It's been nerfed quite a bit. But I generally think we have really good like mix of experienced/rookie players. I think my AD and top laners, who are both rookies, have been playing exceptionally well, and my mid laner has been like kind of the star of the team with like how aggressive he's been playing. While the jungler, it does feel like he's been like he has this kind of Western playstyle where he knows what to do on the map, and he tries to make as many aggressive plays as possible. So I really hope he can showcase it too with me. During our first game against Team Secret Wells, exactly.
Yeah, Team Secret
pressed
Wells. It is a
like-
mouthful. I'll give you that one. One player
Yan.
on Team Secret Wells, Taki.
Ito guys, oh.
You guys are tweeting back and forth. He's got dance moves. People don't know this, but you have dance moves too. I remember you were taking dance
Gusto
classes.
niyo ako
When do we
i-support.
get
Yan.
the U versus
Kailan Swiss
Taki
stage? Ito na,
face-off?
day
How
one
do
na
we-
na
what do
Swiss
we need to do
stage.
to make that
He
happen?
did
Day one
tweet at me that he wants to do it. I'm not sure. I didn't talk to him IRL about it, but if he wants to, I'll be
Day one na ng
very
Swiss
down.
stage, guys.
I think he made an interview yesterday or 2 days ago that he's been training his hips in order to have better dance moves. Like, I don't know about that. I haven't been training much lately, I'll be honest with you. I've only had like couple of hip-hop like dance classes before coming
Feel
here.
ko kaya ng
And, the
TSW yung
Brazilian dance
BKS.
classes are quite
Oh.
intense, I would say. Like, yeah, so
Medyo i-load
I
up
am
ko ngayon
somewhat
stats.
ready for that battle, but as of now, I would like to
Ah.
win it on Summoner's Rift, that's for
Worlds.
sure.
You heard it here first, Lore. Winning on the Rift,
Schedule.
then winning in the dance battle. Back to you
Wikipedia
guys.
and yung sa ano.
So there's a lot
I'm
on
also
the
gonna
line
be
in
keeping,
today's matchup, to say the
uh,
very least, and it's
gathering
great to see
stats sa
Trimby
mga
because
mga
I
players
know
ay
there's
sa
been a lot
mga
of
teams na
opinions
mamaya.
about the LTA as a whole, Raz.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, no.
That Vivo K-Stars
A
are
long
kind of
last
the,
legacy.
Kaya na ba
they
Swiss?
are the
Ito na,
perfect
ito na.
idea of what that was supposed to be. The
Day one
trajectory
ngayon
that
ng
they've
Swiss
taken,
stage.
starting with the
May
difficult
laban din
start,
yung T1
the
mamaya.
growth that they've been able to demonstrate, the experience they've
May
got
laban din sila
playing
mamaya.
against LTA North, and
4
now
PM
representing your
ata,
second
yung sa
seed
T1.
from the LTA.
Yeah, and a lot of it, as you can see, that big, lovely head of Miru. Miru, like you already heard from Trimby,
I think
like
4
a star
PM yun
player.
sa-
There
sa
was
T1
a
eh.
split-wide MVP. He would be
Ang
that
aga nga eh.
MVP for the South.
Ang
Like,
aga
his
ng mga
Akali
matches
is
natin.
exceptional as
Sobrang
our Seer.
aga.
Like, I think he's really well-rounded. And Trimby and Desamis are really good at being able to set
Di
him
ko-
up. So, like, this
di ko
is a team that
expect.
you
Akala
cannot
ko
sleep
parang
on.
mga
100 Thieves
4
tried
PM
to sleep on
start or
them.
something.
They got beat
1
up for
PM.
it.
Yeah, that makes them favorite, I
Actually,
guess,
standard
today
lang naman siya sa
in
mga
this
tournament.
matchup. And Swiss
Pero
stage is
nakakanibago
on
na kasi
here
weekday.
at Worlds 2025. So let's get straight into the first matchup.
Di ba fly kalaban nila? Ng T1? Fly quest, oo. Supposedly, durog na nila yun. I mean, ano, for me, kinda one-sided dapat yun. Maybe a sub 30-minute game. Oh. By the way, yung mga nanonood sa Blue Up, guys, if gusto niyo ng HD or mga nanonood sa TikTok, dito HD. Mas maganda yung walang compression kasi yung dito eh. So kung ano yung quality na gusto kong ilagay, pare anong bitrate ilagay ko, yun talaga yung ilalabas. Mas pang streaming kasi talaga sila. Bonus round. Bonus round yun. Kinabahan ako yung kahapon yun sa IG.
星汉灿烂，争者若出其里。此刻争流，是与传奇同意。
当我回顾这15年的全球总决赛，我脑海中有很多我们赛区的画面。我印象里最深的一把比赛就是我们打 KD 的第3把，对我来说的话就是印象比较深刻。
Ganda lang. Yun yung nakakatawa talaga sa kanila palagi.
제 마지막 월드라고 생각하니 참 묘한 기분인데요. 제 마지막 월드 우승으로 마무리하고 싶습니다.
We've just witnessed the most incredible story in history.
When I think about EU at Worlds, I always feel like there is the potential to do something great.
Gods can bleed. Where were you when the West rose up?
Mag-ano lang ako mag first set down ng World Cup ko.
The underdogs reign supreme. Paraguay, 5 minutes into the game, Brazil scored the biggest goal.
these legendary players, I knew I wanted to become one of them.
Masu, touchdown, down, FlyQuest, push Gen-G to the absolute limit.
But I don't want to ever let the expectations of our past disrupt us from building our future.
새로운 팀에서 하는 첫 월즈라서 더 설레이는 것 같습니다. 새로운 전설을 써내려 가겠습니다.
我们仰望的星光，来自遥远的过去，而我们的传奇正在此刻铸就。
Last Worlds, I don't think we came ready, but this time around, something's gonna change.
Não tem ninguém mais apaixonado do que a gente. Chegou a hora do mundo ouvir os guerreiros.
저희의 시간입니다. AL 已经准备好了，你们准备好了吗？
At Worlds, that's where the adrenaline is, that's where the excitement is, it's where you get to earn your legacy.
Last World was definitely quite tough for us.
Just like that, the last hope of Europe is eliminated.
All right.
We were so close,
First set
but we
done.
failed to make it out of Swiss.
I want to bring Europe back to finals. Back to where we belong.
May nag-workout din ba dito, guys? May workout din ba kayo?
저희는 저희가 얼마나 강해질 수 있는지 깨달았기 때문에 상대 팀들도 긴장해야 될 겁니다. 후회 없는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
这次来到北京，就是以前自己比赛
Ganda mag-workout, guys.
就是非常开心。然后这一次我们想让大家刮目相看。
Ang palakas.
Năm 2017, GAM đã để lại ấn tượng mạnh mẽ cho bạn bè quốc tế. Năm nay tới lượt tụi mình sẽ làm tốt hơn ở GAM tại thời điểm đó.
17년도 월드 우승을 한 지 정말 너무 오래돼서 그때 당연히 좋았던 감정들이 생각이 나는 건 있지만 정말 많이 잊은 것도 많거든요. 그래서 그 기억들을 다시 되살리고 싶은 생각이 많아서 이번 월드를 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 다시 한번 T1의 왕조를 무너뜨리겠습니다.
Baka dito ko na pala ilagay yung camera ko kasi chinek ko yung live kahapon. Parang itong area na to, pinaka hindi naman, kumbaga wala naman nakaharangan. Kasi hingal ako. Pag dito kasi, naharangan ko yung objective timer. Pag dito, yung champ select. Pag dito, wala. Wala tayong naharangan.
沧海无垠，岁月为证，风临绝顶，仍有苍穹。
저희는 필연적입니다.
但是心如砥柱，定
Salamat guys pala sa mga nanonood sa Purple Up natin. I appreciate it.
至坚必可为。
10000，我们的复仇。
Ay, sila Ben. Revenge is destined. Sana nalatiwan sa kanila. Kung magkatapat sila. Malakas kasi talaga yung BLG. Really good, man. Papaldo, lulubog
That's right,
Papaldo
ladies and
yan.
gentlemen. Legacies have to be earned at this
There are
World
very few,
2025
very few
Championship
teams na
as
kaya
we
yung
kick
T1.
off day one of Swiss in good fashion. VKS versus Team Secret Wales, a debut of two organizations. Seen Team Wales before, Dagda, but it ain't been like this as we welcome them to the stage.
And the VKS versus the new underdogs of the VCS. Team Secret Wales, the new generation coming up from Vietnam, taking down GAM
Ito
Esports and now looking
TWS
to
saka
rise
VKS.
to the stardom that GAM had at the world stage. As you see VKS now taken to the stage. In some people's opinions, the greatest team the LTA South has ever put forward onto the world stage.
Both have made big statements to get here, beating PSG as well as the GAM, by the way, in the previous statement here. For
Mukhang kinakabahan yung VKS.
VKS beating 100 Thieves. NA has got some explaining to do when what people said
top
was going
laner
to be the
nila, yun
second
ako una
seed
kanina,
couldn't get
parang
past the
kinakabahan.
best Brazil has to offer.
May onting
And this
compensation
will be
yung
a fun,
ginagawa.
fun matchup. I wish it was a series.
Good afternoon, Wild Rift News.
I'm hoping this is going to be explosive.
Hello, Nat.
because
Hello,
both
hello.
playstyles
By the way,
kind of
guys,
tend to lean itself, testing the limits.
nagsisingit lang ako, pawala-wala ako kasi nag-workout ako. Pero mamaya, announce ko na lang din sa inyo. I'm gonna be playing later habang nanonood ng Worlds. Kung gusto nyo sumali, laro tayo. Di pa ako nakakahabol sa rank ko sa
and he's been the
Wild
veteran
Rift.
that is guiding these newer players now to see if they can take on the second seed from the LTA.
And he's got mechanical players on his side. If you don't know Histo, the jungler, I'm very passionate about because the mechanics that come through from this rookie, from this baby whale previously.
Naka-live din ba ako sa Red Up? Yes. Sa lahat naka-live tayo.
If you didn't see the Grand Finals versus CFO, although they didn't win, there were some close moments, especially involving that game, where it looked like this guy had a lot of speaking to do. As we're about to get into game number one and our opener here of Swiss. I'm looking forward to see if some of these mechanical picks get let through and we do see some play in a singular-only game.
Yeah, and that's why I think we're getting Hero in for the start of this. He is much more of the carry top laner when we look towards the between himself and Pun, so definitely wanting to go toe-to-toe with Boal on that top side of the map. And honestly, I think this is going to be explosive. Team Secret Wales love to fight. They will not let up. Even in that finals against CFO, when they started to fall behind, they fought, they brawled, they took everything tooth and nail to see if they could try and take that series back off of CFO. And it's no doubt that they'll be bringing it here against VKS as well.
Again, it was already an achievement just to get to the grand finals, but the fact that they did put up a bit of a fight, despite getting beaten out of the water, is a really, really good sign for the region. And we talked about it a little bit before us. We're just waiting for this big band to come through. It's like everyone's used to seeing GAM. It's always GAM time here. They didn't make it to the international. The fact that Team Secret Wales finally get their shot when this team, previously known as Team Wales before, never got the VCS championship. Came close, but never got really within reach. This first domestic final in the LCP really sets up that the old VCS talent is still as good as ever as we finally get in.
But I think that's the same kind of story mirrored for VKS, right? A team that no one expected to kind of come in and smash some of the top teams at the LTA North, right? So for VKS, this is a squad that I am very excited to see. Seal saying, hey, give me 2 years and I will have a title for this squad, and he's shown it. And now, as they take to the main stage, we're going to see the bans already starting to come with Nico LeBlanc already taken away by Team Secret.
Now let's recap a little bit as well, because we do have a best of 5 to lean on from yesterday. We saw a lot of Azir bans, actually 4 out of the, unfortunately 4 of the IG games. Bard also perma-banned throughout that series. Today we get the Orianna ban, a reflection yesterday that we saw, but eventually went through. And remember, the dynamics change in best of 1, because within best of 1, it's like, best draft now, get yourself on the board and get yourself an advantage early in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I'm curious now what the priority is, because obviously as you start to come through, you get different draft bubbles that can influence the way you go. But when you look at the LCP, they had much higher priority on things like the Nico, the Aurora as well, and now we're starting to see that come through here.
It does feel very, very different. The Aurora gets locked in, okay. But for VKS, do they just lock in something like the Azir themselves, get something that globally we've seen still to be super strong? Bard, again, I mentioned Kaiser was perma-banned, but that might be more towards Gala. I do love, however, that Team Secret Wales there just the go and get it team. So Eddie, he's a big fan of that pick.
Try
Might be something that
MB.
they rotate as well as the Jarvan gets locked in first.
Yeah, and Disarm's had some great performances in playoffs on this pick, so not surprised to see them go towards that, and sets up then very easily to be flexible, right? You've got your engage tool, you've got this aggressive jungler who can try and babysit your early game, and then I think you can open up for picks like the Azir. You can try and go for more of these aggressive supports if you really want to, but honestly, I think going for this mid lane pick makes a lot of sense.
Diana, Rumble, Poppy,
Okay, well, supporting that
Jarvan.
first. Okay, but Trimby, I remember when he was in EU, he loved this pick, and
Most
no shy
likely
away from
mag-Zaya
current
yung
meta is
BKS.
Team Secret Wales now need to match the Jarvan. The biggest question
Mas
is
baka
with what
magtaliya
we've seen
mid
a
na
lot of
lang
Zins
sila.
out. We know Pantheon's open with a little bit of bust in the recent patch, but
First set mo pa lang first set ko pa lang. Tagal nga naman. Ay, Lester, shoutout sa'yo. Thank you so much sa pagdalaw. And sa support. Guys, if gusto nyo supportan sa nun, follow or dito kayo manood and subscribe. Dito kahit subscribe lang okay na ako. Dito, please follow me. Saka kung pwede dito kayo manood.
Do you remember you and I were talking
Kailang.
about
Second set lang ako.
And he was like, this team really likes dive. Huh, what are we building so far, Dagda? Let's have a look. Like, we are just sending it again in Team Secret Wales fashion.
Yeah, and also I think Eddie has been spectacular for the squad as well in team fights. So getting him on something that enables him to have that agency to follow up with his toes engages is going to be on the minds of VKS as they start to round out this draft, with Rise now picked up for that mid lane, maybe opting to go a bit more towards that 1-3-1 and see if they can avoid some of this heavy dive from Team Secret Wales.
The strongest player as well. I like seeing a scaling carry. And as you said, side lane super important in this game, seems to be for VKS. Now, the bans are in question because we have no mid lane potentially. I mean, that Aurora could also go mid, but with the Rise already picked up, maybe that option's off the table. Support's getting taken away. Dagda, maybe to get the prior on that, something, give the Rakan a bit more of an edge in lane. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just also Nautilus Kai'Sa is such a strong duo for a long time. The ultimate enables the Kai'Sa to work so well. So I think it'll be, you know, get rid of the Nautilus, maybe get rid of something like an Alistar that can follow through, or a Rel, and then set up for removing some of that follow-up engagement, as you said, for the dive. But overall, Team Secret Wales, like, it's draft one. There are a ton of picks that can facilitate this dive, like Leona, Alistar, Rel, that are all still up and available. It's just going to take your pick of the litter. So on Team Secret Wales side, their option is to go for, hey, what are the self-healing AD carries? Let's get rid of the Zaya. Could be an Ezreal here to follow as well, and just make sure that we have targets that we can try and
Eh, maganda Rise din naman agad sa Aurora. Kasi makunat yung Rise.
Space a little bit as well. I like the
Kaso nga lang, hindi nila pinikin sa akin.
Yeah, I mean, that, you know, I put that as most picked over on my Lolly Sports Pick'ems. I did, because yesterday I felt pretty good about it, I will say.
Daming options
Rest of the
yung
ones, let's see if that same priority
VKS sa
there. As
mid
you said,
lane
Ezreal could be next, as we did get another dive AD carry.
Pwede nga sila
Dagda's
mag-Galio
on it.
mid
This
din.
is why you pay them big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. He's also Irish, if that appeals anyone out there. Now, let's go forward. AD carry, important, you talked about it. What's left in the pool? That Ezreal was a good mention. Is there anything else you want to throw in?
Yan na lang pwede sa kanila,
I think
Jin.
the pool is still very open for AD carries, because even though you do have a lot of dive,
Corki.
oftentimes with
Corki.
the safety that you have coming
Nasaan
through from
lambot din
Jarvan
yun
and the charm that can come through from the Rakan, oftentimes it still opens you up for taking some of these immobile carries and you say we're going to be okay, but looks like it will be the Corki. Still, same idea, right?
Yun na lang yung choice nila. Hello, Jace Waldrift.
So, okay, no.
Ano oras laban ng T1? 4 o'clock. Oh, yun
saying,
na.
hey, look, we want this hyper-scaling carry that we
Wait
can
lang.
try and have at least some dash with the ultimate and the E, but still very strong. And especially if there's going to be a lot of people linked up or in very short range of each other, thanks to that dive, she can excel.
As well, gets a bit of mobility, added mobility, I should say, rather than just a runaway with a dash in Transcendence. That Rel we talked about earlier, that's added engage, and good synergy here with the Kai'Sa too. And Dagda, I mean, maybe layering here, as it looks like the Aurora could be a mid lane option. Could also be Renekton mid, I'm just going to throw that in there. I mean,
The thing is, though, if you go with the Renekton, it opens up VKS to take the Cassante. Cassante, when he gets Iceborne and also the Bramble Vest, starts to win out in this matchup. And then
Lalive ba
not
lahat ng
only
match?
do you
Yes.
provide a frontline tank and
Lalive natin
really
lahat
good
ng match.
heal for this Yunara in a team fight, you're also then going to be able to win out on a side lane, which works with the Rise as well. So if I'm
Jackson.
VKS here, I
Malphite?
probably look towards the
No.
Cassante, but we'll have to see if they agree.
Jax.
hold up.
Let's go,
Cassante,
Jax,
you're
bro.
right, it's a good option. But in the best of one, you can try and blast out of the wall. The Nara is a good matchup.
Eh, okay lang yun, Nar.
Outrange, space him well. It's
Pero
really
Jax pa
annoying
rin
when you
eh.
see a good Nara up against a Renekton. There's not much you can do within the lane, and
Great synergy as well when you look towards the Jarvan, but there it is.
Okay na
K'Sante,
din. Kay Sante,
again,
tis makunat.
he's just such a good matchup. You will struggle in the early stages. You go for that early Bramble Vest, start to build up in towards that Iceborne Gauntlet, and once you have that item and a half, you are in such a good position against this Renekton. So it now is, does Histo try and put effort into that top side to try and stave off how strong this K'Sante is going to be in the later portions of the game, or do you try and focus down towards your mid and your bot lane, which is where your real damage dealers are going to be?
Very well said. I think
Ano bias ko dito?
BKS, I mean, we have a bit of scaling out here. We have a nice bit of front to
Mas
back.
gusto ko lineup
There's a lot of engaged tools, a lot of layering.
ng
And
team
it does feel like this is a very hard comp to pilot for your first game of Worlds 25.
ng TWS.
I look at Team Secret Wales and I see their identity again.
Mas maganda lineup ng
I see
TWS.
the ability to start fights.
Pero late
big
game maganda yan
skirmishes.
sa BKS.
Dagda, I think both teams have gone with what they know for
Feeling ko daw
cover, which
parang
is really, really important when they're trying to get that first win on the board.
60%, 70% makokontrol dito ng
They've been very good at finding these moments where one, they can overload a side lane, but two, where they can also say you invest moments in towards the dragon. You're like, hey, we want to take this, but you end up peeling off that little bit early.
Yung early game.
BKS are
Okay,
very
hingal
good
ako
at
eh.
finding these moments where they go, actually,
Nag-workout
we
kasi.
can take these fights even though it doesn't look like we can. And I think this is where for Team Secret Wales, they're going to have to find these ways to try and shut that pressure down and play towards their own strengths, which are this brutal, we're going to fight, we're going to find these picks, we're going to constantly keep this pressure up. And we'll have to see if BKS can try and thwart that.
Well, up to
Hello
them because,
CJS, oh
again,
my god,
they've
long
shown patience and
long time no
vigilance,
see CJS,
getting
kamusta ka?
towards the first ever and the last ever LTA finals. Team
Hello
Secret
guys, isa sa
Wales,
mga
they
OG na
fought the odds
na
to get to
admin
their
ko
own finals in the LCP as
and
well. Welcome to Worlds
really
2025.
good friend
It's
as
a
well,
pleasure to be beside you.
CJS.
As myself and
Grabe
Dagda
sumuporta yan si CJS
start
sa
off your
akin, lalo
day
na
one of Swiss.
nung
I
start
think
ko pa
today
lang.
is really going to decide a lot
Nagsis-
of
ano
it,
yan?
a lot of, you know,
Mga
what we
since
saw
day one yan si
reflected in
CJS.
IG T1 yesterday. But from a wide dynamic of teams,
Mga
we
day
can
one.
see all 16 teams today, Dagda. It's a huge day to kick us off.
Yeah, I think as well, it's as Histo getting pushed back a little bit here. I think it will very much change as we start to progress through the tournament. I think that's one of my favorite parts of Worlds is you kind of get to see
Feeling ko ang laki nung camera ko. Wait
pockets
lang.
of what different teams have been playing in scrims against each other.
Feeling ko ang laki nung camera ko.
Does it actually work? Like, I remember a few years ago we had the Amumu support that was throughout all of play-ins and looked like it was going to be a staple of groups, but never really followed through as VKS now starting to get their vision in and make sure they can spot out exactly what Team Secret Wales are up to.
Vertical jungle style. He goes in blind and he has to flash away immediately. Naturally, but Taki's still here. With a remount, there's a lot more danger as Dyer comes in. He gets a bit of burst damage off, looking for the electrocute. Trimby looking for the re-engage as well. Morteus is just spreading the love. But the flash, the reignite, the setup. Morteus in trouble.
Lugit
Flash
sila dyan.
away.
Early
BKS
game yan.
running for their lives. As
Ano
first
ginagawa
blood
nito
given
ng
over
BKS?
with a heal and the invade turning south.
Lugi sila dyan early game.
Throwing away
Kakasabi lang natin kanina.
This is a
Lugi sila early game, tapos pumalag sila ng level 1.
tried to go for the
Sa may Kaisa.
now given 2 kills across the
Really? Really, bro? Yeah, TSW game daw.
Enjoying an international event. Histo's going to see
Anong dinagtagal yung LTA branding?
close to the smite range. Doesn't get knocked up. Level 2 acquire, but Miro's on the way in. A Vault Breaker to be blocked away, and he's going to get Trimby. In the end, Trimby finds this easily. The auto from Miro. There's something back, and a blue buff for Rise. So it's not all bad news.
Yeah, massive pick up there for Miro in this mid lane.
Binigyan ng kill yung Kaisa sa Ka-Aurora early game. Wala na. Wala na yan.
And the blue
Joke
buff
lang.
will make it very
Siyempre may palag naman.
mid lane. I'm curious now exactly what the pattern is going to be from Tisamas though. If he wants to try and
Parang rank game nung early.
change up his jungle.
Hindi ko lang bakit, as in, hindi nila kaya ng level 1. Lugi sila level 1.
Renekton has full control on top, so invades might be a little difficult.
Ward lang sana. Pero hindi pumalag sila eh. Ayun oh. Bumalik ko imbes na nag-walk up lang, tapos yung Rakan stun lang, tapos flash out. Ayun oh, pumalag sila oh. Lugi sila dyan. Yung Yunara siguro okay talaga sa level 1. Pero yung iba hindi eh. Na.
A lot of danger coming from this rel. As you said, so far it's been really good. Dye, meanwhile, though, a little bit low. Room prison under turret.
Ooh, solo bolo.
Is getting put to work.
Miru making it happen in the mid
Okay,
lane.
this
This
was
was the
Miru,
big pickup that we saw for the BKS side that made all the difference. Every team that Miru's come into has looked spectacular, and one of the main reasons why they're able to get that win in the LTA South.
He's a highlight of the VKS. People are saying this is the best LTA South mid lane, and some people are saying one of the best LTA mid laners. That goes a stretch, but hey, performing as a 2-0 Rise here in the early game. He's really recovered that early game.
Late game maganda yung sa VKS. Lalo na dahil sa kay Scientific. Kaya mas gusto ko Jax yung ginamit niya. Puro auto-attack yung TSW eh. Yung wins. Renekton, Vi, Kai'Sa. Yung mas Jax dapat eh. Ganda ng snare ng Rise outrange yung Aurora bigla. Yan ang laban ngayon, Lods. Hindi, marami. Hanggang 8 PM, 9 PM do. May laban.
Despite the early fumble, VKS have done a good job of bringing it back with Miro in this mid lane.
Does make sense with a quick lane swap mention here that Eddie is going solo here into Boal, and Boa did teleport down, but he's not in a bad spot actually. Gets the slow down with a Natopo strike. Level 5 on this Cassante. Eddie's still level 3.
And barrier burnt by Eddie as well, so Eddie definitely feeling a little bit worse for wear after that one.
Maybe I'll take it back, yeah.
And Ortez now going to have Trimby up on this top side, which makes it, like, if Renekton can close the distance onto this Yunara, or even honestly onto Trimby, can kill, but
like that. Enhanced Rain of Anger sent down. The damage is good. Morteus in trouble as well. Healed up and barrier. The slow's good onto Taki in a return, but that is a win for TSW.
Yeah, I think they're trying to play for seeing if Hero, like this wave is pushing into him. He should hit 6, I believe, off this wave as well. Sorry, it's pushing away from off this next wave. But I think that's where you could maybe look for a dive as Team Seeker well. So I'm curious exactly what the pathing is going to be from his toe. Does he just do his Wolves here into Gromp and then into an immediate topside play?
Damage down at the very least. Let's look at the top.
Ano pronounce niyan? Trimby? Or Trimby?
That pathing is taking Desamus down towards bot. There are pings going down saying that, hey, look, this Jarvan is towards the bottom of the map right now. It's a little bit early, but the trajectory is right as the Dragon could be the call, or maybe a deep ward here to set up for that earlier invade that failed.
Yeah, looks like Desamus just going to try and go for the Dragon, as you're getting the reset from the Kai'Sa on the bottom side of the map. Eddie not wanting to be in this position anymore. So it's going to be the Team Secret Wells, though, moving across to try and answer, at least get some vision down, potentially here.
BKS hitting this Dragon again would be a lot more respite in the early game, as his toe is going to pick his way in here. Sees Rakan, Trimby just in the bush, can't do too much. Even a bit of a standstill for now, as even Boal comes to help out. His toe's still thinking about it. But it does feel like this Dragon
wala, takot.
There's nothing to gain apart from your Raptors, and
takot
the strike of the game goes to
or he's to pala.
Miro even able to get back across for this wave. So honestly, the VKS are doing well when it comes towards like having that pressure on the bottom side and understanding when they can go for these timing windows. But for Team Secret Wales, they're just a little bit late to the punch. They're trying to find plays. Like, you look towards that top side where they're looking, hey, we've got good damage onto Morteus. Can we look for a dive? But it's kind of falling apart. And again, looking now towards this mid lane, it feels like with Taki. But VKS just aren't letting them find that value from the aggression.
Now that Eddie's mid as well. It's like there's a favorable lane just holding Miru at bay. There's still a 500 gold lead between 80 carries right now, and that's simply because Eddie got the earlier kill, but maintain the CS advantage even in that small lane swap. And note too that Hero, because of that roam up from Taki, because of that pairing, it seems with pushing out the bottom lane of VKS, Team Secret Wales, that top lane is in a good spot as well. So the only one really suffering right now, or should I say succeeding, is Miro on this rise, who's able to pick up a couple of kills. It's all right, let's hold on that. Shattering Strike, Trimby goes in, goes out. Not much more found. Taki's just absorbing the damage. His wave gets pushed in, and this will help with the invade and topside. In the meantime, as Dire into this matchup, look, it ain't too great. All out going to be popped. Dire is just going to send into another world, and that's okay. For now, though, the weirding as well sent out. Just waiting to see if Boal gets bursted down, but not enough damage in the end, and both ult are now burned.
Would have been a nice trade from Boal, but taking those double terror shots really end up hurting him, and now, with the range advantage, Dire can try and play for that passive damage as soon as it... I think his electrocute should be back up shortly. And you got Miro on the way. This is looking like a dive.
Tries to clear again. The weeding comes out just to try and get that wave down. TP needs to come through though, because Dire has no mana, and so Taki's there to support.
Yeah, it does mean, it's only to support TP, but it does mean now you've got 2 people on this bottom side. So do VKS try and contest now on towards the Void Growth take?
Nice stop onto Boal, by the way. Taki on our right side. Boal was just backing egregiously on a control ward, so his tempo's slowed down a little bit. but triple grub, you don't often say, is easily going to be taken here by Secret Whales.
I think VKS wanted to contest, but as you say, the interrupt, now Trimby should be able to just dash away, but the interrupt onto Boal means he can't TP up into the play, so immediately VKS have to back off. So at least Team Secret Whales getting some of the objectives back in this top side to match for the early dragon taken by VKS.
Going all back into the 1v2. See where we go from there. Dragons in 2 minutes 30, by the way, so any bot lane play's not going to open anything, but a Realm Warp will die up. Goes into Fog of War for a little bit, but an easy flag and drag. Wait for the Rune Prison, he won't go anywhere. Cataclysm down, and a third kill, no. This time given over to the Jarvan. Desamus is on the board.
Nice job by Desamus, managing to get in behind there and make sure there was no way that he could escape. And now, Ortez on this top side as well. You see Taki is trying to match on the top end, but
Flash, in a 1v2, hang on, Hero, jumping in, Trimby doesn't get the stun. The flash away now burned as Trimby's just out of the play. Morteus has to burn his own. Taki came in with a Shattering Strike and narrowly misses, but that's double summoner, make it triple. As VKS aren't out of the woods yet.
Keep your eye on the Void Missile, can Eddie land this?
Eddie, no, not finding a target, but Hero's now here. The empowered W easily done. Morteus next up, second skin. A double kill over to the Croc, and crikey, damn! VKS are now in more trouble because Boal is committed to this play. He gets popped back, sent out, the all-out use over the wall, and a turret shot added in! Boal, that was beautiful! The setup with the flag and drag as the play continues, and Eddie now in new bits of trouble. He's got no mana to press the E button, and he'll die too. VKS are bringing the fire with the return.
VKS respond well. They TP in with the rise to the top side, so Miru can help out, and Boal ripping the Renekton out from the rest of his team. And again, we're seeing, this is what we're talking about, VKS wanting to constantly overload
Anong oras
these side
Genji
lanes,
saka
constantly trying to play
PSG?
with this nice little tempo advantage, and they catch Team Secret Whales as they go for the dive and turn it back around.
Last game sila eh.
I mean, the timing, I
8
thought he was
o'clock.
going to be inting
8
in the
o'clock yan.
1v3, but he had that all-out backup and available. And again, there's been to and fro, especially with
Pero
how the game
mapapanood
started.
naman natin yan.
We had a bit of consistency as this Cassante doing work, Dire. Just going to space it out, not in too much trouble with a
May laban
good
T1,
mana bar, I
meron.
should
4
say.
o'clock.
Dire
Ay,
is
5
he
o'clock.
just walks back and might base it out. I'm sure he's going to get some deep vision. Top might be the next play, depending on if they can clear some of this vision as
Ilang.
well.
Last set
I will
ako.
say,
Ay,
they've
last
set
set
up
pang
some
first
defensive
half.
lines, Dagda. Good control wards. And Trimby's now going to start clearing out, but they're giving Top a bit of prio for Hero.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and reset and look for the Dragon in 15 seconds, but I mean, nice collapse from Team Secret Whales. You can see Miru immediately TP to the top side to get on towards the board to come through. You've got the Jarvan who's running towards this top side, and Team Secret Whales on the wrong side of town. And also Boal, like, the early armor that he has makes him just unkillable in this situation. Gets the flick back, or flash forward into the rip through under the tower, the turret shot as well. And at this stage, it's all hands on deck for VKS to take out Team Secret Whales.
I feel like teams that want to play slow, but you know, they just play the other side of the map, really fail against Team Secret Whales. But for VKS, who've had such an insane run this year, and had an insane run versus 100 Thieves, I'm sorry, NA fans, I don't care. 100 Thieves got beaten by this team, and it was actually quite solid. The production team are looking at me very unfavorably. I have to get off to the stage at some point. But when Miru came in, what life and what blood added into this roster. With this guy, I remember casting with Mia Masters, the talent is there, and in this game, it's no exception. He's been set up for success. But now the rest of VKS are empowered somehow. All out, speaking of empowerment, but the true damage doesn't hit through. There's Notofos unable to catch up, and Hero just walks out.
Still though, you can see Boal is being
Melee
himself
pala,
this game.
meron,
He's
meron.
played spectacularly. Like, he's had a great showing here against the Aurora when he's been in the 1v1, getting that kill now as well for himself. And Hero has also been doing a really nice job when it comes towards matching Morteus and finding that success. But once Boal ends up finishing off this Iceborne Gauntlet, this matchup becomes very, very difficult for him to play. So it kind of feels like that ticking time is starting to slip in favor of
Eddie.
the VKS top laner.
I mean, again, like I said before, it does feel like teams that can't be patient or like play to the game of Team Secret Whales. But this time it does feel like, again, matching their pace, matching the plays. It has been a really, really nice comeback, and bit of glazing deserved here for VKS as we crest towards the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that it's Taki who's struggling to keep
Oh,
up.
passive lang. Hindi naman balagbag yung parang team eh.
Already gone out, set up all
Hindi
those
sila
boards, and
balagbag.
is now resetting to come back out onto the map again.
Hindi katulad ng
So
mga
you're
ibang
kind of playing
teams.
at a disadvantage when it comes to the vision and map game, but you are, as Histo, starting to get some control when it comes to...
Pero pag nagtagal to mga 25 minutes ng passive
play
lang.
towards the bottom, top side, but I
VKS
just
na
don't
to.
think you can really go for any sort of dives on the Cassante at this stage.
already. And there's so much armor, right? And for Eddie, I mean, he's only sitting with the Kraken right now, so it's not like outside of Dire there's really much AP damage. And I don't look at Aurora Dagda and say, oh man, that's a lot of consistent DPS. Like I would see even Enhanced Rise or Victor or an Orianna even. That is slow, that is burst. And even with the Leandries there, I don't think we'll see too much going towards Boal. So I'm excited, Dagda, because it does look like game is still relatively even despite there being some enhanced members. As Histo caught out, Vault Breaker. It was short, and he has to flash to the blast cone. Histo, a bit of a whoopsie there, and VKS starting to get good on the punishes.
But this is what I was talking about with Trimby's ward setup. That's what he was looking for, these quick resets, set up the vision, and that means that VKS have full information of when they can look for these picks, when they can try and play off towards these side lanes.
Yep.
And it's going to be on towards Team Seeker Wells and Taki as he starts to come back into the map to clear out this vision and make that a little bit more difficult for VKS.
Well, Taki. Okay, game so far, but it's slowed down a little bit. We're just going to see these trades continue on with an Iceborne Gauntlet. I do not favour the Renekton here. And the hero heals up a little bit. Gets the Cold Meek between the wave. And with your Reign of Anger past 50%, the healing is much nicer when there's a minion wave and a champion present. Remember, they combine, they stack, they build up. And it's one of Renekton's main ways to sustain through a lot of the lanes. And as that continues topside, that's a bit of a flop for now. Herald is up though, that's the focus. Mateus sends out some damage, and VKS, they've got their eyes on the prize. They're going topside, and TSW have to respond now.
But they have zero vision. They'd have to go in completely blind, and that's not exactly where we want to be, especially as you've got Dire still pushing in this bottom side. Going to TP now, but I don't know if they're going to get in here fast enough before this objective is gone.
Taki has a flash, but he won't be able to engage at half HP. Now he might have to suicide. Already goes forward to reset the summoner. VKS pulling off at a 3k though, is still now imminent potentially. Histo needs to hit the eye, it's there in front and he's taken it. Vault Breaker in, looking for the engage. Eddie repositions to the back of the fight and Disarmus is down first. Trimby went in, but just to die. While the Renekton was juicy meat, but you can't eat Crocodile today. Instead, try and eat Eddie, who flashes away. Set up from Boal, the all-out, the true waiting for that to come in, because Cassante, no! He goes up, Boal went up, and Eddie went south. Miru sets up, and flash away from Darius. History re-engages. Not only did he steal the Herald, but he just stole away LTA South.
The young upstarts are still keeping it going. Finding this play, Trimby ends up hitting the eye. I believe it was Trimby. Or sorry, Morteus, right as it turns. It meant that then you could get this mic from Histo really well done.
Yung kay Sante ang putik.
Hero immediately flashing onto Morteus, takes him so incredibly low. And they get so much work done with Eddie providing that DPS. Continuously
tinulungan na
Team Secret Wells, that was beautiful stuff.
Sayang kung umangat na lang siya.
And that guy doesn't do that much damage yet. So the Viker just withstands no problem, brother. Good flash from Dire in the end as well, Dagger.
Throwers,
last go down, double kill over to Histo. The mechanical genius of this newbie, of this jungler everyone's raving about.
No one, may laban T1 mamaya, no one.
I see it's not
Hardly winning these fights, by the way. Because VKS keeps
in the lead up as PSG and GAN
growing up.
And once again on the world stage, it's good to see that a rookie can play as well as
it looks like they're getting pressure too much.
It doesn't look like we're going to get any sort of test from VKS. Even you see Trimby starting to
especially the rise
this top side, but they're not really in a position to cross map either, so looks like VKS just going to watch as this goes down.
They could have won that game. They could have won that fight.
Soul as well, but
if he just helped TK Sante.
Nice.
But it didn't.
3.5k gold lead probably feels nice.
First game to first game.
The items that are starting to accumulate.
Put a best of one
then. Serious business. Here's to almost second item here. The Vi jungle that's going to send it in. And when Team Secret Wales get a lead, their dive comp, they're not ones to slow down. They're not ones to pull back. They are not scared. Potter.
Especially when they have the dragon advantage as well, because now you're going to draw VKS into these fights, because they will need in 4.5 minutes to contest for the potential of putting yourself to soul point, and that's where it can get a little difficult. Boal though is sneaking in behind, and I'm wondering how much they want to try and rest, but with this early Rift Tower going in towards the mid lane, looks like it's just going to be a quick take for Team Secret Wales.
Might be good damage on inner turret as well. Only 2 members, maybe 3 with Disarmer showing up now. Herald going to be mounted. Meanwhile, hang on a minute. Was I wrong? Boal in close of territory of dying out. Send it out again, the weeding, good damage. Pull back not there, Leandri's helping out. The Rel finds a new turret. Good drifting from Taki. Like I said, Team Secret Wales ain't slowing down. Another turret goes down to the same Herald. 5,000 gold, Dagda. Only a couple of seconds ago that it was at 3.
I mean, the VCS are picking up the speed here. Yeah, look at the charge.
I mean, it's nice. At 82 HP, Boal, he backed in the bush. He's too low to care.
Yeah, I think he was a little worried about how many members of Team Secret Wales might be around if he didn't reset. But this is what you want for Team Secret Wales. Like, they're playing well. They're setting up around objectives to take the fight and have their dive composition work out. They're coming in from multiple angles. And BKS just don't really feel like they're able to keep pace with them in a lot of this.
It's a really nice entrance for them. They punished that invade. And credit to VKS, I think, you know, they got back on their feet quite nicely with Miru, but this Rise is still a while away. He's only just stacking up the Rod of Ages now. It's not like he's going to burst out anyone. Remember that Aurora almost at 2 items. Dyer's caught back up, overtaken in gold. I think the biggest problem now, Dagda, is the fact that Eddie has got that Gwynsu's Rage Blade, that on hit to add to a Cassante and like-minded members. There is a lot of damage coming out of the woodwork. And VKS is about, can they survive? Can the Cassante absorb it all? This is a Vi who's just taken on a support. Trimby's out of there, and that opens up Dyer to get the turret by himself.
But look how much vision is in this top half of the map for Secret Whale, right? That's why Histo knows he's free to go for it, because there's no one who's going to just suddenly charge out of him from a rush. So Team Secret Whale is happy to keep this push up, and the fact that you now have Dyer in a position where he can go toe-to-toe with Boal, because of course he has gone for this very armor-heavy build, and where he wants to match up against Hero, but Dyer has been the one that constantly finds the Cassante and is happy to just push in these waves and make it difficult for VKS to actually dictate the map in any sort of meaningful manner.
When did they get to play on their terms? The biggest question. I think at this point, it's a long shot away. Team Secret Wales holding their vision in topside where they could. They've still got some of the deep boards you mentioned, but a lot have been cleared out, which is nice. That Viva Kid Stars can actually move amongst top a little bit more freely, especially when Atakan's up here. We have seen so many games, even yesterday, IG threw a lot of games at Atakan, right? Because it is an objective that saps away your resistances, but also the damage is quite meaningful. It can't be started up as freely as people think. It's worth about 3,000 gold, and for VKS, if they could find a fight around it, then move to Atakan, that feels like something I need to talk about, you know?
Yeah, I think if VKS can find a fight where they're able to play around that tri-bush just outside of Atakan, that could be their window. Because again, Team Secret Wales want to play for dive. They want to try and get access to backline, but if you're able to set up a nice front to back where you control that area, it's difficult for those members to make any meaningful headway. And that's exactly what the VKS are playing through now. You can see this is where the choke point they want to try and make happen.
Hero is moving towards it though. Boa has been burst out by Dyer a little bit. Taki with an engage sets up the Magnastorm. Eddie jumps in. He's been charmed for the time being, but look at the burst as he flashes away. They need to kill the Kai'Sa for VKS. They're getting shredded apart, trying to jump back in, but Eddie survives. A double kicks him off, and Team Secret Wales, they can do this in their sleep.
Hero had a great flank there, which denied Morteus the opportunity to actually get the flank and follow up on the initial play from the rest of VKS. So Eddie doesn't die, and they'll set it up. You'll see it here. As everyone on VKS moves up towards this top side, you end up with the AD carry, this Yunara, completely separated from the squad. So even though you get this engage coming through in the setup, there's just no real damage from the VKS side. And as Team Secret Wales, with Taki finding that engage, that's set up perfectly where Eddie can keep this play going. And Morteus just can't do the DPS he needs to.
As much of the mosh pit as he tried to get, Trimby's rubbing his eyes. I mean, this is a really hard game when they've got all the layering there, but it doesn't matter. Eddie, insane reactions to get out. Now 10,000 gold lead.
Which is insane. Like, again, Team Secret Wales almost weren't really expected to be here. You heard the analyst test talk about it. This was the squad that was kind of the upset, the upstarts, on taking down GAM. And now they're seen as the new generation coming through from Vietnam to overtake people like Levi, to show that they belong at the top, and so many fans excited to see them on the world stage. And if they could take a win here against the LTA in day one, it will be huge for the LCP and for those Vietnamese fans.
It does feel like, again, you're putting faith in the fact that Team Secret Wales, not only would it be big towards LTA when there's only one done split, right? One done year, excuse me. It does feel like, again, for LCP, a region that is trying to define that they are better than just CFO, and that's it. We'll give them a lot of hope for the rest of the tournament.
Yun na ganun pa rin.
Let's not be day one Andes,
At
let's
most,
be game one Andes, our only game.
In-adjust lang
not
sa
these
Atakan.
two versing each other.
Yung imbis sa dalawang type
Right
ng
now it's
Atakan,
telling me
isa na
that
lang.
this game seems near impossible, Dag. There's 9.5k gold lead, Infernal Soul coming up. That's 4.5 minutes. Baron's up in a minute 30. Viva Keat Stars need a couple of insane picks fights where they scale into it.
Yeah, I think the issue is the way VKS have won games is almost been the Trimby special. Like we saw when he was on Rogue, we saw when he was on Fnatic, it was we overload a side lane and we're going to make this quick pick and try and find success through that. But when you're in this situation, it's very difficult to find moments to get into sides, to find picks. You essentially have to start dropping waves and hoping that Team Secret Wales don't punish you as you try and make that overload into one side. But even then, I think you still need like Forteus to hit his Affinity Edge before he really comes online, and you just don't have the raw DPS right now to match what Team Secret Wales are pushing out.
Choke provision begins. 45 seconds at Baron. Desamas needs a steal. The Team Secret Wales just don't flip. And the game should be theirs. Eddie stepping up towards the corner. There's no ward there. Vivo Keystars, but again, they do have a lot of gap close. They have a lot of engage. Eddie not really stepping over the line. He's on a ward for now, but his poke begins, by the way. He's got a Nash's. So there's a bit of a W resetting going on. As if Morteus is the one that gets hit by it, well, goodbye chances of starting a fight. Vault Breaker in. Wrong place, wrong time. Sets up the ulti, the dive. Classic Team Secret Wales. Heroes under turret, taking 2 shots, but it ain't like before. A charm up while Mary starts firing away, but between 2 worlds, sends VKS to the wrong one. It's a trade in the end, a good shutdown, yes, but now mid turret's exposed. Team Secret Wales have 4 members, and there's only 2 of VKS as Baron sits there waiting for its victor.
Yeah, Miro and Desamas left just in awe of how quickly Team Secret Wales were able to make that play happen. They catch the AD carry, they finish off Oal, and now Baron in their sights. The VKS just looks stunned.
Not much to do except for Miro just to try and get this objective bounty on this turret bot, and as Baron gets taken, we'll move to 12k, we'll move close to it. Team Secret Wales are covering this as best they can. Desamas is also here, Dyer gets over the wall, but Miro is going to take this turret, so shortens the goal a little bit here from Red Bull Baron power play. But I'm grasping at straws, Dagny, you know?
I was going to say, I think it's only for half a second, man. The second they step back out onto the Rift, Team Secret Wales start to take the Ether Tower that's down in bot side, then it's going to be inhibitor turrets, and although you do have like decent wave clear, it's not fantastic against the potential push here from Team Secret Wales.
He's trying to bait it. Eddie does take the bait into Miro there. They were lying in wait. It finally pays off. Eddie's down. The Summons with a shutdown. We go from 11 to 10.
That's a really nice pick from VKS, because now you can see the push was trying to come through from Hero in this mid lane, but not really able to threaten any of these towers. You can't spread out that Baron buff anymore, and with only 2 minutes left on it, it looks like the base won't get cracked. That is a massive pick from VKS.
It is really
nice.
nice.
Yan ng Wilderness
The
ng
Baron play halted and
Vice
stopped.
sa Karenik talaga. Tapos sasabay yung Rel din.
Come from Europe.
Pagka ulti ng Rel,
We know well, I'm sure
ulti na
North
din yung
Americans
Aurora.
know that as
Tapos yung
well.
Kai
So
sa abang lang.
anyone who's probably not LCK or LPL has been drilled.
I was going to say, even in the LPL.
Medyo nagasimula
I mean,
lang
actually, very true. Very, very true. And the LCK's had their fair share.
Yung Yunara med, masakit na yun.
Go and mention teams like DK. But I think they've been hurt enough, you know what I mean? Like, we don't need to kick a horse while it's down, do we? Speaking of horses. Itzo. Yeah, he galloped into this. Now, Histo's going to get out, but he did flash. And there are small things accruing for Vivo Keystars, Actor.
Yeah, we kind of cast across the Red Bull Baron power play. You can see in the top left, it is not looking as hot.
When you actually pick it up, isn't it? Right. With this turret, it will go back up. But still, it is a very minimal Baron that is not even breaking into the base, as you'd expect when you're like 12,000 gold up.
Yeah, like, it's just been little mistakes from Team Secret Wales. Like, now, they will still get stolen. They are still in a very strong spot. But again, we were kind of saying, like, 3 items coming through from Morteus is that sweet spot. Now you've got the Zhonya's Hourglass completed on towards Miru, which makes him a little bit less of a dive target as well. And these are just small pickups for VKS. You are still very much in the lead. It is still an 11k gold lead. They should be fine, but it's just little hiccups here and there.
Dagd is a bit sus on it, ladies and gentlemen, and I understand. Team Secret Wales is going to try and break the base with what they have left of the Baron, which is gone in 13 seconds. This is really the last wave to do so. Inhib turret mid stays standing quite strongly, and there is an Elder flip coming up in 5 minutes 30, okay? Now, you might say we're coping, but stranger things happen in League.
Well, I think it's either Baron or Elder, because realistically, like, Kai'Sa not great at getting up towards a tower to hit the thing, especially when you look towards like Jarvan and Rakan, these kind of things. So at this stage, not having that Baron buff is a real issue for Team Secret Wells. As long as VKS take it slow, don't overextend outside their base, they should be fine to just farm up these creeps and wait until that one starts to arrive.
VKS seen on a ward here while they try to death rush. Team Secret Wales matching it. 3 members move up with Eddie in tow as well. The Kai'Sa that shreds someone, rips them apart. Hero by the wayside as well. And as Eddie reaches towards this mid wave, 2 minutes 20, we wait for the Baron. I mean, it doesn't, it's a 12,000 gold lead with Infernal Soul. You know, it should be done. And it just feels like you see a lot of these games and you're like, yeah, it should be ended. And Team Secret Wales are so good at advancing a lead, but sometimes their confidence can also be the death. I've seen enough of their games, and that is how I feel.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit of these hiccups as they start to move forward.
Yeah.
Like, they are very good at team fighting and finding ways to get advantages, but when it comes towards macro and these kind of things, that is where they can struggle. And that was where a lot of people saw the advantage for GAM over this squad was, although Team Secret World get these advantages, and even when they played against CFO, it was how do you try and close out that game against a team that really understands how to move around the map. And for Team Secret Wales, it means they're now stuck here for a minute and a half until this Baron comes up. But once they have that reason to force a fight, I think that's where we'll see them pop off as far as, I don't know if you want to be here.
Histo is by himself, but he does have a GA. He can buy time for Taki to join in. And remember, Eddie can just fly. Also has a Seekers himself, and that'll be a Zhonya soon. VKS are grouping up as 2, 3, 5 behind actually in total. Trimby gets tagged away. Eddie will not ulti in this time. Vault Breaker, maybe trying to prove me wrong. Bit of infernal damage is nice as we're back towards mid turret and Eddie gets a chance to step up.
It's just, again, it's so hard with the relatively short range composition to actually clear out the inhibitor turrets. So now, 45 seconds for Baron. It's more about Team Secret Wells keeping VKS off the map. So then you have to contest this blind. Then you have people that are very good at face checking these brushes with the Cassante and with the Jarvan, but you still have to just try and put that pressure on towards VKS so you can set yourself up for success.
Seconds on Baron. Good vision control here. Dyer burst Trimby down to half HP. He's got time to get back. So does Samus as well. Dyer jumps back in. Wants to end it right here. The poke doesn't connect from Eddie in the meantime. A flag for Vision. A control ward to help out Team Secret Wales hold their line. Histo is just setting on a scrying ward. That'll be shrunk as well. And thank you very much, observers. The jungle is dark and full of whales. And with 5 seconds now, the Baron's going to spawn. And these mammals are going to kick it off.
Immediately going to start it. And Disamas.
Well, there maybe goes the steal.
Yeah, I thought Jarvan could maybe face check it, but that's a lot of damage.
He cannot face check it.
Yeah,
we have confirmed.
The death book, or the death note even, in his back pocket makes him very, very scary with 14 stacks. So Baron now going to make it much easier for Team Secret Wells to try and set up. And unfortunately for VKS, the waves are not in a position where they can try and look for a similar pick as they did with the last part.
So now this one has to do some work. 14k gold lead. Dagda, it would be crazy to get the fabled 20k gold lead as your defining opening game of Worlds 2025. So hell, show us how it's done. Teleport going to be burned. Team Secret Wales are going to start their siege on bot. Mid already taken care of by Hero. Disamas just trying to get his own jungle, but even that seems too hard as Histo walks into position, clears Vision himself, and Dyer's just holding the wave. They're trying to sync this up quite nicely so that waves crash in the same time.
And also, a minute now, well, minute 20 until that Elder Dragon, having the Baron buff that they can continuously shove in and then fall back to Elder is going to make it really difficult.
Wala, hindi kaya ng VKS talaga.
I don't see a world where they're able to hold on to these towers, and then it's a Nexus defense against an Elder Dragon.
Flash in from Taki, sets up with the Magnus Storm. Miro goes golden though. He's a little bit
deep
deep now. The turret's gone. They've got nothing to lean back on. Between Worlds sets them up nicely as well, and the re-engage. Finally getting it done. We waited for 10 minutes.
Sumugod siya sa isa lang, sa Jarvan lang. Eh, dapat yung sinarm niya yung likod. Wala,
tie this up in a neat bow.
It was slow until it really wasn't as Team Secret Wales crashed down the VKS and the hopes of the LTA cell.
LCP on the board first in a big way. Second seed, do it right. And Team Secret Wales we expect a dive
sakto lang na
comp.
team.
We got a dive comp in
Let's say,
MBO1.
sakto lang na team.
Yeah, showing they're known for in the region, showing why they were able to take down GAM, and now taking down the VKS as well. Team Secret Wales came to play at Worlds.
Mga teams na kaya ng
I feel like
WPE.
as well, you know, Trimby really hard in that game. VKS had an opportune moment, at least in the early to mid game, but that was kind of taken away. His first win of Swiss stage. It's a big thing. Getting 1 and 0 on the board takes away a lot of nerves. Gives you that head start. And in the best of ones, you need that. All it takes again is one game. That's the beauty of them. All you need is one good draft, one good moment, one good game.
Sabi na nakita ko pa lang kanina Kabado yung VKS
VKS fans again, this was kind of their main hope. It felt like this
Kabado sila sobra. Lalo na ito. Kabado yan. Nung umpisa pa lang.
Against the VCS.
No, not today, but as we
Nung naglalakad pa lang sila, kabado na siya.
And help us introduce game 2 between Fnatic and CFO. Thank you very much, Trimby. Stay tuned. Vault Breaker in, looking for their engage. Eddie repositions the back of the fight, and Disarmus is down first. Trimby went in, but just to die. While the Renekton was juicy meat, but you can't eat Crocodile today. Instead, try and eat Eddie, who flashes away.
Yung MVP. Not sure kung si Hitso or Hitso or yung Aurora. Iba talaga Worlds. Pero ang asim nung asim VKS. Ayun Wala.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Antay lang tayo. A minute.
Kick me down, watch me sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. My wasted dream, I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight this time. It's not too late to change my mind, to give another try. I'm learning how to drop my pride. I'm standing up to
Kung magdamag-stream ka, oh. Magdamag-stream tayo. Pero chill lang. Chill stream lang. Ayoko rin mapagod eh. Baka may scream mamaya eh. Ngayon 21, 5 p.m., 5 p.m. 5 p.m. dyan.
And welcome back to
You got a sneak peek already.
Yeah, we're
You got
getting
a sneak
spoiled
peek.
here already as Trimby is joining us after this first game of Swiss Stage. Trimby, I'm so sorry, but I'm so happy that you're joining us here.
Di ba
It's
ito yung
really nice to
kabado?
see you back at Worlds.
Hello, yeah, we just got demolished sadly.
Oh my god, no!
But yeah, it's really nice to be here. Yeah, seeing familiar faces is really wonderful, and yeah, I hope. I thought this was one of the better draws we could have had, so I hope the next draw is gonna be even better. That's all I can say.
Like, were you expecting this from Team Secret Wales?
Yeah, I did expect, because, right, of course, we saw, like, from their POV that they were very happy, right? Of course, I mean, we're from, it's a Brazilian team, LTA South, very underestimated for reasons unknown, but I do think LCP is underestimated on this tournament, and when I watched their games, even versus CFO, when they, of course, they got 3-0'd, they were just fighting so well, right? And I knew this would happen
Yung
today.
next match
And I
natin,
knew that for myself, we are a team that sometimes
MKOI
struggle to find
versus
proper
KT
fights,
Roster.
so you could
Sure
really
win
see
ng
it during this
KT.
game.
What was your experience so far? Just like, of course, coming
Ay-
into Beijing, like boot camping a little bit, just like practicing,
Sure
scrimming a
win ng
little bit. So
KT.
what has been your experience so far?
We had very little time
Sino
here
nakasalang na ano?
because
May
of
mga
some,
kausap pa lang ako ngayon.
difficulties with the plane, sadly, but no, it's not really like from Riot side problems. Basically, airline just canceled our flight, so we came here way later than we were supposed to, and then of course, like since we were coming from Brazil to China, it's like quite big of a time difference. I think it's like 11 hours. So yeah, the jet lag did hit, but that's just excuses, you know. At the end of the day, we should have shown better, and I do think, yeah, if we're gonna play like this, it's not gonna be a long tournament for us.
I know you've always been a perfectionist, Trimby, and you're gonna be looking at improving here. Of course, the early game was so chaotic, like it started right off the bat. What made it difficult for you guys?
I think the problem is that I think we realized properly that we actually can fight level 1. The problem was that our target selection was just off completely, so their carriers were hitting all the time, while basically we were hitting Vi, who was like the most useless level 1 like character from an enemy team. So that's why I think the fight was as sketchy as it looked. I still think we came back a little bit, but just the way they fought like so many times, which we knew they will, because they like to fight every single objective they can. It was just superior, you know, to us.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Miru had kind of stabilized the game because the Rise getting a solo kill in mid lane as well. But really, it just felt that around that Herald, the game just broke at that point.
It was just hard because they had control all the time, and then even though we knew where they could have potentially be, right, on the Atakan, on a different fights in the jungle, it just felt impossible, right? They just made their fights proper, like they got a certain angles, and they knew how to execute them, so it was just tough.
Yeah, that was the thing too, because usually game ones, especially for a Worlds event, you expect a little nerves, playing slower for a lot of teams, but then the Otacon pull, I felt like was like, oh, okay, they're willing to do it. They're pulling Renekton up. They're just willing to take the fight. So the confidence from a team like this is something that I personally didn't expect.
No, it was really not, like, by them, of course. Like, for us, was not nice at all. They started an objective. We were hoping we could get, like, 2 items on our champs. But, they really just pulled it out. We even knew where they were, but it was just hard to fight. I think we trolled, of course, our positioning a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think we could have contested it from different angles. But, yeah, actually, they just played really good.
Something we've been talking about the fact that you're returning to that international stage, and you tasted Swiss stage before. You know how difficult it can be. Any guidance that you've been able to provide your teammates to make sure that even this game, it's not gonna matter. You guys are gonna come back.
I mean, I tried to make them realize that even though, right, like the team we just played, it just felt like it's like a good chance for us to win. It's still, they're at Worlds, right? There's a reason they're here, and they're playing in League with the big guys, you know, the CFO, then with the PSG, the GAM before, and they, of course, screamed other teams. Like, we are behind as a region, of course, so we need to understand that and make sure that we are, like, ready for anything that can happen, but that's, of course, hard.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves in North America definitely recognize that too. You guys definitely like are a team that will build up very quickly.
Nah,
so
okay,
have faith.
they are worse than us. I'll be honest.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry, but
it is what it is. I'm trying to cope.
No, you should. I really hope. I really hope they'll show today well. But I also hope they lose so we can play them.
Oh my God, I'm ready for it. All right, I'm ready for it.
That's gonna be a banger.
It's LCS versus CB LOL. That's what it really is all about. Okay.
I love this. You're humbling him. That's what he needs.
We got your honesty,
Yeah.
but we need to get your honesty on the next matchup too, because surely you can give the EU boys some hope, right? Right, Trimby?
Tell it to him straight.
And your former brothers.
Okay, so this game looked really bad, right? Of course. But I actually believe in my team, and I actually think I can do quite a bit, like with this team. And EU did today. I actually think they can do well. I saw.
That's what I want to hear.
I looked at first at the match. I was like, oh shit. Okay, but then I rethought about it, and I actually think the matches are not as bad as people think. I think G2 can actually win, and I do think even FlyQuest can win. Like, it's not the end. I actually think they could be like the ones getting on top.
What about Fnatic?
What about Fnatic? Like, have you screamed?
What was that?
No. The thing is,
whoa.
think about it from this perspective.
Yes.
Yeah.
We just played Seed 2.
Yes.
And CFO is much better. Like, much better, okay?
That's true.
And I'll be honest, I played Fnatic in scrims.
Yeah.
They're not much better than us.
there you go.
Like, it can be, no, but I believe, of course, I'm a person who played in Fnatic.
Yeah.
I hope they win. I hope they win.
If there was one matchup you wanted to look at for Fnatic CFO, what would it be? Something you want to keep an eye on?
Wow, I think the mid lane matchup is gonna be really crazy. I think enemy mid laner is actually the MVP of the league, for sure.
Oh yeah.
And then it's like Poby, who just came freshly, right? And he's been doing fantastic.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, you picked the right matchup.
I was about to say, that's what we want to have an eye on.
We completely agree with you that Honkyu is kind of the guy from the LCP. It feels like that, especially, we've gotten to see him at every international this year, and he's only gotten better. It feels like it. The ramp up from this man is incredible, whereas Poby only came in this summer split, but the dynamic change that he brought to Fnatic, it felt like it was very much needed. And I mean, you've had, I guess, both the positives and negatives of playing in that Fnatic environment, and sometimes a change is something that you just need to make happen, and that's what he's brought to this team.
Yeah, exactly. It was same for us when I came with Noah, right? And for the summer, it just changed everything, the dynamic, and it felt like we could have even won the whole thing, right? Of course we didn't, but we were doing solid, and even until Worlds, right? I think we lost to Weibo, who was
it was super close.
They were actually they were in semi-finals. They played T1 later. Like, it was not that bad. Like, we actually played well. I was really happy with that.
Go ahead.
Something that surprised me with Poby is like you're just listening on the comms when I'm just watching as, of course, as a viewer, and he's like actively communicating and like setting up for plays for the team. So that's something that I didn't expect with Poby coming in with the rookie, like that rookie aspect. But he's been, I feel like, a really blessing for that team.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be one of the most interesting matchups we have in this upcoming game. Trimby, sadly, we have to let you go. It's been great having you on the desk. Do you have any closing thoughts, either on you, anything, the fans, anything you want to have? The floor is yours.
Guys, we're not that bad, okay? Please. Like, please. It was just first game. I can have a lot of excuses. I don't want to put them, but I really hope EU is going to do well. Same for NA. I actually hope Western teams can actually do well, because this is a day that, even though might look a bit cooked from matchups perspective, I actually think it's way closer than people think.
All right. Well, I love the hope or the cope or whatever it is. It's amazing having you back on the international.
Thank you. I appreciate everything.
Thank you so much. Send him
Trimby.
some love. Send him some love. And we're going to keep on talking about this matchup, of course, because, well, scrims might look bad, but Fnatic made it here. in the end. How did that happen, Phineas? You were there. You saw that in 4K with me in Madrid.
Yes. I mean, Fnatic, they've had a very interesting year. Like, starting off at the beginning of the year, we actually had high expectations because we looked at that roster on paper and we thought, with the addition of Upset and Mickey, it's looking pretty damn good. But then they needed to make changes happen because the progress just wasn't happening for the team. The changes needed to come, and they came at just the right time. Entering into summer, we saw the evolution start to come, the confidence return, and we saw a kind of difference in Razork. It felt like that Poby brought a new dynamic to the team, and it's so far worked very well for them, especially given that they had a masterclass performance against KC.
And of course you would turn to him. Some roads lead to him, the greatest of sometimes, and it feels like when it comes to Fnatic, like sometimes it's all the time. This is an organization that has been to Worlds constantly. The last time they couldn't make it was like 2016. And of course, like people didn't expect it in this case. I mean, personally, I'll just talk about myself. I didn't expect Fnatic to be able to make it here. I was thinking about K-Corp, the first TAM representative. But no, I felt as though Razork and Poby were great. Upset and Mickey X were stars to me. So like, it's fun to be able to see this team, and yeah, I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because as Trimby was saying, CFO, another beast. Not a team that you want to outcount. They made all 3 internationals this year, and I feel like they keep on getting better every time.
And I really want to emphasize for any just international watchers, if you only tune into Worlds, CFO is a team you really can't afford to underestimate. And like as Trimby just said, when we think about what we just saw on stage, CFO is a tier up. And that is exactly what Fnatic is going to be going up against. So it definitely feels like an uphill battle for Fnatic here in their debut game.
100%. I mean, Honkyu, we already sung his praises and how he's developed throughout the year. He's like player of the year, rookie of the year. He's part of the team of the year for the team. Like everybody looked towards Honkyu and the development that he had, and it stemmed from MSI. So please, if you're only watching Worlds, what are you doing? I feel like MSI is so fun too.
The only thing I expect from this matchup is a bloodbath, honestly.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah. A minute away here from these casters. They're actually ready to take on the stage. It is CFO versus Fnatic, and it starts right now.
Oh boy, as a European caster, I am scared. I am scared. CFO, it wasn't just at MSI, to quote Rise, it was also at First Stand, where they beat Top Esports, and they almost got into a big bout with KC. Luckily, KC got through, but man, Rob, this team is one of the best developed this year, and they're the top in LCP. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's not even a contest. They've won all 3 splits in the LCP. They're the only team in the world that has been to every international event of this year.
Wow.
And they only lost a single series over the entire year, which was right the way back in season kickoff versus Team Secret Wales. This is a team that has been on a run for such a long time. And now we got to see if Fnatic can find that spark that they found in Madrid for the LEC playoffs, or if Oysters are just going to come alive today and take them down.
Seafood versus a bunch of Fanatics and one GOAT. Now, or Ghost, I should say. Dagda, this team is highly conditional. Earlier in the year, 8-1 in winter. Fnatic had a really good start. It fell down a little bit, and then in summer, if you weren't watching the LEC, it should have been KC who was here. Everyone was saying it. KC, MKOI, G2. But then here comes Fnatic out of nowhere and beats them into the dirt. And I think a big part of it is the mentality in the team is so much higher now. The vibes are good, and it's kind of what Poby brings. He's got stability, and they lean on that, and it's working.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Poby has managed to now really integrate himself well with the team. He's a massive voice on the roster as to what they want to do, how they should be operating in games, and they're starting to figure out how they want to use him in these early stages to find that success, particularly around the bottom side of the map. Although, as we say that, in our in the last playoff bout that we saw from Fnatic, where they managed to take down KC, it was Oscar Rinnan who stepped up massively to take down Kana, to find a bunch of these solo kills against what was considered the best top laner in the LEC, and just turn this entire story around for the Fnatic.
As he said, when he loves League of Legends, he plays at his best. So today, our only question is, how much does he love the game right now when he's going up against CFO?
But how could you not love it? It's Worlds, man. You gotta love these
Oscar,
moments.
you better be sending out some eye in this second game. It's only a best of one, and Fnatic have got a really hard task here against CFO. high expectations for a reason. How much damage will they do at this international? Because remember, it is Driver starting. And Driver's one who can play range tops. He can play more dynamic tops. Rest has been banned from range top laners, so that means Driver can pull out the works here. Oscar's going to be on his game.
Yeah, Oscar are going to have to try and step up, but I think across the board, like Junja has been exceptional for this roster. Kaiwing and Junja have been such a focal point in the early stages of the game and trying to set up their team for success. And I mean, all around, CFO Oysters are just absolutely insane. Like, able to play on size, they can play the macro well, they can play the team fights well. It makes them so formidable of an opponent to go up against.
When they have hands as well, like Junja and Honkyu, especially in the midst of that, when you have a team that can play macro and has really good hands, like, those are the fears. Those are like the top tiers, like T1s, the Gen Gs, you know, the peak BLGs. I think that's crazy. OC win those. Yeah, damn straight. Good sign. Kiana's going to be the last ban, by the way. We are taking away the Azir this time around, Dagda, so a bit of a change. A CFO have first pick. What do you reckon? Rise this tournament, eh?
So still going to see the Rise, yeah, with the Orianna and the Azir gone. Seems to be the premier mid laner. And then the question is, do you still go back towards Jarvan? Do you prefer the Wukong, though Wukong did get nerfed a little bit, but still, I think incredibly strong, even as we saw yesterday in the IGT1 series. It looks like it's going to be Talia, as this has kind of been the go-to for Fnatic in a lot of situations. It's, hey, we want Poby on something that can have access to the map. It's been the Galio, it's been things like the Talia, the Rise himself as well. And Fnatic have consistently gone for this combination of the Vi and the Kai'Sa for upset to try and set up these fights incredibly easy for the Fnatic side.
Not his best champion this year for Razork, but I digress. Still something that can press the button. A good synergistic 2v2 Dagda is another good champion right now. Is that Xin Zhao? We've seen plenty of pairings with it as well as a good duelist. Maybe support here. Where do we go?
I think matching. Oh, actually, I was going to say if you want to take the Sion is not bad at all.
All right.
So yeah, setting up for a very strong team fighting composition at the moment. And I love, again, you've got this very strong mid jungle with the Rise and the Xin Zhao, the easy lockdown of the point and click Rise to set up them for the Xin Zhao with the Wind Becomes Lightning. And I think that's where now you're going to have a lot of focus on towards Poby. Can he try and survive this early stage, or can he get help from Razork to help him transition into this mid to late game where they can try and play through sides? But I think Kai'Sa going to be the last pick here for Fnatic, because that's what they've traditionally gone for. But actually, with the Kai'Sa gone, it's going to be the Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal looks like the best option here. You talked about all the skirmishing power as well. For upset, one of his good champs as well. Sivir taken away. Now we know that's going to be the pro. Another 80 carry ban, maybe the Xayah as well. Dagda, when we see Fi on Fnatic's side, that seems like the go-to and the obvious one.
Yeah, I think it's things that can enable kind of the frontline speed up. Obviously, the Sivir is going to be great taken away, but also things that can contest on towards the mid wave, where you've got, like, Ezreal not very good at being able to, say, take away from things like the Xayah or the Sivir, as you were alluding to. So I do agree, taking away something like the Xayah so you can have a bit of an easier time on contesting mid wave means that this opportunity to play sides with Poby becomes significantly easier.
Because it does feel like Fnatic as well want a fast game, and if there's going to be a front-to-back scaling 80 carry for CFO, we know where their eggs are buried, right? Like, because Ezreal, Talia, the best at taking away a Sion's health in the later parts of this game. So as Corki goes as well, that's a bit of mobility and addition taken away, but that Xayah is still open for CFO.
I'm curious though if they banned the Gwen, because that was what Oscar Rinnan had a really good showing on in playoffs, and something that can do very well into that Sion, opening up that opportunity for Oscar Rinnan to be a bit of a carry. Rek'Sai, also something we've seen him go towards, and actually going to be banned away there. By CFO.
But
is the Gwen going to be enough? We've seen one in the audience, but we've seen one in the game today.
I think Odir is still a good pick for
Oscar
top lane.
Man, seeing him on Gwen as well makes me nervous, because I know, like, Oscar as well, if he's having a bad day, like, that is a champion that can fall into the dirt and can never pull its legs out. So top lane match here, counter pick support, that's what we're thinking right now.
Yeah, I think you go with the... Oh, actually going to take this on. So an old counter pick that we got to see a little bit in the LEC, but honestly, I think you can go for the Gwen. You've got good setup with the Vi to just get your needlework to follow through, but it's going to be the Cassante instead. Another pick that he's been very, very strong on. And in this position, if I'm CFO, I go for the Xayah because self-peel from the Vi, good matchup, good wave clear, kind of fits all the things that you want to. And then you can go for the Rakan, if you want to follow up off the back of that.
I feel like Doggo as well is a good scaling 80 carry. I mean, if they're confident in the 2v2, maybe they just try and match, and I mean, we're going to have some lane swaps anyway, right? Cassante's good for that. powerful 2v2 for Doggo. When I knew him in the LPL, when this guy filled the shoes of Uzi waiting for him to come back into the league, Doggo was a great hyper-scaling AD carry. Lane dominant with the Nico here is a big task when you're going up against Upset and Mickey, because in their prime, they are a very strong 2v2, playing what looks to be the weak side of the map, or at least a map that is just trying to match the range.
And if Junja's done his homework, he knows that Fnatic are going to be playing around this bottom side of the map. So trying to have this strong duo on the bottom side that Junja can enable and trying to deter Razork from getting involved is really where it's at, especially with Mickey taking the Nautilus. This is, we want to try and fight on this bottom side.
So
we
yung
want
Caitlyn,
strong
ano?
engage. We want that point and click CC. So it feels like
Nico.
both sides setting up to have that focus on the bottom lane.
I think Mickey, although he can end on picks like this with hard engage, the Alistar, the Norn, he also has some of his best moments on it as well. While we asked
Yun ang
what
kaya
form is
makatapat
Oscar
sa
in coming into
Ezreal
today,
Nautilus.
the reason that Fnatic is so turbulent is because we asked the same of Mickey. We asked the same of Razork coming into the day as well. This team beat KC, but outside of that, they didn't put up much of a fight against MKOI. Like, they are the third seed for a reason. They clearly couldn't get up to that upper echelon. But against CFO, the first seed of the LCP, we've already seen the damage that's just come through from Team Secret Wales. This team destroyed them in the finals, maybe bar a game. CFO are the best the region has to offer, and it's not even close. And this is the most impressive team I have seen out of the region since we've seen the dominance of Flash Wolves in the past in the LMS.
It is a very, very tough opponent to come up against. And honestly, I think it's incredible to see that CFO have risen into that position, right? Like, they hold that legacy in the region of teams like Flash Wolves and that. But LCP as a whole, having them just constantly at the top has been an insane run for them as we get the MKOI fans.
One game! Change the shirt!
Fair play for making it out, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming up next, so he's obviously getting ready to cheer another EU team. But let's see the debut of the LEC versus the first seed joining into the fray. You've got some seafood versus some crazy people. Let's see who wins it out. As Driver and Kaiwing sit in the bot lane, they're obviously anticipating the lane swap here, Dagda. As we know with that Caitlyn Nico, they want the 2v2.
Yeah, but the reset already coming through. So now the Sion immediately goes to the top lane. Caitlyn going to reset as well. But Fnatic hiding in the brush here. They should be able to get control over the red buff. But now the real question is in this fog of war, who is resetting on the side of Fnatic?
Vision, given over. Okay, they have full info.
And it's going to be the K'Sante on the reset. So at least at the moment, it looks like Fnatic should be able to get the lanes that I think they want. But honestly, against the, as we were saying, I think even though it is against Caitlyn and Nico, Fnatic looking to get aggressive on this bottom side with this Nautilus pick and trying to find those kills rather than just letting the Nico and the Caitlyn shove waves fast and take out the turret plane.
You guys might be worried, but Dredgeline's going to be used for Mickey to get back into the wave in time. So standard 2v2, and that ward really nice from CFO to get that full information. Obviously, they know, as you said, Doggo and Kaiwing are down here. They'll clear the ward after a Mystic Shot connects, but we're just going to see how much Upset's going to land, because eventually this is going to become unbearable, depending on how Doggo and Kaiwing land those skill shots.
It's really unfortunate, actually, that Fnatic lost both of those wards, because Kaiwing still had the sweeper going. This is where, again, you want that ward to prevent Kaiwing from being able to play into the bush, but good hook. But again, still, you're going to see that CFO can hit the auto attacks, get the poke down, hide in the bush now with all this vision cleared out, and it makes it difficult for Fnatic to really get aggressive. And that ward now going to prevent Mickey from stepping up into the bush.
Oi. But every time Dredgeline misses, auto attacks plus a little bit of starburst coming from the Q of Nico. So Kaiwing gets good value here as well. One of the most oppressive co-laners as well, I think, in the current meta that's been around for like the last 6 to 12 months, Dagda, or even more, with annoying voice lines, like, and annoying abilities. Let's be honest, I think we all hate Nico in some passion, some kind of degree. Driver's just going to get the push in top. Dredgeline really nice here. Ignite goes down as well. Trap avoided. Mickey takes a big chunk. And even that Warden's Mail, or that Warden's Wrath, excuse me, doesn't really negate too much. Doggo just pushes through.
Yeah, this wave should get the bounce, though, for CFO, which will make it a little bit more difficult for Razork to try and get in onto this bottom side of the map. And you can even see it's a good clear from Junja, matching that jungle popping from the Fnatic jungler. The CFO, I think, in a really good spot. I don't really believe there's any way Fnatic can make the plays, especially with Mickey this low.
They know. I mean, again, we talked about it. Like, Fnatic's game plan has been bot. You talked about it, Razork. Where does he love? He loves bot. Where does he pitch tent? He pitches a bot. Where's the rental price? Like, no one charges him rent. And we're going to see if CFO can actually finally the notice up. Oscar's okay.
It's also going to be difficult for Ryzer to try and contest this grab, as Ginger already moving into position for it, but I think Ginger's just here to cover. Doesn't really want much else.
Sees that the Scuttle is untouched. A ward placed down, a good defensive ward in the try, and Razork just backs away. He goes, no, I'm not going to fight here. One of the best duelists in the game, especially with that bot lane. And Scuttle is just free for CFO.
And this is exactly what CFO want. All that Ginger has to do is make sure that the bot lane can play their game. As long as they can keep pushing, get plates, they're going to be more than happy. You're not going to get real value here, and Ginger actually still sticking around. Looks like a potential dive. Kaiwing, again, could transform into a minion and end up tanking this tower.
True. That still exists, true. Very, very true. Driver, in the meanwhile, I love our observers are still going top, because even though you wouldn't expect it in tank v tank, I mean, Driver's doing really well in the matchup. When he weaves those grasses in with Decimating Smash, that's when it gets quite potent. Good ward place as well. This dive, it has begun. Upset, though, not hit with the core of the damage dredge line defensively. The redive might come out, but Kaiwing's low, Junja's low. Not often do you see them fail dives. They're normally a lot cleaner than that.
Well, Mickey did a really good job there. Flashed onto Kaiwing to actually disrupt being changed into a minion. So Kaiwing ended up tanking the tower in Nico form. So he is to back out. The increased tower shot damage then goes on to the Zinzao. He is to back out for top lane.
Oscar, what? Driver just explodes for first blood.
It has not been looking good for Oscar in the top side. Manages to take a ton of damage in the early stages, and now a solo kill on so much of this CS going to go to the tower. Will be able to TP back in, but still, look at that CS difference in that top lane.
He had the full damage of the shield because if Sion's untouched, I mean, the damage is maximized. Nothing whittled down by Oscar and Dagda. That is gigantic. I could see it coming, but I just didn't see how it was coming.
Still, I mean, CFO doing everything that they need to right now. Even though they don't get the dive on the bottom side, Upset still behind in CS because they have to try and outplay in the moment. Now Junja getting a nice little invade here. Razor going to see if he can get the smite.
Razork is a level up. Room Prison starts us off. Smite comes down. Junja's behind. Seismic Shove, though, connects. The Tangle Barbs won't matter because Junja is in so much more trouble. Razork, the damage is beautiful as he flashes away the kill, and the deed is done. Honkyu now in trouble himself. He gets phase rush. He runs out. Wants to re-engage with Driver now jumping in, but he doesn't have an ulti. A Seismic Shove yet again. Poby, 2 for 2 in the play, and Fnatic now on the board as well.
Fnatic doing a nice job of turning that around. The invade with Driver could have worked out, but Poby with a nice flick back ends up setting up that play. Now Oscar Innen trying to prevent Sion from getting to the wall.
He's got an all out. He's got true damage. Driver has to flash away, and Oscar gets a bit of revenge for the previous play.
I was hoping, even though we wouldn't get the kill, that he could just deny Driver all the CS on the top side and try and prevent him hitting level 6 himself. But Mickey...
Seismic Sharp doesn't connect this time. Honkyu steps into it. Beautifully done from the CFO mid laner, as both Mickey and Poby will fail to land.
Yeah, I mean, really nice job. There's been so much action in and around this mid lane, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, we talked about how this team has been setting up Poby for success with him coming into the roster and trying to bring us through, but Honkyu has been absolutely fantastic for this squad.
He's gnarly.
He's been absolutely insane. He's won Finals MVP, Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year. This man has taken every achievement and more, and he's more than deserved.
And I mean, I remember when Maple was talked about in the league, I feel like this is bigger. I feel like this is bigger than that. People calling him baby faker, you know, because Caps is already baby faker, but like, this guy is a prodigy at such a young age. Who knows the kind of damage he'll do at this international, let alone the ones to come.
And especially when in finals, he's going up against the likes of Maples that are heroes in the region and able to take them down almost handily, to be honest. It says a lot about what Honkyu has to bring to the table, and the fact that Poby now has to try and control him here and stop CFO from taking over this game is going to be a handful, but I think that's why we're seeing that focus from Fnatic shift from what has traditionally been a bot lane focused team to the mid wave, and now Honkyu actually using that realm warp to the top side. Looks like they want to go for a bit of a swap and get Honkyu into a side lane.
Also, mid wave's going to get hard push. Maybe the Talia wall from Poby to get towards mid lane as well. It might be the option here as the mid wave's fully pushed. Razork also was deep in an invade while this happened, but he hasn't been spotted on vision. I believe we did see a ping coming down as mid-wave denied. That's a cannon wave. It's actually okay. Razork, it's level 6 now, by the way. Just a quick side note as he picks up the camp, he backs away, and Upset is going to be able to pick up all this CS and
they're continuing the dive on top side. Driver could have
Yan
stopped
nanalo
here to
kanina.
help Honkyu. He has no flash. Or sorry, has his flash available.
Dito.
Poby is going to surf it up though, and he's okay.
Nanalo yung TSW, yung
No
wave.
flash committed. Razork comes in. As you said, sees to desist, the flick back. Still not enough damage. Honkyu thinking about it, gets phase rush, walks it out. The resilience of this man not to press the D button was big.
But it does mean Fnatic have control here, and the interrupt on the reset has to flash away. but that's going to be the pressure on top side and the Void Grubs.
Wait, Toxic Shove comes through and he flushes away Poby at max range! He stares Ginger in the face and says, now what, bro?
The plays around Fnatic's Poby are picking up pace here as Mickey now doesn't actually get away. Driver doesn't really have the damage, I think, to chase
But he
it down.
just altered Mickey, waiting for a dredge line to come through. Mickey has the flash dredge lines, Riptide's out. It was also that Razork could get a grub. 2 now available here for CFO. A lot committed off the back of the play, but no objective after this.
This thing is, though, you get the plates on top side, massive wave loss top. Oscarinen's pushing in the bot side, another big wave, and a tower plate going across, plus the kill. Even though CFO are pushing them off the Void Grubs, it's a win for Fnatic.
Watch a replay in action here, because Poby steps up to the wave after they see Honq flash.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Honq just needed to give up on the play, but thought they could play with Junja. But Poby and these flicks have been perfect. And again, the fact that he ends up getting the stone toss through first means he's set up, and you can see there, Fnatic squad looking happy.
Yeah, it is not a bad start. As you said, Poby's been involved in both plays, and so has Razork. And with this duo, that is good to see, considering that mid jungle is so important with a Vi Talia in the early to mid stages of the game when you want to use that pressure around the map and around these early objectives. Really fun to picks.
Also, one of the biggest talking points for Fnatic has been the lack of including Poby in these early plays and getting him around the map. And now there's a heavy focus on actually playing towards him, and it's working out well.
In summer, they improved on that. This feels like an even better step in the right direction. Like Poby was kind of played around a little bit more. As you know what, in this early game, Dagda, we talked about it a bit earlier on. Doggo in his lane, he's got a bit of a CS lead, but this Caitlyn hasn't really skyrocketed out. I think there was a bit of plating taken, but as we're getting 4 minutes away from that ending, he sits around mid for now. It's not the best Caitlyn start to the game. I know it's 500 gold up, but like, could be worse.
Still though, like CFO are doing good things, right? Because you've got the early Dragon for themselves. They do have a lead for Doggo that they can look to play through, even using the barrier there to prevent his reset from being interrupted. And now he can start to put pressure on towards other lanes. Like you can see, turret plates are gone and, oh, hang on.
All out's gonna come through. True damage is nice. Driver running for his life. There was a solo kill before, but now there's help from Junja. Oscarin slowed down. Flip comes out. He dashes away, and there's a bit of space created with a decimating smash. Oscar's gone too far. The shield out. No, never mind. It's Cassante, and Oscarin manages to save the day.
And that's the flash down on Junja now, which for if you have a dragon fight upcoming, or even those next Rift Trail, hang on, here we go.
Gromwalk does come out. Poby sets out the rocks in place. Pop Blossom as well. Turret aggro not there, and the damage isn't either. It's a rise. Razork also shows his face. True Shot Barrage flies near, and Driver also TPs in.
This is what I was going to say. CFO, even though they aren't leading in the gold lead, they are still a team that is very good at keeping this pressure up, even if they don't have that tempo advantage, and making plays on both sides of the map, managing to not really get much there, but at least you're burning like a flash on towards the Cassante and keeping this bottom lane turret in check and not letting Poby continue to get more gold.
Poby sitting in a lost chapter for now. More gold would equal that first item a little bit earlier as well. As gold is dead even. Dragon's up in 45 seconds. First one went to CFO, and Subset just kites away from Kaiwing's pressure, as Mickey's found at the same time. I just feel like the second Dragon would be a really nice start for CFO, again, to keep leveraging their pressure we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's where it is going to be difficult for Fnatic, as Kaiwing looking for upset. But
upset knows.
He's counted.
A little bit obvious, yeah.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you have Doggo who's controlling this push on mid really effectively. And starting to get some chip damage on the turret. They can also use that pressure to go for Dragon. This Sion is huge. This Sion is already becoming a bit of a problem. And you talked about it in Champ Select. You don't really have anyone that can kill his Poby.
Oh my god, a melee range Poby! Driver does it again. Both his kills are now solo bolos.
Point in case. Driver is a problem, and he's driving at home as he manages to pick up the kill on the bottom side. Right as Dragon spawns, you don't have Poby available. CFO want to look for a play. Pop Blossom nearly available for Kaiwing.
Ricky spotted out on the path down to Dragon. CFO started this for good reason, but Driver at half HP with no ulti. Fnatic think they have an angle, but Upset, he is low on mana. Take that node as Dredge Line kicks us off onto Junja. Still have his press guard up and available, but he's going to back away. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't do anything. It shows Fnatic that he wants out, and Razork is going to equalize the Dragon, even after that solo kill bot.
It's a good bluff from Fnatic. They basically are saying, hey, you don't have TP or that Realm Warp on Honkyu because you use it on that bot lane play.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we have Poby who spawned. He can teleport into the play, or he can even go for that Weaver's Wall in. So they just brute forced their way in. But Poby had already started walking top. He knew that he wasn't needed for the play, so they managed to hold on to the Summoner spell and that ultimate on the Taliyah while also forcing CFO away from the objective.
The next one in 130. It's Herald up in top. Upset's just trying to use the last of his mana bar to get that push. We'll look back at the replay in the meantime. And Driver, he gets the E, the Roar of the Slayer, and he just holds. What a Chad.
Yeah, getting that slow sets up perfectly. The damage is there. And that grasp of the Undying proc. Well, doing the dying part fairly well.
We talked a little bit in draft about problem killing Sion. Sion has 2 kills and is escalating very quickly. How concerned are you?
Quite, because he is the highest level in the game. Oscarin has only just ticked over to level 11 and is going to start becoming pretty unkillable. You have some backline threat on this team and some combos with the Vi, Ezra, Taliyah, but at some point you're going to have to try and deal with what is going to be a fairly beefy squad. I think that's where Fnatic are going to struggle. And the fact that you aren't winning out on the side lane against the Sion with either the Taliyah or the K'Sante is definitely an issue.
Coinbase gold grind, let's have a look. Because Oscar's actually within driving range, no pun intended. But again, Driver's just becoming more unkillable. And you'd expect it versus a K'Sante, but even in the all-out Dagda, that's the problem. Especially with no Iceborne yet. And a mystery bag of meat of whatever we call the items there with double chain vest.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because K'Sante scales so well with resistances. Like, when it comes towards his Q, it's all based off his resistances and everything else. So it makes sense to go for more of them as he starts to go through. The problem is, Driver's starting to go towards that unending despair, which is going to make him just unkillable when it comes towards side lane. He's going to heal so effectively through that every time you go for the trade. And then when you get to team fights again, it takes so long to take him down as Doggo just able to step away.
Mickey's been good with the angle of hooks, but sidestepping has been clutch. I mean, CFO showing why there. Some insane players. Depth charge on Junja, but he just launches in. Razork is by himself. Pop Blossom in the meantime is a 2-man. Tangle Bars becomes 3, and Driver has them lined up. Ducks in a row. Fnatic came in just to go. The flash away from Oscar is blown out of the water, and CFO made that look effortless.
Fnatic end up completely separated in the fight thanks to that Nico ultimate, and Junja just saying, I'm going into the pit, I can 1v1 Razork easily. Now you get the objective, you get the fight, you're getting towers. CFO might have just blown open this game.
That was so easy for them as well. I mean, Dagda, maybe the proof's in the pudding, proof's in the comp. So many good buttons to start a fight, and they just showed it right there. Honkyu is going to try and take this top turret to boot as well, and with their Herald, to just open up mid for the Caitlyn or open up one of these side lanes. You said it before, we may as well say it again. This game definitely in CFO's driving seat.
Yeah, at this stage, it's very difficult, it feels like, for Fnatic to try and come back into it. The 3k gold lead already going across. Doggo has already got a 1.6k gold lead, so any sort of like Caitlyn in a trough does not exist, and even that's a bit overrated at this stage. So I think it's just going to be a follow-through, and you can see the team fighting here from CFO was perfect. Kaiwing steps forward, because Poby and Mickey are trying to play back into this choke point, but as Junja goes in, Kaiwing immediately goes on towards the back line, catches Poby, and also catches Mickey on the back of it, and it sets up perfectly for Honkyu to then support Junja. Now they can turn their damage onto Poby, who ends up getting locked down.
LCP is better than LCP.
And it's easy for CFO to play the front to back when they've already caught key members.
How about LCP?
Cut off the escape
Oh,
yung
CFO kasi lakas eh.
Everything
Lumalakas
just
na ngayon
lined up.
lakas na yung
Driver so far in this game has been quite the MVP with 2 solo kills, and now
ito isa sa mga underdogs ko dati yung
to those other 3.
CFO eh. Pero
With
biglang
3k gold
boom.
lead for him. Also, side note, Doggo just
Balagbag,
chilling away,
malala.
farming 1.6k with the global gold that he's also partaken in. And the CFO next objective is 40 seconds away. It's that 3rd dragon. The Fnatic have to think, well, is it really worth it to fight them at the moment? Are we at our item breakpoints? Because there's an item all along the board, but don't we need 2 of them, Dagda?
But the thing is, why do you try and play as Fnatic? They're going to make an attempt at this top side of the map, but Honkyu has this Rift Tower in his back pocket, so just if Fnatic try and overextend underneath the tower, Honkyu can pop that down and try and keep himself safe, but looks like doesn't want any part of it. So Fnatic just going to look for the top trade instead, as CFO, like, cool, we'll just handshake the mid tower instead.
Which is important as well when you have a Caitlyn. That control is crazy. You have a lead as well. The deep vision is going to pay off so much, and it's not just outer turret, because outer was taken with ease. Now Honkyu's going to drive it right towards mid. And that's going to be gone in a turret at 18 minutes of the game as Upset just has to back away. Poby's going to teleport. They're turning this into a play, but Mickey's already dead. He dredged on too early with the Weaver's Wall lining down mid. CFO already half out. Honkyu is covered by Driver's Decimating Smash. As Razork now found on an angle by Junja. And I feel like Fnatic are crumbling at the seams. A Decimating Smash. Poby with a good flick back, but Kaiwing will not perish. Junja now, his angle has re-entered onto Upset, as it just goes from bad to worse for the European representatives as Doggo flash after the ace in the hole. Poby gets hit, and if there was another one, he would be dead. This is some Chad maneuvers coming out of the LCP reps.
I would have said it's a sigh of relief for Upset that he didn't go down, but it's more desperation at this stage. Everyone of Fnatic tries to jump on the midway, but CFO are just too strong. Fnatic have to get creative to bypass this BP front line. But even when they do, it's still not enough.
When you see a Caitlyn ulting and then flashing past a Talia trying to get the kill, you know the game is in a problem state. It's a 5k gold lead, 2 dragons, and look at the replay again.
And I don't mind this early engage from Mickey because it's, hey, let's just try and get something started. I will go down, but it buys the time we need to try and set people up. But the Weaver's Wall only separates Honkyu. Upset can't really push forward because he's fearful of actually the damage that can come through. Razork, as you said, gets caught on the side. And Driver is just sitting in front of his team and preventing both the damage dealers for Fnatic getting through. And he's lost 5% of his HP. Maybe.
Hindi ko napansin kagad yung chat.
And then we don't get to see Doggo just deciding to send it forward, but that's how confident they are right now. Razork looking for a play through top side. Slay clears away Driver. We're really going to test if this guy can die, but he's level 13 as Arakan spawns, and it seems like Fnatic are going to throw the Hail Mary, to which CFO say, yep, we have a TP rise. If you start Arakan, you will lose the game quicker.
It's just Fnatic trying to see if they can get anything. If maybe CFO split up wrong as they try to come in to contest the objective and you can find something.
Mag-zero to ata LEC sa
CFO.
Oh, hirap pang
Given their due
LEC
diligence,
man.
they're not going to overextend. They're going to be patient on this, and as Fnatic
Hindi na
step
sila
away,
kasing tulad ng,
may actually be the window
parang
for
hindi na
CFO
sila
to start
katulad
off
ng
the
dati,
objective.
na yung exciting panoorin, balagbag, tas yung balansa yung pagka-hype nila sa bitaw nila. So okay din naman yung parang yung maingay kayo, ganyan, may trash talk, basta may nagagawa kayo eh. Pero ngayon parang outclass talaga sila eh. Or late, yeah, like the years went by.
When are we there?
I don't even know if it matters, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the problem with Sion, right? You need something that is a good tank killer, and you just don't have it. And now Razor cost.
Good flank onto Junja, flash away Driver, point blank. Doesn't find a knock-up though. Oscar in him walks it out. That's the one time that you're happy as a European fan that Driver didn't get too much, but Arakan still started off and CFO healthy enough to play this charade.
The Driver is still able to just control this area again. He just does not take damage.
Anyway, guys,
for Fnatic, they're trying desperately to buy access to the river, but they're fighting on 2 fronts, both towards the tower and the Driver.
They got a flip, they got a seismic shove. Razork just flashed away, and that Vi wanted it engaged. Driver's the one that got flicked back again. Damage is null. Fnatic receiving the wave. Good dredge line onto Honkyu. Seismic shove, true shot barrage. It's good with an exhaust, but again, they need to find a kill. Razork decided to go in and die. Okay, send it again. Now onto Driver with the dredge line. They're finally killing the Sion. They've done so, but a flip up from Junja, and he finds a new lease on life. Driver on the back line gets Fnatic nice and busy, but under the turret he cares not, as that's the best result for the 3rd seed of the LEC, but it still looks a bit too hard.
Honkyu got the reset to teleport in, so healthy members on CFO and Fnatic blinking when it comes to some of their health bars and their mana bars. It'll be just a viewing party as CFO take the Arakan.
All right, let's throw the play a 3rd time into the midst. See what Fnatic can do. Oscar Rinnan at full HP. Again, the Realm Walk comes out after the Arakan, but no one takes it. The main thing is CFO got the Arakan, and right now it is looking like an LCP day 1.
Nag-ulti yung Rise, nag-Realm Walk.
CFO
Biglang nasama
looking very commanding
pwede
here.
pala
Oscar
yung atakan
Rinnan is going to try and be an annoyance,
Binigay.
but it's not going to matter. The reset's going to come through, and look at the items that were starting to come through after this fight, because it's absurd for CFO. But again, like Fnatic tried desperately getting here. HomeQ is a good call to try and go for, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage to follow up. And here, Razork thinks, if I can get in range, I can ult HomeQ, and that would be enough to finish him off, but doesn't manage to get it off. And then it's one kill back as Upset and Poby are to play away from Kaiwing's engage. But Junja with the flash forward, they've already done enough damage. And there's no threat onto Doggo. The long-range Caitlyn doing work.
You know, Arnold has a quote saying...
siguro kung nag-jack sila, palagyan. Kung nag-jack sila.
Now, I don't know how that applies with Driver. They
Hindi
did
yata
actually
nag-jack
kill it.
si
But it took the whole team in the end. Optimism, I don't know. Right now, I feel like CFO, we have to really just call out how good their mechanics have been, but how structured their fighting has been around Driver. This is why we're excited for this team, because they destroyed Team Secret Wales in the same fashion in finals. They are showing at Worlds, they're doing the same thing. They're just so concentrated in their efforts. And it is so nice to see from the LCP.
Yeah, really good understanding of how to take fights, where to be positioned, how to enable picks like
Razor
for Doggo, and even doesn't quite have that rapid fire kind of commit. I thought he'd have it done at this stage, but still, setting up his trap line. How do you try and break this as Fnatic? So you can see they're not even going to bother. They're just going to let them have this third dragon and hope somewhere they find the damage. But I just don't see it coming again. Like 2 items only for Upset, 2 and a bit for Poby, trying to work towards that magic resist shred, but it just doesn't matter.
Poby, he knows that they're obviously. Shot goes onto a
clone. Guys, pwede kayo manood dito. Kung gusto na HD,
note that Baron's up in 20 seconds.
Purple up.
Now, Dagda.
Hello.
15 seconds in that Baron, and there is a very deep pushed wave for Oscar, so he's kind of set up the cards right, as Fnatic are going to be able to get vision off this. But the question is, what is going to stop CFO from just pushing through and clearing that vision afterwards?
I mean, I think at this stage it's just a swing and a prayer, hope for the best. And you can kind of see this. The vision hasn't been set up by CFO, and you're hoping maybe they miss one and you can get like a TP for Oscar in to kind of flank something along these lines.
Makes sense.
But unfortunately, like as you say, the vision is completely cleared out. You're not really in a position as Mickey to try and go for these like cheating tempo plays to get vision down, because CFO already established themselves on the top side. At least with that bottom tower going down.
Late ko nga nalaman na siguro last year ko lang nalaman na meron palang mga
maybe on reset.
Parang rewards sa pwede kunin para magkaroon ng blue essence or blue motes.
But
Kaya hindi ko pa kompleto yung champs ko.
CFO are just playing this so
kasi usually
well
naglalaro lang talaga ako. Yung nasanay ako yung parang sa LoL PC.
Constantly playing off of where they need to be on the map, setting up their vision correctly, and they're just not letting Fnatic have a moment to find a pick.
Like this, I mean, Razork sets up control order. Okay, there's Junja, goes back from Tribrush, Vault Breaker, Ghost as well. Mickey wants a hook onto HomeQ. They say, hey, we found him. Let's get the mid lane. A seismic shove as well. Everyone launching in from Fnatic. Their pick with Upset setting the True Shot Barrage. A shutdown to Mickey's unfortunate, but a shutdown nonetheless. Now Driver's isolated. As Kaiwing wanted an angle, but he's not going to be given it. Driver ulties out, and Fnatic, there's still life yet.
Fnatic find the pick. Doggo wasn't there to be the catalyst to try and help out afterwards, and now CFO backing away. Baron potential in the cards for Fnatic, but I don't think they have enough. I think if they end up in that pit, they end up getting shredded by CFO. So just be a pick, back away, and hope for a bit more gold.
Was a bit committed there, as Doggo sends his ulti out, but it's a good block. And I will say, if Fnatic find isolation, I think you talked about it before, Dagda, there is still a way. And we discounted this game just because of how CFO have been playing with the seismic shove around mid lane. If CFO disrespect with the dredge line coming in as well, there's danger. Junja at half HP, no flip back, and Poby's getting good poke damage with the threaded volley. There's no dragon to move to for Fnatic, so it'll be sticking on midway for the time being, with them having control over Baron Vision.
Yeah, it may have looked a bit funky from CFO, but it's a good call to keep this mid turret alive.
That is true.
Using those ultimates, you know the Fnatic don't think they're strong enough to actually go for the Baron, and they invested their own ultimates in that play. So for CFO, yes, it's a pick that went across, but it's not anything that's really game-changing for Fnatic right now.
You know what it is? When we get towards that soul in 2 minutes, I know it's only a Chemtech soul, but still, getting that extra tenacity when you have a lot of chain CC, a lot of pick potential. CFO's just extra stats that help them win this game and make the LCP undefeated on day number 1. It's only the start of Worlds, and it's good. It's getting me giddy dagged up with the Rune Prison as well, and with Mickey maybe getting caught out. Speak of the devil, he can't get the Mega Blast Cone, and Junja punishes for that. Razork bops him away. Good defense from Poby, but Driver's here. Ult at melee range, and Doggo snaps him down with a headshot. True shot barrage after the fact. It's nice, but it's not going to cut it. As Razork is in the dirt for 40 seconds, and Poby's poke, try as he might, he won't be able to mitigate CFO, starting the Baron.
Junja just sat on that blast cone and refused to let Mickey use it, so he ends up having to leap out, and Razork dies for his sins, and now CFO start up the Baron. This is a miracle if Fnatic hope that they can steal this.
Poby's going to come in, decimating smash blocked, but midway, Oscarina gets bopped up anyway. The seismic shove onto Driver. It's getting more and more tanky. The Bing, he's alive as Oscar flashes away. Meanwhile, Pop Blossom, mid-realm warp. Away goes Oscar. He manages to shield it out as Honkyu gets shoved away. Poby's trying to stop the advance, but Junja says no. The Crescent Guard and Driver going for another spin. CFO have brought the game back into their favor again.
There is nothing that Fnatic can do. They're getting chased down. They are putting everything they can into this Scion, and he will not fall. CFO.
Razork, flashy break Q onto Doggo, but there's a decimating smash behind him. Razork thinks wrong. All out comes in. Doggo's in a bit of trouble. Okay, over the wall. Oscar gets the shut down. But let's not forget, this guy's become a bit squishy. And Junja likes that 2v1. Pack your bags as Junja puts another one in the basket.
And that's going to be Chemtech Soul for CFO on the back of it. And you thought it was difficult taking down CFO before this. It has just become so much harder. CFO making a statement here in game number 1 for themselves at the World's Championship.
Junja's going to pick up the Soul any second now, as Fnatic's chance of an upset has been thrown by the wayside once again. This game looked done. There are a couple of picks, and then we just return to the scene of the crime. Thank you, Muscat, for your priceless moment. As now it's only an Elder Flip or potential Baron that gives Fnatic hope.
And honestly, it's kind of just been
parang last second talaga
coming
dapat.
through from Junja. Driver again getting a bunch of these solo kills in the early stages. And you can see here, look how much damage is being tossed his direction, and he's just slowly walking away from everything until they find that moment for the realm warp into the Pop Blossom, catching Oscarina. And even afterwards here again, Driver understanding, look, we're going to get these plays because everyone is focused on towards the Zinzao. I'm going to squeeze past to focus the back line and make sure that there's no damage that Fnatic can put through onto any of my cards.
It was Razork saying sorry as he died as well. Maybe it was Poby at the end. But it's a 6k gold lead. It's now the onslaught. Doggo has 3 in a bit items with the last whisper. He's
Kumbaga, imagine nyo guys yan yung liga na dapat pasukan ng Inferno Esports, ng Western Esports, ng Naos Esports.
Junja now just moving into position as well. Inner turret under fire and Fnatic struggling to clear the wave. It's Poby who's doing the most work right now as Upset's just trying to deal with mid.
Yun ang dapat pasukan nila. Ayun yung attemptan nila na pasukan ng liga.
Trying to play around the trap line, but
he sat on one. Headshot. Oh my god!
That's the tank!
He's such a good boy. And Junja is too. Everyone's getting praise on this CFO roster. There's a Realm Warp taking 1 minion into the base. He's going to enable an engage. Ace in the hole hits Upset. Pop Blossom hits 2 for the final moment. Poby about to drop the greatest of some time. Ain't today. It's Honkyu as he runs in with the rest of his team with CFO looking to finish this one here.
They didn't even bring Driver along for that. He ended up bolting out of it. He didn't want to come along for the ride. But it's a victory lap. It feels like for CFO.
Not just for CFO, Dagda. It's a victory lap for the LCP on day 1. 2-0 is the kickoff. And CFO, we said they're the best of this region. They damn well put their money where their mouth is as they kick Fnatic in the jawline.
Wala. Durog.
And they made it
look
easy.
Men.
Driver getting kills against Poby, getting kills against Oscarina. Junja and Honkyu looking fantastic in the 2v2. And then Doggo was just massive. Like the Caitlyn and the Nico look so oppressive for Upset and Mickey to try and play into.
Man, they kept trying to find picks, but every single
time
it's like,
no chance for them to win that
game. Sign in the way. Yeah, the Nico just cloned. Oh, that's not a real engage. It's such a hard game for Fnatic to play, but to be fair, CFO are the ones that made it so damn hard. With how constantly they were grouped, how constantly they set up those fights.
And there's just nothing that Fnatic can do. CFO will take a well-earned bow here. Because my god, that was incredible stuff from the LCP first seed.
And from first seed, from second seed, LCP 2-0 desk. That's what I'm saying. That was my region once.
I mean, they've been surprising everyone all year. Honestly, amazing showing here for the first game of CFO here at Worlds. Yeah.
It's still a reason to stay.
Happy
That's what I
right
say.
now.
So happy.
Yeah.
Look at him! Look at him! That's the Scion Q.
He's emoting on us every time.
I mean, I think it's just it's a reality check.
Yeah.
You said that, yeah.
The LCP, you can't mess with them. You can't underestimate them. We already had very high expectations for CFO, but for them to just come in and dominate the way that they did, I mean, I like their draft approach. It was very simple, very straightforward. They executed well, and I mean, this team, there's just so much to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, they came in and did a lot. Driver especially, because early on in that game, I saw that solo kill on Oscar, and I looked directly at you. It's like a sign to come. Because Driver on Scion is a different kind of beast, because I just talked about the solo kill that he had versus Oscar, but the solo kill bot lane versus Poby was insane. He just had like a lethal when the Talia was like 100% HP.
He connects, and the man said, okay, calculations done.
Yeah.
Easy kill for me.
But that's my question here. We know that this guy is, I'm not going to call him a one-trick. He can play other champions, but he's pretty cracked on Scion, honestly. What was the idea?
Pag nanalo ba yung Inferno
Yeah,
Esports
he's
nun,
named after
pasok sa
Scion.
amin.
How did they think they could handle
Oh.
this when you look at Fnatic's composition and how they wanted to
Pasok
play?
sila sa
I think
LCP
they had
next
a
year.
plan with getting a bit of
Tapos
comfort
kapag
early
nag-champion
on.
sila,
They
di pasok
wanted
sila sa
dive.
MSI
We know they're a bot-centered
on the way to
team.
Worlds.
Like one of their most successful drafts from, well, I would say the year is like this Vi, Kai'Sa, and Bessa traditionally.
ganun
No
ka-importante
Ambessa this
yung
time
laban na
around, of
yun eh.
course. But then once they saw the Scion, and like not
Kaya
being able
sayang
to get
din
your
eh.
hands on the
Pero
Kai'Sa, it felt
okay
like
lang,
that they
okay
then kind of
lang.
had two different
Marami pang
ideas of
kaya
what they wanted
nabigas
to
yung
do,
Inferno.
and
Saka
it
I
became
think
very
hindi yun yung
difficult
main
for them
roster
to
talaga
execute.
nila.
Still a strong showing from Poby overall on his debut. I will give him credit there, but CFO, the way they approach the fight, their discipline around the
Dapat
map.
parang KO
I mean,
Esports talaga yun.
They are a strong team for a reason, and they demonstrated why against Fnatic.
Absolutely, and Raz, we know that they've been ramping up all year. We saw that at First End. First End felt like a surprise. MSI felt like the confirmation. Like they feel like an even stronger team that they were at MSI.
It's just a reality now, and especially with Team Secret Wells winning in the game prior, like, no, the LCP is a strong region that you must respect. And so I was very shocked with it. I will say for the HyperX Reflex replay, it was Kai Wing on his Nico ulti that was a big shock to me, because like, it was just like, yes, they're great within the lane. They're dominating there, but then also the team fight there, being able to push out Razork out of the pit and then see and separate the rest of the team with an amazing Nico ultimate. They're a great team fighting team. The setup is beautiful. They're a team to watch out for.
We heard from Trimby earlier say that the way in which Team Secret Wells set up the fights was obviously very good, and CFO is a cut above them. And again, I think that we saw that the way they approach their team fights is clinical, well executed, and when you also factor in the kind of coordination issues that Fnatic are demonstrating, it was just easy pickings for CFO.
And it's just a little bit of swagger as well. Like, of course, Driver coming in with the Scion Q emote afterwards. Doggo, anytime you miss an ability on him, he's just spamming emotes. Like, this is a team that has fun on stage. It's day one, game one, and they're already just chilling.
I mean, that's the thing. They show up strong here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm not worried yet.
Yeah.
As an LEC fan, but Vidius, you talked about discipline,
5.3.
cohesion. Back to the drawing board for Fnatic. What are the first things you're looking at here?
That Vi damage
5.3.
right there. Do you see that Vi damage? Razork, we need back in action. I think this draft I didn't love. I like the idea of Talia Vi.
Yeah.
Short, but I think like, if they want to play dive, I think they should stick to dive. If they want to play team fight, I think they should stick to team fight. And I feel like that Fnatic need to lower the barrier to entry of their composition, take a page out of CFO's book, and kind of simplify their approach. Because right now, they are definitely not one of the favorites in this tournament. They are very far down in terms of the power rankings. And I think simplifying their game plan is their best approach moving forward.
Yeah, and I mean, just some of the notes that I took about this team, and I'm looking at you guys just to confirm, is that they're an unpredictable team. Fnatic is. Because, like, yes, they looked poor in this game, they can easily just look completely different. Oscar in this game, so it's like that's the main note I took. I bolded it. It was very clear to me. So like even though you look at them in this game, you're expecting just poor play throughout the tournament. No, that shouldn't be the expectation. So we'll see what it looks like. But at least for CFO side, they stamped their way with a 1 win on day 1, and they're a team to watch out for. I don't want to draw them into the next phase. Because we're going to win this next. That's why.
It's fine.
We'll also be a 1-0
got another EU team coming up right next. We're also going to have an interview in just a little bit. But for now, that's all for us here. Driver, emoting on us. GG, well played. You get this one for now. We'll be back in just a few minutes for KT versus MKOI.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Puro best of phone lang to, puro best of phone lang. Ano yung shoutcast mo o Costream? Costream lang bro. May, baka mapagod tayo masyado eh. Costream lang muna tayo. Galaro lang din ako eh.
And welcome back to the desk ahead of MKOI versus KT Roster. Here, it's fine. Back to the drawing board. Another LEC team enters
Control
the stage.
What am I looking at over here?
Oh, that's a fishy drawing. I love it.
I did draw that, yes, because this is a precognition as to what's happening. MKOI win versus KT free. Am I right, Law?
You got it right.
Okay,
you got it right.
all right.
I like to see the loyalties staying true.
Always
this
loyal.
time around.
Always loyal.
I absolutely love that.
And actually, we're gonna have two teams that know each other because they've been screaming each other for the past 3 days now. And
that's what we've
we
heard.
know how this one ended up. KT canceling. Ew.
Yeah, what that kind of bad look, honestly, very bad look.
It had nothing to do with the fact that they happened to realize that they were playing against each other. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that as they were attempting to scream, there was in fact an immediate response of, well, we're playing against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait a second.
But the trash talk from Doc down, like that just came down immediately, right? He was threatening, he was just making JoJo very clear of what was going to happen on the Rift.
I'll kill you, what is going on here? I gotta defend my boy, JoJo.
I love it, but you want to get that mental edge on the side of MKOI here, of course. No, but that's going to be interesting, actually, because we know that scrims usually don't reflect so much what happens on stage, so I'm wondering, how did these scrims go? And what's going to be the level of confidence from both teams here?
Yeah, I mean, I already talked about in the previous game how it's, Fnatic's unpredictable. I feel like MKOI is unpredictable. From the draft, it's unpredictable. So, like, it's a really good challenge because for MKOI, I look at, like, Irwin and Yoya, and they're really exciting players to watch. And so, like, I want to hear your opinion, Andy, on basically, like, what to expect. We're on first-name basis here. I mean, first-name basis. You can call me Barento.
Can I?
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
We're allying here. I got JoJo on the team. I have something to play for.
Oh, that's all this is about.
Yeah.
You got a stake in this race.
Of course.
Let me tell you about KOI. They brought JoJo in at the beginning of this year, and to be honest, Raz, he was mid.
Oh, okay.
He was mid. But spring and summer, my goodness, the glow-up of that man in the mid lane. It's been an absolute joy to watch. I think it's pretty undisputed. He's considered the best laner in the league right now with the amount of development that he showed. But KOI winning out in spring. In summer, they made it to the finals, so they did end up falling short to G2. But the expectations really have been shifted. Where last year it was just kind of a struggle as the year continued. We've only seen a continued ramp up from this MKOI squad. And while at MSI, they ultimately did disappoint compared to their expectations, falling short against both BLG and CFO, I think that they put a lot of weight on their own shoulders to perform here at this year's World Championship.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think handshakes just because we're allied in this adventure and also with your...
We are. Yes.
What's happening here? There's a shirt underneath that, isn't there?
No, there's not.
There is absolutely a shirt underneath that. Show it. Show what you're hiding here. What are you doing? KT! KT!
I thought
you don't know what's going to happen. Okay, you know what?
Law.
You know what?
You said you were Law. Should I call you Law or should I call you Cadril? Like, what is this?
Huh? Or Turncoat.
The only thing I know is that I'm the only one who's going to be a winner at the end of the day. You guys...
Oh, no. Keep sitting on the hedge on that bush. No.
I thought you were on board with the KT free. We prepared that joke together.
I'm on every side. I'm on the winner's side here. Yeah.
Well, okay, then.
The professional flippity floppers.
I didn't flip-flop yet.
Flip-flop. Okay,
I didn't flip-flop just yet, all right? I'm clean. You have bloody hands on you.
Let's talk about KT at the very least.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because,
BDD, 3 letters. That's what I'm looking at here.
I mean, that is fair. I mean, it's worth recognizing that they did create quite the upset qualifying to this championship. No one expected them to beat Gen G, but my goodness, I mean, you talked about PDD. That mid-jungle combo absolutely popped off in this series.
Yeah, like, it was surprising. To me, not surprising with how BDD was performing the regular split, but to being able to see how Cuz was performing throughout that, and also Peter and Perfect, two of the players that I didn't expect to show up in the series versus Gen G, they showed up massively. So I was watching this series, wanting to make fun of both Emily and Julor, didn't get the chance to be able to do that.
You added me in the middle of the night, man. I was like, where's the respect? But you gotta be happy for this team because it's been the BDD show for so long. This team came together when it mattered, and honestly, the tears on BDD's face when he qualified, you know what it means to him. You know how bad he wanted to qualify for Worlds again, and they made it. But the issue with this team is you never know what you're going to get when it comes to KT.
And that's the thing, because I want to bring up the bracket. bracket because it was an awesome upset against Gen.G, but then reality struck once more. It was an immediate 3-0 in favor of HLE into another 3-0. I mean, our expectations suddenly rose, and I think they fell into the same trap that KT often. The moment you start getting excited, you know, and I'll tell you one thing. Aren't you excited to see KT today, Raz? Because I am.
I'm very
so excited to watch BDD play on the international
Super
stage.
excited.
I'm super excited to see them play in their first international competition since so long. I think it's been a year.
What is there not to be excited about? What is there not to be excited about?
To be excited. Don't you agree?
The top laner's name is perfect.
That is a great point.
For the sake of me wanting to keep my job, we're going to move forward here, and I'm not going to say anything to you guys. And one matchup that I'm looking forward to, though, is JoJo versus BDD. Small spoilers here. It went well in scrims for JoJo.
Oh, we're getting the info.
Of course it did. He's the boy. He has become a pride of Europe, one could say. Okay, we have accepted him warmly within the LEC.
Of course.
And again, we talk about his ending phase. You only have to go back to MSI. He was having fantastic performances against Knight, of all people. Knight even showcasing his respect after the series, saying how well JoJo played. And this mid lane matchup is going to be one to keep our eyes on, because given the way BDD has been playing throughout this year, this is going to be a matchup to watch.
And just as a reminder, this is just a visit. Don't get too comfortable with JoJo's presence in Europe, but also for BDD. For BDD, I mean, like, he is really comfortable with how the competition has been. Even though you're looking at the stats and you're seeing negatives, no, he has been a real playmaker for the team, a real engine for the squad. And I really want to see, you mentioned mid-jungle, Cuz and BDD really take over the map. That's my eyes. And also, look, let's defend Perfect if he's able to get dove. If he's like, if there is somebody looking to dive him, please protect him on the wave, because I feel like sometimes they send him they send him over the edge.
I know Mirvin was pretty much looking forward to facing off against him. We know what is needed on the side of KT Rolster is going to be BDD and Cuz syncing up together. Confidence is what I want to see on the side of MKOI.
And just as an EU fan, I have to say that, like, there is a lot of pressure on KOI because they want fans to believe in them. And I think that this is going to be a really important kind of tone setter to showcase what they have prepared for this tournament, because they do want to change the narrative, they want to shift the perspective, and they want to reignite that hope in EU fans.
Absolutely. That was the lesson from MSI. MSI, it was just go, be aggressive. If you see an angle, take that angle. We need to see it from MKOI.
And it has to come together today for MKOI taking on KT Rolster here in their first game at Worlds 2025. Let's hit the rest.
Thank you very much from the KT Fraud, and especially when this team is so exciting, how could you not look towards KT and look at them as the favorites?
Yeah, I mean, there's excitement in the air for KT today.
There is a lot of excitement.
I don't think there's any other way to put it, but
no,
we'll have to see what they do bring, because as the desk alluded to, like, this team had an incredible series against Gen.G that got them into that third place. Like, for so long over in the LCK, people are kind of looking at them as, okay, well, it's definitely, we have a clear top three in HLE, Gen.G, and T1. It never really featured KT, but that performance netted them that third place, and now it's on MKOI coming in as the second seed from the LEC to upset the apple cart a little bit and show that the LEC can compete with the LCK.
That's why there was a lot of focus on mid, especially when BDD is the driving force. JoJo has become one of the greatest laners, if not the best laner mid in Europe, and when we have Caps, that's such a statement, that's such an accolade. The way against Gen.G, you know, a couple of those games, bullying down, keeping Chovy in the ground, and escalating BDD. You remember the Zoe game where he got 3 kills early, and he just ran over the game.
Game 5 as well.
It was so nice. Even if he didn't get the perfect flank of the fight, he just had so much impact every time. And that's what you're going up against with BDD and Cuz. Outside of the allegations of KT, it's like, this team, when they're at a high note, can be so good. But that's the same with MKOI. It's just about the variance, which I think MKOI can share in, because spring champions into a team that didn't show up in summer.
But also finals. I think it was, summer I look at almost like as a split of growth for MKOI.
Yeah, it was.
Because you could tell they are trying to move away from what was their traditional strong points. When you look back at like winter and spring, it was, we want to try and use Oyoy and Alvaro to get super ahead, to find strong team fights that enable our AD carry, who was performing incredibly well. he's continued that strong performance, but the shift has been more towards, hey, we want to go towards Gallios, we want to go towards Talias, we want to go towards Ryze, we want to play this 1-3-1 style and make sure that we're able to play through a side lane around Jojo Pyun and try and lend to that as our strength rather than it being the team fighting that was already working for them. So my question mark for this series is, what style do we get from MKOI? Are we shifting back towards team fights, aggression with Elyoya and Alvaro syncing up early, or is it a continue of, we're going to go for Ryze early, we're going to try and play for side lanes, and build on those things that we learned over the course of summer?
As we get our MKOI fan now wearing the exact right jersey for the right game. Good on you. And to your point, Dagda, as well, that style, big question, because then it leads to super, right? If we get that front-to-back style from MKOI, where we haven't talked about him yet, but this AD carry, one of the best team fighting AD carries in the region. While we start with our game 3 of the day.
Yeah, Wukong already taken off the board. Wukong Annie was an incredibly strong pick for KT over the course of the summer split in the LCK, so going to try and remove that here. Another big pick is going to be that Nico for Peter. Peter considered one of the best, if not the best, Nico supports in the league. So maybe worthwhile trying to remove that, but we'll have to see. Is it actually going to be the Ryze taken away? Orianna still left up to play with if that wants to be the pick for BDD.
Okay, well, Ryze. I mean, I do like the Ryze ban here, just a quick note, because we've had Ryze as a priority pick over the past couple of games to start the day off, but the Orianna's also been really high up there, and KT are given their priority.
Yeah, Yunara going to be the pick, and you could pair it alongside the Nico if you want to here, and just set yourself up with a very strong bot lane, but it is going to be the Jarvan, a nice take away, as you say there, Sterix, from the Orianna combo.
Such a good pairing, but Rumble is still up and available, Dagda, and I mean, if we're talking about pairings, Mewin, not a bad Rumble, but I feel like here in the meta, double AP solo laners with so many AD junglers up and available, it does feel like something that, again, the hot pot here in China, it goes hard.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao, though, going to be taken here for Cuz. Very strong pick with the Orianna. Orianna enables him in the early stages with the shield and also with the movement speed to get into fights and be able to chase down people to enable his kit fully. But there you go. Looks like that hot pot going to be taken away tonight by KT.
Oh, yeah. KT know where they are is instant Galio lock. You just talked about it before. Let's put Jojo on something that can support this comp, and it does look like we're super on a carry. This is going to be one of those games where they're going to dive in and Super's going to have to carry from the back.
I mean, also, which is one of the go-tos when it came to what you want to match up into the Orianna, survive the lane and then become a big threat on the side lane, which is where Orianna's weak, but also accessing dive combos here with the Jarvan to go against what is fundamentally Orianna's weak point of having that ability to escape. However, it does mean you've kind of got a mid lane that doesn't offer a lot of push against the Xin Zhao that does want to try and invade and get into the face of the Jarvan. So I am curious what the rest of this draft now is going to look like for KT, because if they can afford a pushing lane and top with this Rumble, it opens up for Cuz to look for an invade and get in the face of Elyoya.
Really just stem this early game and stop MKOI from slowing it down. Now we get Mewin on his Cassante. We have seen some insane Mewin Cassante run up against Fnatic. He saw it firsthand, Dagda, as well. And it's one of his best champs, I think, this split.
Oh, the immediate to Caitlyn. So already kind of identifying on MKOI side. So I was actually going to say, I don't think you take the Braum. I think you can go for something like a Lulu Hill for Alvaro if you really want to, or even maybe a Bard or something, but enable a bit more on that bottom side of Enchanter for this Yunara. But I will say that has not been Alvaro's strengths. Alvaro has been this engage tool that wants to work alongside the engage with Elyoya and kind of sync up. But I do think in this situation, the Lulu just a super strong pick, because you don't have a lot of DPS on MKOI side apart from this Yunara. So finding ways to enable her is your best setup.
And you got your answer. We asked at the start of this, is MKOI going to play these side lanes heavy, or are we going to get this front to back? We got the front to back. We got the superstar. The build that is all about super dealing out the damage here. It's just a question of MKOI. Can they stem out the game? Can they stem out the bleeding that you were concerned about with Cuz on something so heavily skirmish-based and that top side, and even the Caitlyn being so good in the lane?
Yeah, I think the Caitlyn not having the traditional range support paired alongside her does make her a little bit less threatening when it comes towards trying to get the access to the tower and that. So I think you should be fine as Super and Alvaro in this lane matchup to do kind of whatever you want. The only thing is it will make the linking up like Jarvan and Lulu not a crazy strong combo. Sure, when you get like access to level 6, you can Cataclysm into walled growth for that double CC combo, it can be nice, but from a auto-attacking standpoint, it's not exactly where Jarvan's strengths lie. So I think the main focus here is going to be on trying just scale into a portion of the game, we have 2 items, 3 items. You've got good access to side lanes thanks to this Cassante and the Galio, and you then just try and play for these team fights with this Yunar enabled thanks to the Lulu.
Well, Daggers, we're about to get into game 3 of our first day of Swiss. I have one thing to say to the KT fans. You were rewarded. You were all rewarded for KT getting to this point. I am looking at Law across the way because she and others like her got their just desserts with KT returning to the big stage. But now it's about if they can go further. Peter's going to start it off. There's a nice Winter's Bite, but unfortunately Alvaro's near a heater. He cools off, or rather heats up. He just pokes out. Good attack. As he just gets some damage down. It's a little bit on the tier, and I should say Dagda, on the mana flow band, excuse me. But man, MKOI, what can they do here? It's single game. It's a best of one. They want that front to back. How the lane's going to go is obviously everyone's biggest question.
Yeah, I think so if I'm KT, what I'm going to try and do is operate off of this mid-jungle support. As a combo, this enables the Xin Zhao so incredibly well because the CC, the speed ups, everything just works so well together. And then you can force an isolation where Duck Dam on this Caitlyn is able to try and fight against Supa. So if I'm KT, I'm going to try and find creative ways to link up as a unit. And we already talked about how MKOI don't exactly have the strongest jungle and support pairing. No. It is nice with JoJo, but you're lacking a lot of that DPS. So I think that's where KT going to try and find these moments to link up with their trio and use that advantage in the early game.
Well, already you also talked about the potential of invading. For now, it's just a standard start from Cuz going from top to bottom, but again, when you have the Brom and Caitlyn, you expect that there could be a potential dive on the horizon, with Brom as well. Very easy to lock in place with Trap on top. Onto Doc Dam. Super just steps on up, but he does get heavily traded against. There's no tilt over Pacemaker that hits Super in the face, but still at half HP for both AD carries.
And just the early ghost from Super, so he can try and use the fact he's just hit that empowered auto attacks and just get a nice trade down. And we'll continue to try and, as much as possible, now that as E take these auto attacks both sidestep.
You talk about this. The lane's not as potent for KT because, again, we've got the Brom instead of something as well that can outrange, instead of something like the Karma or something, again, that can hit that Lulu in the face. Alvaro doing a good job of enchanting Super to just run at them.
And this will also open up then as both junglers going down towards the bottom side, that you should have the Jarvan, Elyoya that should be able to get the... Oh, JoJo.
Yeah, he leveled up, so he got a bit of health back, but because Shield of Duran didn't connect, JoJo couldn't just hit and get out of there. BDD at full HP, and this is what you expect of the lane early. Range advantage being used well.
You can see Duck Dam is trying to reset on this bottom side. Alvaro just being a nuisance to prevent him. Does have to be a little careful as Xin Zhao is on the bottom side. Again, though, I think opening up for Elyoya, have a strong clear, should be able to get the crab and reset if he so pleases. But MKOI doing a decent job in bot lane, whereas mid lane, BDD making JoJo bleed.
Doesn't have much mana in the bar. That's the only saving grace. A Clockwork wind-up is doing work, though. JoJo's walking back in. Shield of Duran. Taunt is good for the Winds of War to get the level up and make sure that he can just TP back now.
Cuz is leaving bot lane, though, and Elyoya setting up for a dive here. That's the shield down.
Yeah, the Arclight is sent out as well. There's some good poke damage. Doctor and Peter get to level 3. But the wave is instantly cleared out. It's a single wave. There's the flag. Now spotted out. Docdam knows he's in trouble. Puts the traps down because Cuz is heading towards top Dagda. So Docdam does not have the support he needs. Peter's stuck around for the wave. He wants experience. And the main thing is it's not going to Docdam.
That's the point. Even though Elyoya could have looked potentially for the dive there, they don't want to. They know they're already getting the lead when it comes to the plates and also this CS advantage. This Caitlyn not looking good after this early stage, and Super and Alvaro playing this lane incredibly well.
That's a 30 CS lead. Sorry, 30 CS lead. You know what I mean? That's 30 to 20 CS. That
I wish it was.
I mean, that would be a statement from Super and Alvaro. If it really were. Perfect traded back. Mirwin is getting burnt alive up in this top lane, and you expect the crispiness to continue as Peter trying to stop it out from over the wall. Super going to be spotted out now, but Winter's Bite was just used. Alvaro on the run. Another Winter's Bite would slow him down, but Alvaro is going to get a chance to back, however slow.
Yeah, so Alvaro will get the reset. Again, though, I think you've kind of got this focus of, hey, now MKOI are in a really good spot when it comes towards the bottom side of the map. JoJo is surviving in this mid-wave, and even though he's been pushed back a little bit, the CS is still fairly even. Even if it isn't, they aren't CSing as well as they could have, but still, I think you're pretty happy with it.
I think mid for JoJo, again, has been one of the biggest highlights in Europe. not only just over this split, but the development that has happened over this year. The fact that he's even against this range matchup, against BDD, when he's the star of KT by far, is showing you why we've been hyping up this guy and his arc from winter to now.
Yeah, especially if he can tick over to level 6, which he's very, very close to, he does kind of become a safety net for these side lanes. Because again, I think you can already half see it starting of this roam with the Braum to try and get some advantages and see if they can get control over River for KT. But if that does continue, they should be in a decent spot.
There again, just a quick reminder. They talked about it a little bit on desk as well. BDD, obviously insane stats, but Jojo does come out of lane with a lead, and even though MKOI is a winning team, I think a lot of it is off the back of him. Cuz now trying to change it back in bottom lane. MKOI in trouble. Alvaro flashes away and he burns a heal as well. They do get out of there. Super gets chunked on the way out, but look at where the wave is.
Again, this is kind of what KT want though. Burning that flash makes Alvaro way more vulnerable. And I think KT aware that that's not pathing Alvaro would be taken if he didn't have a jungler nearby.
Pushing the wave out in the meantime. I don't think Elyoya was spotted out. A control ward is clearing all vision of the pixel brush. He does back away in the end, so no play used by MKOI. Again, the fact that the bottom lane survive and are just chilling out with this cull on this Yunara is still a big win. Super's still going to be holding a small CS lead. I am surprised, actually. The only one who's down in CS here in this game is Mirwin. Naturally, again, because that was meant to be another winning lane, and it has been.
Still though, KT using the fact that the unsealed spellbook advantage on Peter.
Hello.
Now looking mids, Jojo able to get away from everything there. This will give them control over towards the Void Grubs though, and you can kind of see the reset now starting to come through for MKOI. But I think KT with the early swap going to be able to get this wave pushed in and should be first on towards the objective. And that should make things a little bit simpler for them if they can get control over the Void Grubs.
Obviously no TPs available, so with that change, with that swap, we are going to be isolating our top laners, and Shield of Duran this time does connect again here for Jojo. We'll see if there's anything that leads to it. 45 seconds towards the grubs. Let's see if those top laners move up with more meaning, and see if there is just going to be a drag and trade here in this game. We see no meaningful gold lead. We were talking about a little bit before, but this 2v2 is going to continue. This 2v2 is going to continue to be okay here for Super and Alvaro. I didn't expect to be highlighting this 2v2 lane Dagda, I'll be completely honest. I got worried when I saw Dockdown on the Caitlyn, but so far so good.
But it's not the pick that you'd expect to see coming through from Alvaro. We kind of mentioned it, like he has not been a Lulu player. Even some of the positions he's had on Bard over the course of the split have been a bit suspect, even if he does get the wins on it. So the Lulu, I think, caught KT unaware. That's why you go for the blind Braum, expecting something like a Rel or an Alistair to
really
come
good
through.
point. As you said, engage is best. Speaking of engage, it's Elyoya. Okay, he's got a Cataclysm up and available, and Peter's caught out in the river. Cuz here to support, but Cataclysm comes down, enables Jojo. Cuz has to flash away, but the dunk for first blood from Jojo. Super runs into Dockdown. Okay, he sends out the Arclight of Judgment. It sets for Elyoya to get another knock-up. Whittling away is Dockdown, running for his life. Smited down, barriers there. Super wants to be in range. Elyoya tanked it up. The Arclight was close to a kill. MKOI almost at 2, but Elyoya will survive the ace in the hole as MKOI hit first.
But the fact that Elyoya took so much tower aggro means they can't actually go for the objective. MKOI will be able to push out this wave, but it will be KT that are getting these Void Grubs.
It is a big objective to take away. We've got a lot of power in that Rumble, and a Caitlyn as well. For KT, it is a meaningful win despite the kill. The flip back though, Mirwin's going to all out. Perfect, that's a flash away. An ulti for a summoner here in the isolated 1v1.
I think Perfect was kind of lucky that Mirwin didn't get the full reach over the wall into the alcove, or that could have been a very different story. But for MKOI, still pressure on the map. Over pushing on that top side though does give KT the objective and a little bit of a window now to get back out onto the map first. Elyoya though moving towards this dragon, happy to at least answer for what was taken.
I guess they thought they were going to kill Dockdown, and they thought with that, okay, no Caitlyn, and then we can get grubs, and you're right, that small inch of a health bar, plus the fact that Elyoya took 2 turret shots, really hurt them in the end. So Dagda, 3 grubs versus Dragon might be the call here because Elyoya's already taking it. Cuz obviously resetting, he's going for his bot side clear. So there is an objective trade and maybe a kill as well as BDD. Never mind, he gets phase rush, he gets out of it as Alvaro makes the move.
The Lulu ganks are a little less threatening.
I was going to say, send a glitter, lads. Yeah. Send a pixie.
Yeah. You're slowed and can't catch you anyway.
No, I'm a squirrel.
But again, I like the presence that we're seeing from MKOI, right? It's even if they may have flubbed the topside play, it is still them controlling the pace of this game. Picks coming through with the Galio and the Jarvan. They've managed to keep Supa into a relatively good spot with a nice little lead for himself. Even the Cole starting to pop in a little bit for him too. So if MKOI are looking at what are our win cons for this game, how are we working in that aspect, it seems pretty good at the moment.
Again, I mean, we've highlighted the bot lane enough, but they're surviving in their own legs. Jojo again got through the early parts of the lane, and now it looks like he's close to getting his first item as well to negate some of the magic damage coming through from KT's comp. And from BDD in this individual lane, Winds of War comes out, trying to clear the wave, Justice punch away before a potential shockwave, even though Elyoy is nearby.
Yeah, just going to TP back into the lane because it has the ultimate to try and move around the map, but just wanted to try and get as much gold as he could before he goes for the reset. Again, though, KT still have decent scaling in the composition, especially when it comes to the Orianna and the Caitlyn. So for MKOI, keeping the pace of this game up is going to be very important.
Durand, pace is going to be there though. Justice punch for the buffer. Hit by the Winds of Lightning in the meantime, but Cuz not going to audaciously charge. Jojo survives, and that was a good time, D.
Yeah, well played on the Justice Punch to buffer. It means that Cuz even cancelling the reset there. And it gives Jojo a lot of control over this mid wave. So even if a potential gank does come true now, BDD doesn't have that as a safety tool to try and interrupt some of the plays from MKOI. You could end up burning this flash from BDD before some of these upcoming objective fights.
The only thing is the health bar and staying around in mid lane. It might lead to a bit of disastrous loss of experience and gold as well. Just hold out here for Jojo as meanwhile we're looking towards bot. Super's going to hard clear this wave with, again, Elyoya in the vicinity. Trying to stop Docdown from basing at the very least. Elyoya looking for an angle, and BDD has flash. So you got to get rid of that first.
But this is what they want. They just want that flash gone, so then any of these upcoming fights, BDD then becomes a perfect target. Jojo trying to see if he can bait BDD in. Here we go.
Okay, Justice punch in, shield of Durand, BDD out of range. And the wave clear comes through eventually, but BDD still playing it safe. And I mean, they bullied. I remember they bullied Chobi in that round 2 that got them into Worlds. They bullied him over and over. When Chobi was playing the Orianna, it feels like BDD taking a page out of his book, making sure that the opposite, rather, he's just not caught out as Peter now moves to mid as well. No objectives up, Dagda, but just getting some deep vision here and trying to give Cuz that ability to really pressure this game.
You can see, though, MKOI are respecting the power of that trio that we were talking about with Peter, BDD, and the Zinzao as well for Cuz. Maybe they wanted to go for the Scuttle Crab, but the second they see all 3 members on the top side, they realize they want nothing for it but damage.
Only one Super jumps forward. He's got the Canmine steps in full transcendent. He's transcendent. Docdown for the solo kill.
The Kraken Slayer doing work, and MKOI winning out on the bottom side. Now BDD trying to see if he can push back MKOI as they start to take Vision River, but that's going to be so much gold to Supa alongside the kill, the plate, and loss of minions for Docdown.
Meanwhile, MKOI, as they open up bot, I mean, Supa, he already picked up a plate before, but he's denying yet another wave, 1.1k. And this Caitlyn ain't like the last game we saw.
And the Cull hasn't even popped for him yet. That's going to be another burst of gold into Supa too. So across the board, Supa looking fantastic. And this was kind of what the talking point was for MKOI. They said it on the Euphoria podcast. They wanted to change their style to understand how to work through side lanes better. And now they always had this fallback plan of playing for Supa, playing for these massive team fights. Supa has been fantastic for this team. Hits the slow, pops the ult, and there's nothing Docdown can do.
Holy damage. We're doing it again, though. Elyoya is back down. The Arclighter Judgment slows him down. Docdown's dead again. Super at 2 kills. I see you, Europe.
And that's the Feats of War picked up as well as now MKOI want to look for more pressure on towards this bot lane turret. KT trying to defend.
Trying, but can they is the biggest question here. There's Galio on the way down. 4 versus 2 it would be. And Orianna quickly behind. BDD needs to get there fast as Supa is still doing so much damage that anyone steps up. The turret under fire. Peter puts up the Unbreakable at half HP. He's happy to step forward again and get that attack speed buff down. Cuz is just going to have to go back to his camps. The minion wave is cleared, but Supa so close to taking down first turret.
Yeah, he still wants to keep up the pressure on this bottom side. Docdown is making his way in here, but I think still MKOI should just be able to brute force this, if not just move over towards the dragon as you see the pings going down. And Docdown just needs to kind of sit here and hope that he can hold on, but he feels scared underneath the tower.
Peter's hovering around mid, so you know that Docdown's just isolated. You got full vision of him. Supa's trying to deny the wave, and Docdown all of a sudden is 30 CS down. I was right before, he said 30 CS. And Super's made it a reality as Dragon's going to go with it.
MKOI are playing this early game fantastically. I mean, I'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep up this pace. As Alvaro just starting to pop his head into mid lane to make sure Jojo can farm it up. Rift Herald is taken, or he's been taken by KT, I should say, as Mirren TP back in, so MKOI may look for a contest here.
Super's on the way up as well with Transcendence available. Shield is ran only onto Peter for now. The level 7 Grom in jeopardy. A double knock up here with Wild Growth. MKOI looking to advance, but they've used quite a lot. Flag and drag onto Kazu's isolated for the time being. Mirwin joins in as well. Redemption's going to come on down and give KT a bit of a lifeline. Jojo's just getting out of there, looking towards bot, while Docdam doesn't want to join.
That's the thing, it's an empty threat from KT. They have the Caitlyn in the bottom side. It's a 4 versus 5. And they're still trying to contest onto this. You look at where this Galio is, just hovering with that ultimate available.
Jojo wants to jump in. If they find a fight, it's all for naught here from KT. They're soft advancing, but a flash on, a Cataclysm, and there's Jojo finally. Cuz sent packing, and now with the ulti out, Perfect's in trouble. Meanwhile, the side of the fight, Super's picking up kills again. The superstar on the right, MKOI on the left, and 5 kills to 0. KT have got nothing left.
KT were trying desperately to keep MKOI interested, seeing if they could buy time for Docdam to get some gold on this bottom side, and he will get the tower, but you've lost so much on that top half of the map. 5-0 for MKOI. And now Jojo moving down towards this bottom side, but Docdam's already got away.
Got to really ask ourselves, how much for KT is that going to be worth it? Good noticing there, Dagda, as Herald goes down. That turret brings some gold back, but Super getting a kill. A big part of the fight as MKOI, watch how they forced it again.
Yeah, KT didn't want to actually get engaged. They're just like, hey, look, we're just going to try and poke onto MKOI, see if we can pull them away, buy as much time as possible. But they end up going that bit too far and don't respect the engage tools that can come through from MKOI. The engage from Elyoya is perfect as they set that one off.
We asked, how KT going to be coming into Worlds? Starting to get a bit of an answer here that in this early game, they're struggling to really deal not only with the pressure that came through from bot, but also these fights, how easy they are to set up from MKOI, walking right into a trap.
And they had that huge upset against Genji, but as Vedi was saying on the desk, immediately 3-0'd by Hanwha, immediately then 3-0'd by Genji
again.
Since. Exactly, and MKOI kind of jumping on top of that and taking advantage of it here. But you always have to keep in the back of your mind, we've seen MKOI with leads like this and they haven't been able to follow it through. Now, it's been on compositions that were very different, weren't built around Super, weren't trying to build around this team fighting. So we'll have to see if that version of MKOI has bounced back from winter and spring and they can settle into that nicely.
We heard Melzet on the whiteboard over the split put the word patience. It's been said, MKOI have to be patient against KT. No objectives are up. Elyoya is just trying to take away the blue buff and everything else that pertains within this topside jungle. Because you can see, he's at even XP with Elyoya. He's got a bit of a CS lead himself, but that might soon change with how much MKOI are taking away.
Yeah, MKOI are just trying to play off of 2 lanes at the moment and get vision in this top side, look to try and put pressure on towards mid and top turret at the same time. But KT, even though they lose the blue, are defending the space relatively well, especially as BDD moves down towards that bottom side to push out. It means that now MKOI have to move Jojo across.
Stepping up.
Oh, hang on.
Knockdown went up for this. Peter misses the ulti. Super kites it back. He transcended time and space for a little bit, and did he even, Dagger, is the biggest question.
No, that was just his Q.
He just walked up with Q. He's that strong right now with Renans and Docdam. He gets forced back.
But this is now the opportunity that MKOI needed, because you can now start to put pressure on towards this mid tower with KT having to reset as Jojo pushes out the bottom side. And basically KT are trying to play out through all 3 lanes and keep pressure up on the map for MKOI. But if you can have Super do things like that, it makes that ability for KT to play out across all 3 lanes much more difficult.
Been able to do anything of the sort so far, have they? Even that top lane lead, I mean, Mirwin's taking control back of that CS lead now against Perfect. Perfect had like 15-20 CS in the first 10 minutes of the game. As Docdam steps up to the wave again, I see a Super inbound. But he's going to pay respect this time. Alvaro also on the right side, so can't do too much. Steps up. There is some good poke from Docdam, but regardless, he won't push the luck.
45 seconds until the Dragon, though, so already the resets coming through from MKOI, trying to control this space and make it difficult for KT to enter. Even moving Jojo put in here just to provide that front line as they set up the vision with Alvaro.
Be 3rd Dragon in 30 seconds, and for Docdam, I bet he wish he could get that Infinity Edge that's sitting in his inventory, at least components of.
He's too far behind.
He really is, and he won't have it for the fight. I mean, for KT. So do they send it back there? Like, they just got to send it or what?
I think you just play, again, patience, you said it. Just let the Super do the work. You can see he's getting some good damage down. And now, with Dragon in just 6 seconds, you half health Peter, so move over into a position where you can actually look at this objective.
Well, some flowers out there. Maybe for the graves of KT in this third game of the day. Peter's going to walk in on full vision. Cuz the same. Dragon going down there. Teleport from Mirwin. It's going to be slow from Perfect if he decides to enter. They go towards mid anyway, but Mirwin's now zoning off the choke. Jojo on the other side. Third Dragon. It's not a soft contest. It's a full commitment with PP. Dokdam is sitting around mid, but Hemkoi are looking to collapse with the Winds of War. Perfect zoned out. Peter as well, but there's no true damage yet as Hemkoi try to find a way in.
There's Rift Herald on the bottom side, creating pressure. Is Jojo going to move across that? And Hemkoi are constantly threatening this Adakan as well. KT trying to brute force mid to pull Hemkoi in towards the mid lane.
Super's got Renans. He can clear this wave in an instant, so there's the play. Done and dusted. KT are going to ARAM a bit, while the Herald is NPCing a structure bot.
Hemkoi are just playing the map better. Again, it's keeping pressure on towards the bot tier 2. Jojo putting pressure through this bot side jungle, constantly contesting a flank position, so KT can commit to that mid tower, and Hemkoi can get back into position. KT just look confused as to how they're supposed to break this version of Hemkoi.
Could have been Vetty saying he got excited for KT. I don't know. I don't know what started off the day here for them. I wouldn't blame the Welshman, but then again, I wouldn't put it past you, so do what you must. When it comes to Worlds, I mean, we don't know what people's forms are, right? It's been a while. Patches change. For Hemkoi, you could say the same as Adakan might be a thought here. Let's get right into it as Elyoya decided to take a deep, deep gate. Peter's there waiting over the side, but he can flag and drag, and Adakan still seems to be the objective as Vision's cleared out.
Still, Hemkoi, I think just unsure of if they want to really commit towards this Adakan. It does reset, and they're moving Mirwin over. BDD on the reset, can TP in to join on this bottom side as Jojo caught by the Witch's Bite.
Hilda Duran though, Hemkoi can peel off and join the fray. Winds of War, they jump in, but Super's just over there. Onto Cuz, he gets poked out a little. Mirwin, he's got a flank, but KT have seen him, I believe, on the edge of a ward. BDD teleports in, 5 members in front of Adakan, and Perfect has a spider sense.
Yeah, this is a little dicey from Hemkoi. Mirwin going to move back towards mid lane and try and keep up the pressure on towards that mid lane turret. KT may just start up the Adakan to try and draw Hemkoi in here.
Again, Mirwin looks for mid. He can get that push in, he's done so. He'll deny the minions and now move down. At 13k, it's slow. It ain't that fast. KT getting chunked and shredded with resistances. Hemkoi haven't been poked out yet.
Yeah, you can see Hemkoi setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Dokdam.
Mirwin, all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left by his team. The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot pot inside. Hemkoi ran in, it was a bait, it was a ruse, and Cuz drew them in. Flush from Dokdam, ace in the hole. He sets it up now, and Super's in the ground. Cuz is a freaking genius.
The trap was set, and Hemkoi walked into it perfectly as BDD with the shockwave, as Perfect with the Rumble ultimate decimate Hemkoi where they stand.
I mean, I thought that guy was inting, but BDD, when you have him on his team, just play for his setup. Redemption's going to come down. Dokdam gets hit at 3k. A steal looks hard. Elyoya looking to go in at Adakan. 15. Almost 14 flashes. They're in Cataclysm still! The king of the jungle from Madrid, baby! That's him!
The Spanish secret agent for Hemkoi gets in to steal away the Adakan and get a kill back. As Hemkoi now back out onto the map first as well, will start to get the lanes in their favor. It is a small silver lining though, because that was a near 4k gold lead that has come back to 500 as we get into this. You see, like, it's a great start on the fight. Mirwin's doing a ton of work on this backside, but everyone committing on towards Cuz to make it happen. The shockwave from BDD was huge. The follow-up with that ultimate from Perfect. And then Dokdam, crucially, got three of these kills on the back of this fight, which then sets up for him now to be in a much better spot to actually deal some damage in this game. And Elyoya sneaking in.
Oh, he actually missed
fails.
the Q.
So yeah, doesn't get over the wall.
Maybe it's good that he missed the Q.
Probably was, to be honest. As he then gets over, Peter ends up going low enough that he can get the Cataclysm, smites it away, finishes off the support. He does kill Peter off the back of that as well. As mid tower now very low. Super taking some hits though.
You are right about the gold lead shrinking down, but remember Soul Point. Peter stepping up, Winter's Bite doesn't connect. BDD an insane shockwave. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I should have given him more credit. I was just amazed that Cuz drew them all in. And BDD clapped his hands together. Did a bit of Thanosing as KT hover around mid lane. Remember, Super still big. Cataclysm is a 3-man for Jojo as well. Peter caught in the middle. His Winter's Bite saves his life. But Shockwave only one man. As there's a hot pot in the middle once again. Super chunked down and Cuz has found his man. Super might survive for now. But then the wind becomes lightning once more. Mewin's over the wall. He gets out. But KT have some life in them yet.
The patience that MKOI have demonstrated all game long has dissipated, and KT are punishing them so incredibly well. MKOI overforce, and flashes are burned, but it's MKOI who fall.
Super as well. He can't deal when Cuz can land on him, press that ulti, deny the burst soon to follow. KT on the Baron now as well. They've stopped the soul push, and they're going to get this Baron uncontested. Elyoya's coming out of base for the Hex Gate. It's not even going to get him there anywhere close. He knows he's going towards the bot side. He's going to clear his camp, and KT land on 2.5k gold.
And look at that gold difference at the bottom of your screen. Super was so far ahead, and now instead it's this Caitlyn that is coming through. But you see here, MKOI go for the play, but Dokdam able to net out. So you get the flash from BDD. Peter's fine just standing there, and that ultimate again, both from Peter and the the Rumble ultimate coming through has completely shut down that play. And Super just not able to follow up in so many of these fights. It's over-forcing, going too far ahead, and not thinking about where Super is and how we can try and be a part of these fights.
And he stepped up, he gets crit. Dokdam, an ace in the hole maybe, but he knows it wouldn't really hit. Alvaro's in front, but that opens up mid-turret. And even though he didn't get ahead early, it doesn't matter. That Caitlyn's still going to bloody scale.
Yeah, Dokdam pretty happy now that the shoe's on the other foot, and Super having to go back to base. MKOI, they had this game under control, but KT are fighting back. And now with the Baron, they're going to get so much of this standing gold as well. And we talked already about the late game scaling that KT have. You can see the damage that this Caitlyn is already doing. MKOI need to find a way to stop us, but is it too late?
You're a Yunara. You know, it's an 80 carry. As far as 80 carries go, like, yeah, your range is actually not bad. But is it a Caitlyn? No, of course. Like, Caitlyn, Orianna, you're walking into layers of zone control. How hard is it to play the game here? And especially with Baron, as this siege continues with Red Bull Baron power play. At 2.6k, it stands for now, but an inner turret in this bot lane is going to be up next. And Dokdam is critting these turrets, man. He's headshotting them, and they're going down quick.
Jojo going to try and push in mid, look to take the mid lane tower. KT trying to collapse on him before he can do so. One auto.
That is a nice take.
Still a collapse, though.
Yeah, he's going to ulti out. I think that's a good call. Perfect was there around one side, the rest of KT another.
KT, they're going to reset, spend all that gold that they just picked up. Zhonya's Hourglass very close to being completed for BDD. And again, you already kind of said it, like Super is still incredibly strong in this now that he's got the Infinity Edge completed. But I just don't know if he's strong enough to compete with everyone, especially if a couple of those wayward headshots from Dam can pick him off. MKOI needed to be patient, and now it's KT who are stepping up, full control, and a lot of standing gold to take.
Well, that's going to be brightening on the whiteboard for the event. KT, I mean, it was such a clutch factor that came in as well. Full respect for BDD for finding that shockwave, for Dokdam for fighting back in this game. And now again, this siege will continue with the last of Baron. 20 seconds left to use it, but it's already 4k. Flag in. Elyoya thinking about his angle though. After last time he thought he had a winning play, he thought he found a pick. He needs to get a powerful Cataclysm, lay it up perfectly.
But who do you try and go for? BDD now has that Zhonya's Hourglass completed, even though he doesn't have flash up. Dokdam still has his flash. Everyone, apart from Peter, has their flash. So your targets are disappearing. Instead, MKOI are saying, look, we're just going to try and push in on these middle lanes instead and try and find something back instead.
It's just slower though, isn't it, Dagda? I mean, there's no grubs in MKOI's pocket. They forego. Let's try English. They lost that early. Foregone. They were a foregone conclusion, at least when they were up. And because of that, Jojo doesn't get the push he wants. Inner still stays standing. I mean, it is nice macro for MKOI when they are so far behind now. But it does feel like, again, you know, maybe a pick that's set up, maybe a fight on their terms, a minute till the next dragon comes up. this one a contestable one? No, you're going to have to tell me.
But still, KT, like, it was BDD stepping up for this roster across playoffs with some of these other members. But again now, at Worlds, huge shockwave to turn this game around. And he is now once more a massive point of contention here. The control that he offers with Duckdam's free to play up here because he has the speed ups with BDD, he has the shield from BDD, and the ability to now control these entrances into River are going to be massive for any of these upcoming Dragons. Again, I think if it's MKOI, they just have to try and bypass them and go for this split push once more.
Flags out from Peter. Celestial Blessing down. It's small, but at least it's something. However, for Super, as he goes towards what looks like an Immortal Shield Bow there, he needs more defensive items. He needs them sooner. That Dragon foregone conclusion, that's 10 seconds up, and you can see MKOI are just trying to put their pinky toe in the bath, but it's way too damn hard.
They're hoping for a pick. They see Jojo sit on Vision. If they try and move through this choke point in jungle, maybe he can flash over the wall, but the taunt goes for it.
Just
Looks
a
like
punch,
Peter,
equalizer down. Jojo wants a way out, he flashes over the wall. Ace in the hole, Perfect's gonna match the flash, shield to Duran. A taunt out as well, he gets phase rush, but he's getting burnt asunder. Lucky to be alive is the Galio. There was a bit used from KT, but Jojo now with nothing up.
Yeah, MKOI, kind of a fake contest there, looking to see if they can just take these turrets on the sidelines and again be a nuisance, but Jojo having to burn so much to get away from that play. KT again, Dragon taken. They're looking so strong in this one.
Maybe it's something, maybe in the end, the fact that Jojo got out Dagda maybe feels okay. I mean, that's 4K the lead now. It was like 1,500 gold because of top turret, because of jungle taken. So I'm weirdly optimistic on the play, but at 30 seconds till Baron, obviously, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room. That's a 4-item Caitlyn. BDD also 4 items on the horizon. I mean, speaking as far as the elephant goes, that's a colony. That's a family of elephants. I don't know what they're called as a group, but I see some elephants.
Especially if you can finish this rabbit on death cap for BDD, he just becomes so massive. For MKOI, do you just... Oh, Super!
That was a crit. Super needs to get out of there. Elyoya alongside with him. Mirwin too. They're running for their lives. Mirwin had to flash for that as well.
Was on the flank.
Tags him. Alvaro, he's the one almost. Wind becomes lightning. Cuz re-engages on the minion wave. They've got priority. And with that chunk, it feels like Baron might come with it.
Jojo in behind them, though. MKOI going to look for the flank and see if they can all in on this, it looks like.
It would be a miracle. Mirwin needs a flip. They need the right target. The engager on Cuz. The all-in. Elyoya finds backline. Under Dockdam. They're there, but where's the damage at? It's all up to Super, who's getting burnt asunder with 1 kill already going down. Elyoya sacrifices his life. Peter jumps in. Super re-engages with the wild growth, but it ain't enough. KT, we got excited for a reason. There ain't no false hope here.
There was just not enough in the tank for MKOI. And KT, they looked a little bruised, but they will stride forward into the base of MKOI.
Just remember, BDD got glazed for a reason. And here at the start of Worlds, they'll break that little curse. Not a game won since their qualification to this event, but they'll start off the right way. They'll put LCK's name first. And we are looking exciting on KT.
It looked good to begin with for MKOI.
Pero
but that man in the mid lane for KT shut down those hopes fast. BDD once again stepping up. And the man is just so damn good.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but the recovery. I mean, Peter's a great support. I think they've been talking about him in the lead up to this event, and analysts and external streamers alike. Peter had, I'd say, he's a clean enough game, especially when mid-late games going so well. Cuz, though, I mean, Cuz again with BDD, this mid-jungle is so exciting to watch because of
BLG
how
versus
well they
100
execute
Thieves.
on plays like this.
Yeah, I think like
expectation,
the fact that you end up getting so
durugto
much of
ng
those
build.
kills in that bottom lane fight, turning into Dockdam, it immediately
Lakas ng
set up
BLG.
the rest of this composition for success. The Caitlyn gets accelerated back into a position where she's just as strong as Super. Dockdam then ends up picking up the rapid fire cannon, and at that stage it's lights out. Like, there's too many flashes. There's a Zhonya's on both the Rumble and the Orianna. It just doesn't work.
Well, maybe not a fraud at all, Halo. Maybe you're not a fraud at all.
No, am I happy? Am I sad? I'm feeling a lot of different things right now, honestly, following this game. It was the most KT game ever, but it was also, sadly, very the most MKOI game ever. It is never over, never won, never lost until the Nexus falls, and we should have known that.
I was trying to give you confidence. I was trying to give you confidence throughout the entire time. I mean, what did you keep saying? What did you keep saying?
I'm so sad, but I'm so
Koi
happy.
are very good at throwing.
Yeah, they are. Expert quarterback material.
Yeah.
That's that American JoJo in them
I am
right there.
upset, okay?
Or Canadian, I guess.
And I need a little bit more sympathy right now, Raz.
Yeah.
Also, you don't get to talk to me. Okay?
Should I exit?
On a great list of traitors, okay? You're there right next to Judas, okay?
Benedict Arnold, perhaps?
Wow.
I am alone on this desk.
What?
Suffering. Why did they have to throw? Why are they so good at throwing? I said to Raz, look at me, I said to Raz explicitly, they've thrown a 10K gold lead with a composition just like this one. And he's like, nah, they'll be fine.
No way.
They'll be fine.
And then they did it again.
Little did he know that it was gonna happen again, and you can never outcount BDD. We've talked about him. Usually when an upset is gonna come, usually when a comeback is gonna come, it's gonna be off the back of this player, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he finds the perfect shockwave.
I mean, it's a gorgeous shockwave. It is a gorgeous play from BDD. And I mean, we talked about him for a reason, right? Coming into this matchup, a lot of our focus was on the mid lane matchup, and the impact that BDD had in those moments is really what defined the series against Gen.G coming into this World Championship. So we know that he's a clutch player. You give him that opportunity and he turns it around, and he really set up for the rest of his team to then do what they needed to do.
And I apologize as a first step, Betius. I should have defaulted to trust on your lack of trust. I think that should have happened. Because I was so bought into how well MKOI was playing, I just didn't believe it was going to happen. But KT was ready to catch that pass.
It is really frustrating on the MKOI side. However, if I think about MSI, if I think about the lack of confidence that this team had, when I look at the early game, and the early game only, until the mid game, let's say, it looked good.
I mean, the problem is, I've been saying this about Koi, like, for all year. Like, their potential is real. The talent that this roster has is real. But we've heard it from JoJo. We've heard it from the players that sometimes they just make silly mistakes. And ultimately, it is these silly mistakes that we see continue to plague them. Now, obviously, I'm frustrated with the result of this.
Yeah, you are.
I have to hold on to some hope.
I'm hopeful.
That they're able to clean things up. It's a best of what. Don't run away from me.
Your frustration. You're a little angry, a little pissed. All right,
it's okay.
Fuming.
It's your turn next.
Well, no, we're gonna come in strong, okay? Don't put that on us.
But I'm still hopeful that they can turn things around. At least they show the baseline level that you can't underestimate this team.
Absolutely. We'll see them next. It is hope for now, for Europe. We'll see about this right after the break, because we're headed for one for now, and we're here from Peter on the other side before we set up BLG versus 100 Thieves.
You can see MKOI setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Duck Dam.
When all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left by his team. The jump in there, JoJo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot pot inside. MKOI ran in, it was a bait, it was a ruse, and Cuz threw them in. Flush from Docdam, Ace in the hole. He sets it up now, and Super's in the ground. Cuz is a freaking genius.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
first ever Worlds game. How was it? 이제 막 첫 월즈 경기 끝내셨거든요. 어땠나요?
지금도 막 정신이 없고 너무 설레기도 하는데 정신이 너무 없는 것 같습니다.
Everything is so hectic, you know. I was so excited to actually play, but also everything is just happening. So many stuffs are happening at the same time. It's so chaotic to me. And Peter, you said this is your first time actually taking the airplane for Worlds, your first international experience. So how are you dealing with all of this new experience for you? 피터 선수 첫 국제전이고 얼마 전에 한 인터뷰에서 처음으로 비행기 탔다라고 하셨잖아요. 이런 새로운 경험들 어떻게 잘 헤쳐나가고 계신가요?
일단 비행기를 처음 탔을 때 이렇게 비행기가 높이 올라가는지 몰랐어가지고 상상한 거 이상으로 너무 높이 올라가는 거예요. 그래서 좀 많이 무서웠던 경험이 있고 그리고 해외에 대한 이제 그 두려움도 있고 좀 그런 게 있었는데 중국에 와서 보니까 다 사람 사는 나라 같고 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Well, when I first took the plane, it actually went up higher than I expected and it was so scary. I was so high up in the sky. I was sweating, but in the end, I safely managed to land to China. And at first, I was afraid of, you know, kind of being in a foreign country for the first time. But actually, after I spent some days here, I realized it's another great country and everyone's super nice. I'm having such a great time here in China. So KT Roaster managed to turn the game around at the Otacon fight. So how did you see the angle and whose call was it to set up around there? So KT가 사실은 초반에는 조금 많이 말린 것 같았는데 아타칸 한타로 사실은 성공적으로 경기를 뒤집었습니다. 어느 선수분이 이런 각을 보고 설계를 했나요?
일단 팀 전체적으로 좀 불리하다 보니까 좀 빨아들이면서 싸우자 이런 콜을 많이 했던 것 같고 퍼펙트 선수가 오늘 아카탄 쳐야 된다 결단을 내려줘서 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
Based on our composition, we were like, we have to make enemy start engaging onto us and we can kind of team fight back. And Peter made a call. We have to set up around Otacon. We have to go for the play and let them start the fight. And I think it really worked well. And truly, this game was the perfect K-tier roster experience. I know a lot of the LCK fans are, you know, used to this, but there will be a lot of Western fan experiencing
Year's World
this for the
Championship.
first
I mean, that
time.
makes a
So
lot of
I would
sense.
like
I
to
think
say to
handshake.
the Western fan that there are a lot more exciting and fun rides to come. 이제 KT 롤스터 정말 롤러코스터다운 화끈한 경기력 오늘 경기에서 제대로 보여주셨는데요. 앞으로도 더 재미있는 롤러코스터 라이드가 많이 남았다고 서양에 계신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
우리 지금 경기력이 저희의 이제 시작점이라고 생각하고 저희는 롤러코스터 타듯이 더 올라갈 것입니다. 항상 멀리서도 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. KT 롤스터 keep going up.
This is only the beginning of KT Roller, and as every roller coaster does, we will keep going up. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And that was Peter from the KT Roller side. Thank you. KT Roller.
Jason. How go, Peter? I'm
Whoa,
so
we're
happy.
on a roller coaster ourselves.
I'm so happy that
What's
the
going on
Western
over there?
fans. What are they
Hey!
doing? Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah, they are kind of, yeah, a little, yeah.
But yeah, Western
no
fans
power there behind
finally
it.
discover who Peter is. KT take this one, and now we're heading into 100 Thieves versus BLG. Vinny, which side are you on?
What the hell is this?
I mean, hey, I put a lot of effort
Okay.
into that.
Mine is
okay,
better. I'm a
That's better.
at drawing.
Listen, man,
Thank you.
EU has gone 0-2 today, so I need Raz to be my brother on this one. I need you to go 0-2 for
No,
me.
hell no,
It's
okay.
a 100% win rate for the blue side, all right? And, like, listen, when we look at 100 Thieves year,
yeah,
it's not exactly been an easy road, has
Yeah,
it, Raz?
one would say a roller coaster for 100 Thieves. I mean, split one, it was looking great. They were in the finals, right, versus Team Liquid. So I was quite happy there. And then you continue on to split two, starting to see some cracks there. It was awful, honestly, during the end of split two. And you go to split three, you see Dokla come in, and he was the one coming in to save the vibes. Also hearing from River and Quid, just the fact that him coming into the team, of course, the experience that Dokla provides, being able to talk about Lena Simons really helped out Quid, so we got to see a real boost in performance from them. And they really just had, speaking of a roller coaster, just gliding straight through into the finals in the LTA North Conference.
It's pretty much similar to last year, where Quid and River were the main characters.
Yeah. They were. I mean, for a team like that, like for this team, it always is about Quid and River. How exciting they are as players. The fact that they always look for engages. A playmaker like Quid, his Akali is something we always really call out for. So like, like last year, it was about Quid and River. This year, it's still about Quid and River. There was a dip in performance when they were performing poorly in Split 2 and in the beginning of Split 3, but they've really cleaned it up.
And River, it's his last time to show himself on the international stage, alongside a lot of players here at Worlds, but he wants to make his showing here.
Yeah, that has been the real story, is that River, of course, talking about his last year before Korean military, like that has been a real motivating tool for this team. So even during the split, they're like, is this, yes, 100 Thieves, last ride, like River specifically, and how good he has been for this region, how talented he has been, both on Golden Guardians, he started on Dignitas, came on 100 Thieves. He has been somebody that has been so smart as a player, so losing that hurts.
And absolutely will. And unfortunately, his journey isn't going to start with an easy path. Because he will be up against BLG, reigning world finalists, of course. And they are reigning world finalists. They are
they made it there.
They were there in the world finals last year. And of course, they still finished with a solid performance at MSI. But their year also has been a bit of a roller coaster as well. Start at the beginning of the year, kind of falling short of expectations, especially after what we saw from them last year. The introduction of a new jungler in spring, getting them to the finals, but falling short against AL. Now, though, finally finding success domestically, but again, it comes at the cost of finding another jungler in Shadow. And while all of these things have been happening within the team, the one thing we can say for certain is that Knight is still Knight.
Yeah, Knight, of course, is beautiful. Finals MVP. Like, he also had, like, exceptional play throughout the season. Like, he has just been somebody that has been stomping within the lane, outside of the lane. When he was going up against IG, I talked about it just yesterday during the playoffs. Like, he was getting solo kills every game, and they ballooned that. So this team will scrap constantly in the early game, hand-checking you, and it always starts from Knight as a player. Just when he entered the league, he has been showcasing this like exceptional dominance that has gone on till this day.
And I think that for the LPL, there is just a sense of skepticism around their performance coming into this international event. The consensus seems to be that the LCK are the powerhouse region, with three of, like, potentially all four teams sitting at the top of the power rankings. And I think this is a great opportunity for BLG to demonstrate what they are capable of, where they are coming into this tournament. Because while there is still some doubt, I think that this is also a team that, come Worlds, can turn the power on and show what they're really capable of.
I want to give it to Raz quickly before we head into walkouts for the players. How do you feel ahead of this matchup? What is the expectation?
Amazing! I feel great. You guys have been dragging down the vibes based off of your guys' performance, okay?
I'm doing great.
Dragged out. Okay, you got the KT one on there. But 100 Thieves, look, you saw the earlier post from Dokla how their boot camp has been run a little bit poorly. Like River, the visa question, was he even going to be able to play today? The answers to all of that is yes. River is here. They are playing today. It's when you doubt them, they come out stronger. I am a believer. Just don't look at the predictions online. Just don't look at that.
Don't look at the predictions
Don't
online.
look at that. All right, don't look at that. Don't look at the predictions.
While we're getting ready to toss, why don't you all jump over and check those predictions
Don't do
online
that.
right
No,
now.
the game's about to start, so don't do that.
We'll leave it there. Let's head into the game.
I mean, honestly, sometimes I think Raz is the biggest worm. He just flip-flops all over the ground. Like, pick a side, man.
It didn't even take like half a day. It was just,
like, it's not like Betty has pushed him into it or Law, like, forced him. He does it himself. He's a very fun man. I used to work with that guy a lot, so I'm used to it. 100 Thieves, let's not forget, by the way, play-ins last year, it was an embarrassment for NA when they got knocked out by PSG and didn't even make the main stage. This time, again, similar roster with Dokla being talked up, you have to say the expectations are that they'll fix the rights, or the wrongs, excuse me, Dagda, make it right, and give NA something to spruik about here. But for BLG, it is a hard task for an opponent that just played 4 best-of-5s, went to Game 5 in 3 of them, and one of them was the grand final.
Yeah, especially when it feels like BLG have started to get back on track. Like, you're seeing On back to his old ways of being able to provide a ton of pressure in the early stages, even having his pocket picks like the Elise as you go further into the draft, but also like the solo laners stepping up huge. Bin looking fantastic over the course of the last couple of series that he's played. Nice, I mean, MVP for Split 1 and Split 2 for the team easily. So I think, sorry, for Split 2 and Split 3, but BLG just look like they're firing all cylinders again, and that is a very terrifying prospect for 100 Thieves if they start to come into this. So for 100 Thieves, their backs are against the wall. It is the last time that we will see this organization, as it is going to be their last event. So if they can find a way to upset the apple cart, to give 100 Thieves fans just one last hurrah, it would be incredible for NA fans.
They're making an exit. It's just about when the exit is, what they can do. So we're about to go into draft for our 4th game for Dagger and I sub out. And remember again, BLG, their run up, like, yeah, bin during the split was a little bit hit or miss, I think. We talked about Knight's consistency. I feel like playoffs just rebirthed the BLG that we all know and love. The BLG that, again, with Shadow playing at the helm, with Beichuan still there, that's provided a little bit more flexibility. Now, of course, it is Beichuan starting here today, so we will not see Shadow at the very least, which is EU talent, the first EU player ever to win an LPL finals, by the way. So the Italian Stallion's not here. We still get Beichuan, who, again, was like I guess the risk factor when they lost weight.
It is insane to see Beichuan on BLG though, because you remember back in the past, like he was an Echo one-trick streamer that got picked up by FPX to be in their academy roster, and then they were like, hang on a second, we need you immediately because Tien is having struggles, and now he's on the winning team in BLG. It's been an insane journey for him to find himself here.
Well, here we are, finally into pick ban in our champ select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Orianna taken away. We've learned that from today, but Dag, we know Rise has been the pick of the tournament so far. BLG says, screw the Rise. Jarvan B1.
I mean, the Jarvan is incredibly strong for Beichuan. Again, this is, for BLG, a team that loves to skirmish, a team that loves to find these early fights. So Jarvan fits very nicely into that sort of situation and will provide the engage tools that you need for Bin and Knight to kind of step up. Elk has been decent, has been good, but it is very much been about the solo laners and finding those skirmishes.
I don't know if it's going to get locked in. Would you be worried about immobility? I think the answer would be yes. So Aurora instead, but now pairings.
Well, I think it's the Aurora kind of a pick away from Knight. He has very often been pairing this Jarvan alongside the Aurora and finding a lot of those dive combinations. So 100 Thieves kind of doing their homework to take that one away. And now Xin Zhao could be an option if you really want to. Or do you go for the buys, you were kind of saying, to look for that dive and just continue on that trend.
Xin Zhao was a good call out though. Again, one of the strongest junglers on the patch, still has been for the past couple. 100 Thieves going to put on River, something that can carry when we talked a lot about this jungler and how he achieves on 100 Thieves. But now for BLG, are we going to get a strong bot lane? Oh, classic. I feel like Elkanon, when they have strong 2v2s in the meta, they will pull them out in a heartbeat.
Oh, it is the Elise. There it is.
What a treat.
This is the on special. They love this Caitlyn Elise bot lane, and bringing it out already. I mean, that's just going to put some pressure onto FBI and Ayla to see what they can achieve. But looks like Dokla going to be happy to go back towards tank duty with the Scion and take that one for himself in the top lane.
Okay, well, it's still a strong pick in its own right. Caitlyn can cut through, but let's see if the Scion can scale faster. Because we have solo laners for 100 Thieves, but no bot lane. So for BLG, they start batting away some of these annoyances, these nuisances, right? Like Brom, I assume, would go with an Elise and Caitlyn. But what else, Dagda?
Well, the problem is it's really difficult to play against it because you can reset the aggro underneath the tower as you go for dives. And that's traditionally how BLG have kind of played with it, is like push into dive into all these setups. So I think this is where for 100 Thieves, you have to be incredibly careful what your bot lane is, because as you're already getting the supports banned away that can counter push, I think you need to go for something like maybe the Rakan, maybe the Xayah, to try and say, hey, if we can at least hit level 6, we can try and survive some of this dive and try and keep ourselves safe. But it is a tough call. This has been such a strong pairing for BLG.
Maybe they're predicting that FBI is just going to pull out the Ezreal here and like try and add a little bit of range, versatility as an AD carry. Maybe pair up with River and play the rest of the map. For now, Rise does go away, so Knight's not going to get the chance of what is right now a tournament favorite champion in the mid lane. But we question that last support ban. Are BLG going to take away an AD carry instead? Is it going to be the Ezreal, or is it something else that makes their life annoying? I mean, their 2v2 so strong, Dagger, it's like, it's limited.
Because that's the thing, like, you would, into Caitlyn, see things like the Karma Ezreal, so then that could be a pushy lane you can try and play around, but and maybe the Corki has enough push with the Phosphorus Bomb, enough safety with the Valkyrie to make it difficult. But are we going to just fight fire with fire as FBI, hovering the Kalista? I don't think that's what you want. Okay, yeah. They're going to try and go for the old school answer, which was the Ashe, trying to outrange with the volley and just try and keep this push at bay.
Oh, that's range too, and I respect that as well. Smart move. When the Aurora is the only AP so far, it's nice from FBI. And now again, we question like what that support's going to be, because you have support already up on the board, but it is a counter pick that Ayla gets to play with.
It's also when you get poked inevitably by this the Caitlyn and the Elise, it does set you up where you can now have that TP for the Ziggs to TP back into lane and keep yourself safe, because that's one of the problems that you'll have, is that it's going to be such a hard time against the poke that BLG have on this bottom side.
Rexar gets locked in. Good against the take top laner here. So Bin also provides a little bit of setup, a little bit of dive. Talia would do the same thing, and I mean, Knight's Talia. Like, guys, when Dagger and I cast this region for many years, there was a few things we were worried about. At the time, it was the Silas. We don't see it as much anymore. I think Talia was always on that list.
I mean, to be fair, Knight's list only just seems to grow.
We are scared of Knight
it's
as
just
a person.
nice, yeah. I mean, very much has been the best mid laner in the region for a significant portion of time. So
true.
And it has been the rallying point of BLG. He has been the performer on this roster, and it was kind of waiting, as you say, until playoffs to see the rest of the team hit a point where they could be just as strong. And now it's on 100 Thieves to see if they can be stronger. Taking that rel into the bottom side, it's great setup. It's great presence and pressure on towards a back line if you can get that rel combo set up. But I will say 100 Thieves, very magic damage heavy when it comes towards their composition.
Very true. And Xin Zhao with the AD, right? And I think also with his comp tactic, we're going to mention that it's going to take a while to get things going if Quid's not in control, if Quid doesn't get the snowball in the game. Because I see BLG and I see lane dominance here in this game. I see BLG doing what they do best, and I feel like BLG are a great laning team. The quality we talk about with Knight especially, I think they got all the eggs in the basket. And LPL's #1 seed that again went through the whole rigmarole of 4 best-of-5s, with 3 of them going the distance, including the top esports one in the final. They had to work damn hard to get here, and they had to not be a 3rd place team, which is where they finished in the regular season. They had to be a 1st place team and show the world that they're back. And here they are once again. It was a year where a lot of people hyping up top esports, but no sir, no sirree. Dagda, there's a stat on the screen. Thank you to our production. You should read it.
It's just on Elise career 9-1.
Oh.
It has been a very, very strong pick for this squad, and has been the pocket pick that traditionally they brought out as the draft goes later, as you start to see a lot of those picks taken away. But we're starting to see kind of what we're talking about, those like scrim bubble-esque vibes, where we're seeing the Caitlyn's picked up by teams like T1 yesterday, and now we're getting a lot from BLG. We just had it as well in the last game. It's definitely starting to pick up the pace, and Elise works very well alongside this.
The Chinese fans are out massively for BLG, and I can hear the gyos as we begin. All right, so electrocute naturally, all in bot lane. We are going to be focusing a lot on bot here, ladies and gentlemen, as you'd expect. We haven't seen an attempt for 100 Thieves to try and get this lane
Hindi ka naka-live sa TikTok. Naka-live tayo? Naka-live tayo, ano, Kyle?
Favorable lanes were talked about a little bit, the game before, I should say.
Naka-live
So
naman.
they're just going to match into it, and FBI is just going to ride out the storm.
Yeah, if they didn't take the Ziggs, I think they could have potentially tried to lane swap around and make it a bit easier for themselves. But opting in towards the Ziggs, I think they basically said, hey, look, we know what way this is going to go.
Yep.
We need to try and set up so we can have the push and not fall as far behind. And maybe if it was something that was a little bit like another AD carry that would just struggle in the matchup, they could move. But I think the Caitlyn, as you can already see, going to be very oppressive, but that was a style instead.
Yeah, it was already a big start, wasn't it? And on, we now see Cocoon is started. Good dodge away. Actually, a little buffer from Ayla. Propels up, jumps back. Again, on can't really do anything. Doesn't have the Venomous Bite, doesn't have the launch to combo, get that electrocute off easily. And burst down as FBI already paying respect.
Yeah, and this is where, again, like FBI in time will be fine to push out this wave and just make it difficult for the Caitlyn to find success. But in the early stages, it costs so much mana to try and constantly throw these bouncing bombs and see if you can clear out the wave. So Elk just stepping up, hits level 2, looking for Cocoon.
Steps up even under turret. Mad respect given over. As by the way, if you want to know where jungles are in the heat of all this, actually on Vision, I believe both will be in a second as Beitron's going to pass through Raptors, and there's a deep ward placed there nicely as FBI takes I believe, a trap, a headshot. Also, edge of Raptors on Vision too. So Israel passed down. There's full info aware for both teams.
Both junglers trying to make it down towards this bot lane, knowing just how volatile it can be. Again, the push is going to be here for BLG, and they'll be happy to just set up that crab for Beishwan. make him a little bit more comfortable as 100 Thieves, the pressure is on.
Now let's also remind people, if this Elise doesn't get to do much in the early game, it can be a pick that falls flat.
Oh yeah,
now, 90% of the time for him it has not. But that 10%, Doctor.
10% of the time it works all of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very slim number, and you can see Ayla is essentially just trying to body block for FBI. You already saw that he can buffer through the cocoon and make him safe, get the shield so the trade can't really go as effectively. But now Beishuan walking through here has on.
He's on a ward, he just doesn't care, he's walking in, as you said, on there, and Wind becomes lightning. Blue buff is now shown out, ward down, a steal, no, a flash instead for the engaged. Blue buff goes over, but for River, can he get out alive? A flash match, but 1 HP, all it takes is an auto, and it was from on the heel out as well. Beishuan, the flag, just out of range. River survives with the prize.
River gets the pick and gets out. So close to going down. I thought maybe one of the Spiderlings had actually gotten caught in the blast cone was going with him, but they don't make it happen. He's lucky to have his life and his his blue buff, sorry, to go with him.
And as On returns back to bottom lane, he couldn't find any means of a combo either. Beitron's now going to pass up top in full vision yet again. Flag and drag just gets him there sooner. It'll be a double scuttle take, but I feel like if River lost his blue, we'd be talking a lot more seriously about how the game state is for him.
Still though, pressure is on, like that flash burnt early. And also still didn't get like some of his other camps as well. Didn't end up getting that.
Dismantling smash. River's coming up top. Maybe a kill here for 100 Thieves. Dokla's a little bit low. Bin's trying to get the wave with him as well. He tunnels out, and that's just Rek'Sai things.
Yeah, Beishuan up in the area as well. Means that 100 Thieves can't really look to follow. Ayla, getting a good trade back here though.
Isolated 2v2. The trap is down. Ayla walks around it, repel up, and Thieves are going to survive just fine. They know that both their junglers are paying attention to Bin and Dokla right now, so anything that happens down here is going to stick.
The nice thing though is that it did buy the time for FBI to reset and TP back in, so is able to pick up at least an early amplifying tome and get some of the mana he needs. But with this push, I imagine
Tapos sa T1 di pa? Mamaya pang 5.
And it just, like, this was
After
kind of what
nito.
we're talking about. It's about trying to survive this
After
early
the
lane
T1
phase
na.
for FBI and Ayla, and then hope that you have enough of a combo with the crash down, with the follow-up with the Ziggs, and then that ultimate from the Aurora to immediately burst out some of the members of BLG.
Come back to top. Bin is just going to get himself close to a turret plate with Demolish. Bit of a CS lead from Bin as well, by the way. And we've seen a lot of Rek'Sais as tunnel out just before the turret hits. Seen a lot of Rek'Sais, you know, a lot of people take Rek'Sai into the tank matchup, Dagda. Simply because, again, you get true damage when you have 100% of the Fury from that Venomous Bite. Really nice trading patterns being added in and buffed out over recent patches. You see again has been, look how quick it is to stack, boom. Thank you so much for true damage, that's great.
And as you say, it's the healing afterwards as well that makes it so obnoxious.
Yep.
Because it's then very difficult for Dokla to find any sort of trade back because you're just going to heal it all. And obviously tanks not exactly high on the damage threshold. Well, in theory, not high on the damage threshold.
Yeah.
Although Sion, I think, exists kind of outside of that fundamentally.
That's true. I take that as a good laning phase, a really good laning phase. I feel like there's a lot of tanks in the meta right now, and this is probably why tanks are so good. There's a lot of health in the game. Like it's a little bit cheaper than it has been in the past. And a lot of tanks have good laning phase. I still feel like Ornn's laning phase against certain matchups has been something favoured. Hope we see that pick come out more in the tournament. Of course, being in best of ones, we expected things like the Sign to come out more frequently. Things like Easier, but everything does not get banned. Tagged up, we're focusing on bot. Classic. That's just how this game's going to go. There is a Mountain Dragon up, and Beitron looks like he wants to kind of be around for it. He's almost level 6 with Cataclysm available as well. Might just be trying to maybe either dive FBI or set up that neutral.
Yeah, it looks like set up the neutral off this push to have on the bottom side. FBI doesn't really have much damage at this stage and hasn't ticked over to level 6, so BLG trying to play off it.
Repel up, hang on, Quid sets up between worlds, on close to death, he gets bursted. First blood to 100 Thieves. Satchel charge out as River's in danger, but he gets a kill before dying himself. Now Elk might get one, but as he flashes away, he's got numbers against him. 100 Thieves on the board first. Nice fight.
Nice pick onto the support as well. And is only end up losing their junglers. Bin, what
is Bin doing? BLG, I don't know, question that man.
Question mark pings across the board, to be honest. That was a series of unfortunate events for the BLG side. 100 Thieves going to be delighted to pick that one up. They get the kills in the fight. They get a mistake from Bin that they punish, and it means that you now got Lost Chapter picked up and finished for FBI, which is such a nice moment for the Ziggs because you can very quickly start to clear out these waves thanks to the extra mana. And now you got Dokla TP into the bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and lane swap for the Void Grubs.
That play from Bim was about as good as the quality of Raz's predictions. We look at the replay down bottom.
Yeah, I think On has to go up into the air because immediately River tries to jump on him. But this fight is now very, very separated. You can see Elk is kind of able to ignore FBI. That's what we're talking about. You don't really have that damage. But for 100 Thieves, they're in a great spot where they pick off On. You've now got Beishuan who's too far forward. And they make it work off the back of a great ultimate from Quid.
Watch again how this happened. I think he's going to pray seek at a stop. Tunnel. Oh. And then... okay.
That was terrible.
that was probably not it. In a scale of 1 to 10, close to a 1. Okay. You know, it's nice when you see pro players making realistic plays. You know? I mean, solid cute for real. Well, 100 Thieves are going to get grubs on top side. And let's not take away from the bot side play, because I think the bot side play was fantastic. Like, River really bought time. The target selection was beautiful. Quid's impact was felt. And as grubs go down, as we try and recover from what Min just did, it's triple grub game. It is 100 Thieves with a small gold lead, but a nice edge to start off this game.
And especially as you were kind of already alluding to, a lot of that presence that they want is, hey, can we survive the laning phase against Elk and On, and then start transitioning into a later portion of the game? Well, Elk still is doing relatively well, but definitely not as strong as he could be thanks to that early fight relative to the rest of the game. And if 100 Thieves are able to find these moments where they look for fights and they look for plays around objectives, they're in a good spot. And when you look back at 100 Thieves in the LTA, they were actually the ones that were making these silly mistakes and oftentimes would find themselves in a goal deficit. This time around, it's BLG who are making it. 100 Thieves are finding the success, and now they're getting to the portion of the game where they are stronger in general, just off of their stylistic play. So this is kind of a good look for 100 Thieves, just based on how they play.
Especially when they've already got grubs upside. This dragon that was visited before with the big play is now going to be looked at more seriously. Again, a ward by BLG spots it out as Beichuan hovers by the side. Knight as well. We've seen a pretty stable game from him so far, and he's got Weaver's Wall up and available. Ayla's not getting anything with the Shattering Strike as BLG looking for lane push, to then maybe push out and look towards the dragon themselves.
Yeah, BLG trying to threaten this, but we just saw that it didn't quite work out for them the last time around. This time, at least, On a little bit healthier and can start to get into position, but BLG want to make plays off of this bot lane push. 100 Thieves just aren't letting them do it.
Legendary Team Vision in the meantime. Bin versus Dokla, exciting stuff. They're going to smash each other. Dokla is actually fine. Bin will sustain this up as well. You know it's a slower early game when you watch two tanks fight it out for 20 seconds.
I think we might be getting some action now as BLG's bot lane entered into River. Should be them starting up the dragon, I believe, off the back of this. Nice vision control by 100 Thieves at the moment, though. So opportunities if they want to try and look for repositioning with the Aurora, and she's going to reset. I think she's just got her first item completed.
So we're going to come through, but Ayla's base checking by himself. FBI wasn't there, and nor was River. A bit egregious from the Australian support as he goes down.
He ends up kind of messing that one up. You had the reset coming through for Quid. You can see just finished his Leandri's Anguish, and they're waiting on that TP to come in so they could look to contest, use that item advantage. But Ayla checks a little bit too quickly, and BLG punish.
FBI good stop there on Knight's back. Will just buy some time. But a kill does go over the Elk. And while again it's been a stable early game, I have that knockdown feeling again. You know, where like you still get some resources, you still have a bit of gold. Elk is kind of that Caitlyn once more as he sits at 700 gold.
And I think this is where you've been able to find punishes as BLGs, like Elk and On. The flexibility that they have in that bot lane. Like, they still look good on things like the Kalista. They still have things like the Caitlyn that they can bring out. Like, they are a very dangerous bot lane when they are playing to their potential. And now Elk with 2 kills, a nice little gold lead for himself. Gonna be able to finish off that Collector. I think this is where, again, you can kind of lend that strength through for turret taking and presence on the rest of the map.
He's going to take a little bit of that himself. Nicely done. That's 3 grubs for you. Just helps out here with the Leandris. Quick jumps over. Bin sees him. Not much to be said apart from the fact that with Titanic he wanted to get a big trade, but doesn't get that at all. River sits in his namesake, and BLG just face check. Okay, nothing to do. And I mean, for 100 Thieves, Dagger, if the game is going this slow, and if BLG can't find anything around the next couple of objectives, like I say, it feels like a big win for NA.
Yeah, the thing is, though, BLG are kind of finding things, because I was about to say Knight is up in this top side and pushing in, and this is what BLG were looking to isolate. By shifting people down to that bottom side, they're covering the potential guy from Hundred Thieves. Oh, wow!
Flash Cocoon, melee range, Elk flashes in as well. One more auto, though! FBI getting away is criminal, call them!
And he even goes the wave to clear it out. I cannot believe FBI survived that. You can even see him in the camera. He's shocked by that one.
I mean, getting away with that, literally, with murder from the 2v2, and that's 2 flashes down.
Turret plating will fall.
100 Thieves gonna be very happy. But again, like, this is where BLG are still trying to make plays, and it may not have worked out this time, but 100 Thieves, like, they are still needing to keep pace with what BLG are doing, and a lot of that is still BLG kind of playing defensively on the bottom side of the map to enable Knight into a good matchup against Oakland. Now 100 Thieves have found their matchup that they want, which is Quid against Knight, so now they're feeling a little bit more confident, and they're starting to put some hurt on Dawn.
FBI also went for the gun first rather than something that's a little bit more scaling, so this is nice. Anger from Ayla as well. Meanwhile, though, Quid in a 1v1 versus Knight ain't winning out. The flank turns bad, turns salty as the ground laid beneath them. River, though, stays alive for a damn long time, but Elk stands and fires the big gun. Quid comes back alive as Knight couldn't really finish the job by himself, but BLG on the board again.
Ayla tried to find the flank, and 100 Thieves thought with the collapse they might be able to pick off the squishy Elise, but they can't finish him off. And it's BLG once more, a 3rd kill into the hands of Elk.
Elk also has Collector as a 3-0 Caitlyn. So the damage right now is quite immense. We'll watch this a little bit more as Stokely's taking the bad end of the trade, but Tactor at the end, you know, we might see a fight up topside again because it is 10 seconds towards the Herald. BLG can reset here, and especially Elk and Knight. The fight up for that top objective that's going to get the game moving.
It's going to be a difficult one. As you say, like, Collector already finished. Now you got the Zeal coming through for our Elk. FBI can deal some decent damage, but trying to lock down some of these members on BLG is going to be hard. Like, the flash is still available on Knight. You have that net for Elk. And apart from Ayla, there's no real threat onto the back line unless you completely misplay as Elk, which means that he should be relatively safe from finding the CC on top of him that enables things like Quid and FBI.
Coinbase for the gold grind as we just look at Quid, who, again, found an earlier kill, but although he has a bit of a gold lead, he's been able to pop off in one of these fights, pulled out one ulti, but they haven't really had many fights, that's why. In a lot of these skirmishes picks, and Herald's going to start off now by BLG. 100 Thieves here behind, and River looking for a steal. He's got a blast cone as well. FBI also with a nuke, but Smite comes down. It's late. River comes in, and is it better late than never? That's the biggest question. BLG are willing to turn. When becomes lightning is good damage. Ayla also with the engage, but 100 Thieves, bit of a commit here, and there's no trade on the other side of the map.
No, BLG going to be able to escort Knight back into a position to keep this top tower safe. They get the Rift Herald, and especially with a Caitlyn, you can very quickly start to get through a mid tower with her. So BLG, again, it's not flashy, but they're getting the things that they need.
Again, they're holding a gold lead. It's not what I think a lot of people, when they see LPL, they're like, LPL's always going to fight. BLG here, they're going to find picks, but right, maybe they don't have to. Quid, I have to pop the ulti, the weirding outside, the jump doesn't connect, and ulti comes through. Quid escapes base one, drops the Cataclysm though, as Knight's going to look for some turret damage.
And that's all the BLG really want here. Force Quid away from the tower. You're going to have 100 Thieves trying to make their way in on pause.
That's a busy
He's nowhere to
spider.
go.
He's up in the air. Yeah, there's no drugs. Nuke down, and FBI gets the kill from afar.
Nicely done by 100 Thieves, collapsing better and on. This is kind of the stuff that he'd get caught out on, trying to take shortcuts into positions that he shouldn't be in. And it's River who ends up spotting him then.
Again, I feel like Bond had some suspect plays. We talked about his recent performance, but over the course of the split, and I think earlier in the year especially, very sus on him. Gives a bit of off texture, you know? Rook's going to start Dragon. In fact, he's just going to take it. So for 100 Thieves, not only do they get the pick and punish the enemy support, getting that Dragon, making it one apiece. This game's stalling out right now. Goes back towards them.
The ability to play around this Rift Herald is about to be a big effect for BLG, as they're going to immediately open up the mid. The Dragon may have been a bit of a diversion, as they should be able to crack the mid lane turret. And if you now as BLG are able to access side lanes thanks to this, it's going to get very difficult. That top lane tower is already gone. They can potentially drive this into the bot lane.
You got to bend it like Beckham. Hang on. Ooh, and it's
he's got it.
He's got it. All right. Beichuan, midfielder for sure. BLG, there's no dragon down here. They're just holding river control again and letting Beichuan step up.
And just using Knight here as a threat with the Weaver's Wall to completely isolate him.
Yeah, Doppler stepping up at the turret, lucky to be alive. He's hovering over the fact that 100 Thieves were nearby, but the Data turret's going to drop down. River looking for a tag, but he's poked out instead. So now the turret's gone as the trap set on by Quid. 100 Thieves can't step up to the plate anymore. BLG walk away with an objective at hand, and meanwhile, FBI has just teleported in. But there's a turret here. 100 Thieves are grouping up, and there's not much to take.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are looking for more, but BLG is going to be able to back away. 100 Thieves now maybe looking to see if they can brute force this tower.
But there is wave clear from Knight. I mean, brute forcing is hard, especially when you've got the range poke and the pick potential. Cocoon doesn't land out. The ult, the ace in the hole, hits Ayla instead. 100 Thieves maybe waiting for the next wave and hoping that FBI can use a satchel.
And they will spot out the reset interrupted.
Repel.
Put on. Maybe, as you say, step away from that one. And with the Hextech gates, you can get the resets from BLG and immediately get back out onto the map. So not really too much there for 100 Thieves. Now, the TP from FBI was used, but it's not exactly a massive detriment that that one's down.
Hey, he's
still going to be fine.
He's not a big flanky, you know. There are 4 of them on 100 Thieves.
So at this stage, I think it was a nice attempt from 100 Thieves to try and catch BLG out. Just unfortunately, this is kind of the issue with some of their composition is heavily reliant on Ayla and Dokla to be that engage tool. Yeah. You can engage with the Xin Zhao, but it is a very difficult one for it to actually make happen. So if BLG are up in the front to back style, it's very hard for 100 Thieves to crack that.
He'll just test his damage a little bit there. Celestial Blessing just getting rid of as Rapid Fire Cannon now picked up for the Caitlyn as well. And we've also got the second item here for FBI, so a bit of range, adding vision, but also just the poke feels really nice with those extra units. And it's just spotted out for the time being, but it does feel like, again, FBI has gotten to a point in this game where his damage is going to be a lot more reliable. His damage is going to be a lot more hurt.
Yeah, timer here for BLG, though. Pushing mid, that wave needs to be caught, and the top wave needs to be caught. So this is usually where BLG would try and start things like the Adacon to pull people into the objective, get them to burn those TPs, and then just back away. But we have to see if BLG want to try and go for that timer. We still see a lot of people sitting around. The waves have kind of been cleared. I think they might have missed their window here.
Vince going top. He's got TP. And that said window, like Beichuan as he clears vision away. 100 Thieves going to come and match for the time being. Elk's going to get bot wave pushed out. On's on the way as well. There's a flower there, very pretty, and Quid does take it away. Thieves just there to receive the wave. 4 down in bot. River not spotted out for the time being. I like this picture. We're getting a picture on the picture of the picture down here. This is the picture.
It does show us that On is hiding in that brush, though. And
it does.
BLG maybe trying to base 100 Thieves in here to see if they overextend that a little bit too far.
No, an HLE versus
they're not going to try and overforce.
anyone.
They clear these waves very quickly. BLG now dragging Yadakan
Ano
away
yun,
from
Legends?
Picked up by Ayla. He's going to use it straight away. At 10k though now, Adakan's well underway. 100 Thieves need to nuke this with FBI. Possible River needs a big steal. BLG is just going to throw it in the air, maybe. At 6,000, it's more and truly aggroed. If 100 Thieves can keep this up, they might be able to steal it and bring this game into their favor. 2,500 gold be damned.
Just going to reset. So 100 Thieves, again, patient, back away. They're not trying to overforce
next match
give in to what BLG want. BLG essentially want them to
next
try
match
and come through these choke points in the Adakan pit, and that's where they can set up for plays with the Jarvan. They can use that terrain to their advantage with the Elise. But 100 Thieves not allowing them.
Finn's going to go for mid-wave. He was looking for an angle, spotted out by 100 Thieves. We are dancing down bot. We are just stuck down here. The BLG are like, come on, man. No, 100 Thieves are just moving back. Vision's still there, lining, but now that that's gone, it's getting harder and harder to see anything. Beichuan gets a knock-up, trying to bait Ayla in. Is BLG are there with their snap engage. Just connect though with the seismic shut down. Doppler on the left.
It's a war of attrition though, and BLG are slowly but surely gaining the ground that they need to keep people separated. Dragon now going to be started up, and they're going to continue this push.
X-Gate angle from Rivers, not too bad, but for BLG clumped up. They now send another Weaver's Wall to make him put a bomb down. Rivers angle though, that's what I'm looking at. As Bin's tanking up the damage for now. 100 Thieves going to bring in Quid with the teleport. on Vision for the time being. That ward in front of Dragon paying dividends as Ace in the hole onto Ayla. That's their engage. Maybe gives BLG a chance. There's still that potential at 3k. The Dragon in front of Beige One, not stolen, and he'll die with it as well. A Cataclysm has been separated from the team. Dokla zoning out BLG. He's getting poked out though with a snap engage. Finally connecting, and a kill down. Been survived for a long time. There just ain't enough. He bought all the time in the world out with the tunnel for now, but there's Quid with the range. BLG running away. Elk can't do too much with the Crescent Guard in the way, and on is just a dead spider body. 100 Thieves for 3, BLG with 2. I see the play, I see the faith, I see an A! A triple turns into an ace, and the long con patience paid off.
The heist continues for 100 Thieves as Dokla bought so much time on the back line. Immediately runs onto Elk, forces his flash, and as everyone on BLG is dealing with him, it's the ability for 100 Thieves to take down Bin, to keep themselves healthy. But Beishuan, he wants to steal.
I mean, I've seen El Yoya steal this earlier on. Beishuan, do not let him near the pit. 100 Thieves, you got a good game state. You brought it back. Hexgate's going to be used. On's also on the way, but Artican within smiting range is down. A TP in front of Quid. They see it, they run, they're looking to escape. A tunnel user TP as well as Bin is there, but he's isolated by himself. FBI rampages over the Void Queen. Dokla doing the same. Sends the ulti. Knight fails the flash. He can't escape either. And the 100 Thieves are playing the heist of a century.
BLG are crumbling, and it's 100 Thieves who are stamping them into the ground. They have been playing so well around these setups. Like, watch Dokla as we start to get into this fight, because River moves in towards the pit. They know Bin is on the back line, but Dokla immediately runs at Elk, forces the flash, and everyone on BLG is dragged down. But Beishuan goes low in the pit thanks to that damage. Now they get the turn on towards Bin, and Dokla again, even in his passive form, forces everyone on BLG to deal with him again. So 100 Thieves can then deal with Bin. Dokla played this fight perfectly and buying the space 100 Thieves needed. And here, BLG bought off way more than they could chew. They thought with the double TPs coming through that they'd be able to set up for the plays. But Beishuan doesn't have his Cataclysm up and available yet. They pick off Bin. And you can look at the faces there, 100 Thieves. They know they are doing incredible work in this game.
They are. They brought this game back. They're a dragon ahead. They found the fight. Ayla, do not get caught out now. Shattering Strike. And he crashes down away. Elk. Bomb away. Quit the save. Quit the save. The assassination. Meanwhile, FBI firing away. Beige-1 went in too deep. On's caught out as well. Does NA believe?
Where were you when the LCS's third seed is taking games off of the LPL's #1? 100 Thieves, take a bow.
They lost the VKS, but they don't care about the LPL first seed. Nah, it's just BLG with a Baron now for the taking. What the hell is happening?
NA miracles are happening. The 100 Thieves heist is continuing. They were doubted coming into playoffs. They ran the gauntlet. They got to the top spots to represent the world stage, and they're taking Knight out.
Whoa, smash down Knight, put him in his place, Quid. You tell him.
What a performance. A 5.6k gold lead. Dragon in a minute's time. And BLG, you said at the start of Sterix, this was a composition that kind of needed to snowball a little bit to get the value from the Caitlyn. She's nearly at 3 items, but kind of needs that 4th to really deal the damage. And 100 Thieves have found this sweet spot where they're finding picks, they're finding access. And BLG, Elk, I think he's too far up.
He's up far. He's going to be spotted out by War. That's Quid on the way in. Ayla as well as the engagement at the level 16 Aurora. Forces the ghost out of the Caitlyn. Beige-1 caught out here anyway. Bombs down again. And Quid is 8-0-5. They talked about this guy putting on the last hurrah for the organization, who is in their last stages of hurrah from the LTA as well. FBI takes a big chunk, but there's more where that came from as Elk gets hit hard by FBI too. 100 Thieves, they got in a turret. They're now looking for more bot as this Red Bull Baron power play is definitely away. 4,000 gold for them.
100 Thieves want to go out with a bang. to blow the doors off of Worlds and say, hello, LPL, we are here.
Double decimating smash. Dokla sets it up nicely. And here's the man in the jungle to send it away. Knight gets out this time around. But look at the goal that's once again given over. 7,500. LTA's third seed is looking like they're about to get to 10 soon.
I mean, look at the items that they have completed. The Rabadon's Death Cap now working with that Jug, or not the Jugonis, the Void Staff nearly going to be coming through fairly soon as well.
Mas okay pa kung ginawa na lang nila.
The Bloodletter's Curse
Jarvan support
as
tas
well,
Edis
which is going to be
jungle.
reducing so much of that magic resist crucially for members like FBI.
Kasi ang lambot ng Elise.
This is prime position for 100 Thieves and
H1. He went for the invade here, but FBI's near there. Mega Inferno Bomb bouncing.
Wala,
What is that
Wala
guy
nila,
doing? 0 and 5 on the Jarvan here.
Papatayin nila.
And caught out. I mean, that once again opens up another avenue. There's 35 seconds left of the Baron. There's no jungler for a flanking play from BLG. And while River gets Dragon, top is the next siege for 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves, they get to keep, as you say, the pressure up. They want to just wait until this wave is brought in by Quid. And they can
Late game, medyo maganda yung late game ng BLG.
Dokla
Kasi
on mid-wave
yan.
to create another point of pressure.
Ang dami nang kayang patayin.
If they move Dokla across, I think they can just dive the BLG members under the
Hindi na
structure.
pinapaabot dun.
He's going to use the wall defensively, trying to pull off this last Baron wave. He does so successfully, but not all the minions taken away. Dokla not going to take much damage here off the side as he zones off for a BLG. River is getting mid by himself. At the end of that Baron power play, it was like 5,000 almost, or 4. It's enough gold to show you now that 100 Thieves, with 9,000 in the lead, have this game under their wing. How they close it out will be impressive, but how they got here, I think, will be a story to tell.
And the Hextech Dragon, the Soul, is going to be available for this team.
How good is that for this team?
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, it's the most disgusting soul.
This is perfect for 100 Thieves. It feels like the stars have aligned in this game, and they've played it so incredibly well. The early skirmishing, they found their success. The Ziggs coming out to shut down and keep Elk somewhat, I will say, in check. But it's been spectacular team fights that have been the core of 100 Thieves' identity. And BLG just look like they have no answer for them here as Elk spotted Quid.
Yeah, he is. Quid pops between worlds, bursts him. One shot, Ayla contributes. The burn the auto is enough. A bit of an overcommit from 100 Thieves, but who cares? They're so far ahead. There's a Cocoon, but On is also caught out. He repels up. He's looking for a target to get away. Beituan has to command, but with that, he's sealing his own death warrant as well. The first LPL team is getting bodied by a couple of risky Thieves. There's a shutdown there, but meanwhile Knight has to flush away from Dokla, who's under a turret, who's destroying the best mid laner of the East right now. Flush away, no! Dokla just soloed Knight.
100 Thieves are in the base! 100 Thieves are about to take down BLG in China!
Listen, there's nothing. The LPL fans are here to cheer on the first seed that they thought was a sure win. But then 100 Thieves show up after getting defeated by VKS, after everyone saying they're a failure of a team. 100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
1-0. 100 Thieves will find themselves moving into tomorrow. 100 Thieves will find themselves moving into tomorrow.
100 defeated by VKS after everyone saying they're a failure of a team. You shouldn't have flip-flopped. You were right in the beginning.
Let's go!
Don't give him that.
No.
Who needs practice? Who needs visas? There's the reason the Korean military are calling this man's number. He's a general on the map.
I mean, it's not so much that they win, it's that they're styling on them, Raz.
Styling.
Grabe.
It started with a mind control. What it was been doing, just tunneling through the turret, because guess why? It was better to die to the turret than die to Dokla himself. He knew it was coming.
Verius is just having the worst day, honestly.
Don't infect me with your European energy, all right?
This is the worst day.
You can smile. Oh my god, you can smile, 100 Thieves. You deserve that one. An eventful year. Swaps, visa issues, no practice, very in shambles. They do it. They take down the first seed of the LPL here in their first day of the
Oh my God!
You thought the BLG would win too!
No, there's no evidence to support this. There's no evidence to support this at
Okay,
all.
guys.
Well, talk me through what happened.
Share the live na. Share the live.
Explain.
I was looking pretty sleeper until they woke up. Great fight at the third Drake, and they just turned everything around. And from there, it was just free win.
Yes, I mean, the game was very slow. And a lot of it was, I was concerned. I'm like, okay, BLG is going up against scaling. Maybe there's going to be an issue around a dive, but at least I felt pretty useless, to be honest. But it was like the combination of both the Aurora ultimate and the Ziggs ultimate that they couldn't really deal with. And so this part right here, look at Quid. He sees the angle. He's looking for a different target, and it's the trio that he goes for. And so it turns into a reset. He Ws again. He goes for on. And I just love the fact that they played this out so patiently.
So here's the thing that every now and then we're reminded of.
Okay.
And we're the West region?
Is a useless support. Okay? So if this bot lane doesn't get ahead,
Paano mas okay pa nag-Nautilus? Mas okay pa
and so I think this is a
nag-Thresh?
great example of a
Mas okay
team
pag
utilizing
nag-Blitzcrank?
momentum
Like,
so
ginamit
effectively.
naman
Because
ng
what we saw on that fight,
BLG yun dati.
once it had ended in favor of 100
Literal,
Thieves,
ano
is
to?
BLG came back and tried to fight them again.
They did.
And
T1
100
na next,
Thieves got
yes,
even
yes.
more kills
Yes,
off
guys,
the back
T1
of
na
it.
next.
So they killed Knight again,
Share
they
live
killed
na,
Bin
share live
again,
na.
and those extra kills, they went back and
Bumalik
pretty much
bumalik na ba
bought
yung
a
top lane
full
ng
item.
FlyQuest?
So
Hindi
then
ko
when
pa
you
alam
come
eh.
back out onto the map,
Nalaman pa lang
you
natin.
have to make sure that you keep that momentum going, and they did that beautifully. They literally took the book and they said, bang, 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 bang. We're going to teach you how to play some fast League of Legends, and they did a great job.
They absolutely did. They were packing their wallets and then just straight hitting them with it. Just straight hitting them with it. No, please, okay. You actually believe them. But yes, and it was actually, it felt like BLG was tilting to a point because Jarvan gets killed in the mid lane, and then, okay, gray screen, that's completely fine. Then goes into the Raptors, dies there. But it was a focus we said in the pregame, Quid and River. Of course, we're looking at Quid and how he was able to perform and snowball. It was also FBI. Both Quid and FBI, the carries were so strong. The scaling really did hit.
But I also just remember last year at Worlds, the conversation was about Quid, and it was he who it felt like that once the lights got bright, he kind of cracked under the pressure.
That did happen, yes.
And so to have a performance like this in your debut at Worlds is really awesome, because he really did perform extremely well, and he just made Aurora look absolutely giga-broken.
And just remember the context behind this day, because 100 Thieves couldn't get good practice. River was in Korea, and we didn't even know if River was going to be playing today based off of like visa issues. So like all of this was happening. We're like, oh, it's going to happen again. To your point, last year at Worlds was disastrous for 100 Thieves. We thought it was going to be starting even worse this time around, going up against BLG, the LPL champions, and it was insane to see them be able to come with poise like this. So quite happy. Yeah, let's wrap that up.
It is the best way for 100 Thieves to start their run at Worlds here. I'm going to allow you to review your expectations.
Nag-asim yung BLG, pre.
We're going to come back right after this with a Dokla.
Draft pa lang. Pangit na.
Choose FlyQuest versus Team Also. Hold that thought.
All right, will do. All right, I'm holding it.
Hey, no flash. Next time. PSP. K no flash, K no flash, K no flash. K no flash? Yeah, K no flash. Tell it. K up here, no flash. Yeah, let's look. I'm gonna change that. Yeah. Nice. Coming out.
100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, Owen by 9!
You are going to see them like
Tana.
you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm.
Hindi, wala naman natang
They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Baker flashes in, and down goes
GG sila eh. Basag sila eh. Walang nagawa yung BLG pre. Kasi walang nagawa. Walang nagawa yung BLG. Baka, ay, pwede. Baka may iniiwasan. Ewan ko. Baka strat kaya yon. Wait lang, may check lang ako ah.
Welcome back to the 100 Thieves Worlds 2025. We are still getting that Doku interview ready, so in the meantime, Raz, you get to continue to gloat, but after this, I want to hear nothing else about this.
What do you mean I get to continue to gloat? We get to continue to gloat.
No, I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. I can't.
North America
I got one more
all the
team.
way.
Just because 2 teams collapsed doesn't mean the third one will.
I was thinking, because despite this loss, BLG still, generally a scary opponent, but they're 0-1 now, and I was thinking, what other teams are 0-1?
No,
right,
don't do this. Don't do this.
I forgot
Don't do this. No, please.
Can you remind us what teams are 0-1?
Fnatic.
Oh, it was Fnatic, wasn't it? Who else was
It was MKOI.
La GG yung ano. Wait,
BLG
Debard!
now in this
Josh!
0-1, like, they could match.
Yeah.
They could match against each other. Oh, I didn't realize.
Thank you. I'm really appreciative that I have such genius analysts here. Now we have informed. We're just a little bit delays with the Doku interview. We'll get to hear from him at the end of the day. So in the meantime, shifting our attention now ahead to our next NA contender, of course, looking at FlyQuest versus T1. Fly, dominant.
Very dominant, especially like in Split 3, but Split 2, of course, finding ways to come back into impossible situations within the finals against C9. Like, when they are ahead, they steamroll. When they're behind, they claw their way back in. A lot of the times, you're looking towards people like Inspired, who's had an incredible year, got Player of the Year within the LTA. But also, I think Busio had a major step up in his performance. If there was a split-wide MVP, I think Busio would have been able to get it with his bar performance. So only can sing praises for this team.
But that said, while they've been, close to taking down these LCK LPL teams, they've never quite been able to push it over the line, and they are going up against T1 today. Technically, they're a play-ins team.
True.
And I think they've beaten play-ins teams before, but play-ins is very different this year.
Yeah, it's a fierce opponent. It's a best of one. It's definitely the environment where it could happen. And I think ultimately, if you look at like the win rate that Fire's had domestically, and also the win rate
Ito na,
has been insane. If they're ahead coming into the mid-game, they've just so consistently won games. And I think a lot of people have been weighing this in favor of FlyQuest more than you initially think, especially after T1's performance yesterday, where it wasn't completely clear-cut they were going to win that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, like, going up against T1, especially at Worlds, for FlyQuest, they will always be reminded on their prior experiences when they went up against Gen G, almost didn't get a chance to finish it. Against BLG, I don't even want to be reminded of the final game, right? And so when you look to one player, it has to be Inspired. His performance has been something that is extremely, like, just exceptional.
And I want to ask Ox, because you don't have a horse in this race, and both Raz and I have some emotional investment. Is Inspired just the best player in the West? From your perspective, someone who isn't always on the LEC or the LTA?
Sana maayos na yung laro ng T1 sana.
I think he's got, I mean, I think Worlds is a big test, right? I feel like Worlds
it's safe to anticipate na maayos laro ng T1.
But I'd say based on what we've seen so far, I'd say yeah.
And it's not just because Raz ran put a flag scarf around you. It does look pretty good. It looks pretty good. And you know what? Actually, I'm inclined to agree. This man has been an absolute demon. I think undisputed #1 in the region. And when I look at the fact that he bodied G2 last time around, I can't really dispute.
And you see career MVPs and player of the year also includes the MVP that he had.
Minsan mahilig sila mag-trippings. Yun yung madalas sa atin napapansin sa kanila eh. Parang minsan experiment sila na comp, mga ganyan, or may gusto yun sila itry na champion din. Parang yung sa BLG, medyo parang yung sa BLG. Not sure if dahil underestimating or ganun lang talaga din.
I think it's a very good question in our featured match, of course, presented by Mercedes.
By the way, guys, please do share the live stream. Thank you so much. Support na guys. Game na. Game na, mga kya.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FlyQuest Inspired faces off against T1's owner. A clash between two of the world's best junglers, each carrying the pride of their region. Inspired, the European prodigy, has brought NA's FlyQuest to new heights. Since joining the LCS, he's never finished a season below 4th place. And in 2025, he's already lifted 3 trophies. From his debut in 2019, when he earned Rookie of the Split, nearly every year of his career has been marked by MVP titles.
Wala bang order ng para sa inyo? Wala, boss. Makantokin tayo lalo eh. Wala muna.
Standing across from him is T1's owner, 2-time world champion and the reigning title defender. After their Worlds 2024 victory, T1 hasn't claimed a single LCK title, entering this year's championship as the 4th seed, forced into a high-stakes elimination match against Invictus Gaming. But once again, T1 proved that under the pressure of Worlds, they won't crack. And Owner will rise to the challenge over and over again, defeating IG 3-1 to secure their spot in the Swiss stage. FlyQuest and T1 have met only once internationally, at MSI in 2024. Where Owner showed that no Western jungler could stand against him. Now, both teams meet again on the biggest stage of them all. Which jungler will lead his team to victory? Inspired or Owner, the world's reigning champion?
For me, this is such a hype matchup because not only are both junglers in such incredible form, but the meta at the moment is shaped so heavily by junglers. I feel like there's so many picks where not only do you have so much early impact, you dictate the game,
actually,
but also
medyo
you
marami
get
nga.
that first time spike, you get the Sundered Sky,
Marami sila
and
kayang
you just a menace
ayusin.
in those team fights, in those skirmishes. So if one of these players gets the edge, I feel like they can just take over the game.
Yeah, and we got to see that from Owner just last series against IG. I felt like he was really showcasing how strong he was in particular. Faker had some iffy games, but Owner I felt like was able to cover for him in a lot of cases. So like for me, T1, it is about Owner. Guma and Keria for sure are players to watch out for. Doran is an interesting one because we said this just yesterday. At Worlds, he's had issues, but this year has been a real showing for him. At MSI, he looked incredible, so I want to see that carry over. Not in this game, but of course just carry over in the tournament.
And something that you brought up before, Ox, is that T1 is a team that tends to ramp up over the course of the tournament. It feels like they're hitting the ground running by beating IG, and now you're going up against a FlyQuest who might be a bit cold, hasn't had that time to play on stage, hasn't felt that pressure quite yet. But you bring up, like, Faker might not have had the Faker is Faker.
Yeah.
It's 10 years. There's so many years of Faker to look back to, and part of the reason that T1 feel indomitable is because, well, they basically have been.
Yeah, I mean, Faker always finds his way to lock in, come in at the close clutch moments, find those big carry performances, those big plays when the team needs. And, you know, Kerry was saying yesterday in his interview that they went into that IG matchup treating it like a knockout game, treating it like it was a quarter, a semi, or finals, because they knew if they lost, they were out. So I feel like, you know, they normally are a ramp-up team. They ramped up over the course of that series, and they might just be warmed up for this match today.
Yeah, and if I look at the FlyQuest side, and especially the bot lane, experience is going to be a question mark, but I look at Faker, and that's just a career.
He's a lot of experience.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, good amount, I'd say.
A ton. That's a concern that I have. But yeah, all of that is there, and it's good for him. Guma, as a player, has been someone that has been ultra reliable for this team. So I'm just worried about him. I'm worried about going after Guma.
And I think the interesting thing tracking over the year, talking to you a lot as well, Ox, is kind of who has been the carry on T1 has changed. We saw a lot of series domestically where it was Owner who really had to step up. Yesterday we saw some great performances from Guma. And the fact that they can kind of draw names out of a hat, it feels like at certain moments in the tournament, does make them kind of terrifying to contend with.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who can really step up. And yesterday, I mean, Guma on the Sivir was a massive piece. You saw IG trying to focus him down, but also the Ashe as well. Arrow is just hitting so consistently. I feel like just able to.
Oh, yung Ashe niya kahapon, sobrang ganda.
Plays for the team.
He's just a
good
time. When they're in a deficit, you can always trust in Guma to farm excellently, find moments. If they're able to claw it back, it's Guma that's going to be the reason for it.
Yeah, and now for FlyQuest. Raz, what are you looking at? You've already gotten one.
Yeah.
You flip-flop once. I don't know if you're. What did you predict? You predicted T1, didn't you? You little flip-flopper. You want to flop? You want to flip again? You want to flip again? You're 1 for 1 on the flips.
I don't know.
Is it time to flip?
I don't look at social media personally. I just look at what I'm saying.
You voted on a poll. That doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
For this
oh my
match?
God!
I predicted FlyQuest, of course.
I'm shocked because you know I feel like you don't have many allegiances. You know, you're a bit of a traitor to you.
What are you talking? Give me back that scarf. Give me that. You don't deserve that scarf.
All right, are you gonna throw it on the floor after they lose, like you did with the IG?
No.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah, he's besmirching the merch.
And then the game would come off. You just throw it on the floor.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, it's getting a little too hot in the venue.
All right.
Oh yeah,
yes.
sure.
It was.
Okay, as much as Raz flip-flopping is great, I do want to know, FlyQuest, they feel like the strongest representative of the LEC and LTL teams that we've sent. Of course, we haven't seen G2 play yet, but there's a lot of hope riding on FlyQuest. What does this game mean? If they win, are we like full confidence they're going to best of 5, they're dominating? What is this game really going to tell us regardless of result?
If they win based off this, I mean, it really does showcase a large level of growth, right? Because this is what they have been fighting for. They talk about internationals constantly. When you go into interviews and they just beaten like Cloud9 or something, they're like, we are focusing on getting better for Worlds. That's all they've ever really cared about. And so that's where, if we're talking about improvement, to answer your last question, it's Busio. So especially going up against Carry, who he gets kind of compared to in the sense of like little Carrier or NA Carrier, like we hype him up in that case, but Carrier is obviously a support GOAT. And so a lot of that comes into his flexibility in his champion pool and obviously being everywhere at the same time. Busio has kind of taken up that mantle. So the #1 rule in this game, it doesn't matter. For both teams, Bard is banned. For both players, it's not being seen. We're contesting for the Bard ban.
Here's my question, though, because FlyQuest on blue side, do you think they leave it open and first pick it? Because we've seen Genji, HLeet. Yesterday, we saw IG banning Bard every game.
Yeah.
Do FlyQuest leave it open, and do they first pick it? Because if you don't first pick it, T1 are taking it.
That is
100%.
happening. That is happening. I think we're just banning it. If we're getting to a world where Bard is first picked, I don't know what to believe
I'm saying Caitlyn is coming back. We saw Elise earlier, even though Elise didn't look great. I guess BLG just did lose. But Caitlyn is coming back at the very least. There's a chance the return, the Guma carrier, weird stuff in the bot lane. It could come back.
True.
I mean, Carrier even said that like he will ruin Inspired's day if he gets his Bard. So if you leave it open, you know what's happening.
We're not giving it to him. It's just not happening.
Ox, I want to ask you the same question.
Okay, go for it.
T1, obviously, they come in from plans. They're looking pretty good. They're always kind of the dark horse no matter what situation or what format they're in. If they win here, is it like a big level up where you're like, yes, more confidence? Or is this kind of like, you'll just see how it goes? How much is resting on this win from T1?
I mean, I think whether they win or lose this matchup, I still think they'll come through and get it. I think Fly are a strong team, so I think regardless, it's more about the content of the game. If they got stomped, I'd be a bit worried, but if it's a close game, then I would still have confidence they come through. Obviously, if they stomp in the direction, you're going to be feeling really good.
And what was interesting to me, of course, is the the change in play styles for FlyQuest in particular. Like they can play like an Ivern or an Comp that they played like an MSI, something because Whippo is a player that is very much like will limit test permanently, right? And so if he sees an angle and he's strong, he's going to walk forward. Whereas Doran is a very strong like Gwen player, and that's something where in those conventional picks that we've seen all year long, we haven't really seen that from Bwipo. So I wonder, straight from the draft, what the priority is going to be, because Bwipo's going to want to go for a counter pick, whereas Doran is somebody that you can blind for him, and I think he can do well in those circumstances. So top lane is very interesting for me.
Yeah, especially because with T1 being on the red side, they often leave counter pick for carrier.
Yeah.
So I mean, especially if the bard is banned, I wonder if they leave that for carrier, don't end up getting counter pick for Doran, which gives it over potentially to Bwipo.
It's a damn good question, but as the players take to the stage, it's time to get us into the game, and who better to do it than Captain Flowers and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Desk. Welcome everyone back to Worlds 2025 for our second half of the first day of main stage competition. I am Captain Flowers. That is, of course, Kobe, as Draco said. And we get to start this one off with the tallest task that FlyQuest has been tasked with thus far in this, ever since MSI, I think we should say, as they've drawn T1 as their first opponent.
And it is a warmed up T1. T1 got to warm up on stage
Let's
versus
go,
IG
T1.
yesterday, Flowers. And we could
Get
see it
this
in real
W
time.
back.
Yeah, I've seen those
Get
games.
this W
the
back.
first couple of games, Owner, you know, had not woken up yet, and there was a
Get
very
that
big
motherfucking
difference
free
when he
win.
did wake up later in the series. And so, yeah, it is a tough task for FlyQuest because T1 are coming in. I feel like they're going to be hot, but you and me are actually hot right now. 100 Thieves just injected us with a whole bunch of energy. That we were not expecting that. They took down BLG, so I'm all ready. Anything can happen, Flowers. I am super ready for this now. 100 Thieves doing us proud over there, taking down BLG, the LPL #1 seed, and now FlyQuest here going versus T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back world champions. But we've got confidence now.
I mean, the NA Hopium is at some high levels in the room right now, my friend. I am ready to see if FlyQuest can stand tall to the challenge of T1. Ledesk was talking about it a little bit, but specifically the matchup in the jungle. The reigning world champion Owner versus best in the West jungler Inspired. That head-to-head, I think, is going to be so exciting.
It definitely should be. Especially with how, you know, Owner kind of, as we said, ramped up in the series yesterday. We'll see, because it involves a lot of support too, especially, you know, when we're talking about junglers, you're always talking about supports in the current meta. And something we also saw yesterday in the series was a lot of lane swaps, you know, from T1 and IG, and supports like laning mid even. We had mid lane lane swap dual lanes from Mako and Keria. And so a lot of the spotlight as well with these junglers is going to be shared with the supports. Bucio on FlyQuest has risen in stardom here, and his Bard versus Keria's Bard is one of the big champ select topics that we've had, because Bucio is our mini North American Keria.
Yeah, he's our Bard boy.
He's our Bard boy. So since they're blue side, everyone's like, all right, in a best of one, would you really want to first pick Bard? Probably not. Maybe in like a Fearless full best of series, where then it's like, oh, it would be like fearlessly banned for the rest of the time versus Keria, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Maybe then, but I don't think, well, maybe, okay. It looks like it is at least going to get through from the FlyQuest side. They are not banning Bard, as almost all teams have done versus T1, so maybe they are considering a first pick Bard and take it for Bucio.
It's not banned at all. It's Ambessa, Vi, and the Caitlyn that we've seen a lot of priority on so far throughout the day. Banned out by FlyQuest. Other side going to be Azir, Orianna, and Yunara banned out by T1. Now, of course, we have the typical Bwipo Kai'Sa hover. This is not going to be the first pick. But let's see what they really do end up going with. I love this Bard question, but no, the Jarvan priority shines through.
Yeah, maybe if it's like Fearless and you get extra value of it being permaban later on, then maybe, but not quite in a best of one. We'll stick to the Jarvan here, Premier Jungle. You mentioned the Caitlyn though, and we really are, it seems like, very quickly entering this Caitlyn meta. Yeah. If we're in Caitlyn meta, you do not definitely give Caitlyn to Guma Yushi. It's still going to be dangerous because Guma also showed, you know, the buffs to Ashe were very real. The attack damage on level, and his Ashe was very good as well. So Guma's got plenty of champions in the current meta that look really good for him. And we're just going to go right down the normal jungle tier list here. And there it is. We have the copy pasta ready. because Keria gave.
What do you got for
Keria gave one of those, quintessential interviews before this matchup. Sheep Esports interviewed him. We'll wait till they lock the bar.
Okay,
but
we know they're locked in for Keria.
Bard kay Keria. Kinuha na niya. Sige, ayun na gamitin ha.
Their teamwork is really good. They're one of the strong teams. Teams need to watch out for Inspired the most. And then he goes on to say, but if we face them, my Bard is the best in the world. If they let Bard through, Inspired won't be able to step on the Rift. So they let Bard through. Keria has the Bard now. And now Inspired's got to be able to still step on the Rift with Jarvan. They first picked the Jarvan, so...
Okay. And we're also going to see the Kai'Sa locked in next to the Jarvan. We know Jarvan for those big explosive engages from a long way away. Who better to follow it up with than the AD carry that's built to dive alongside, and they'll also lock in the Nico right next to him.
And since there is a lot of Caitlyn talk going on right
one
now,
game lang ba yan? One game lang,
in the last couple of games. The other really successful one, and one that people already had their eyes on coming into the tournament, were lots of Kai'Sa comps. Kai'Sa is going to be strong. Dive comps are really going to be applicable for a lot of teams, and so FlyQuest are just kind of leveraging that. They banned the Caitlyn themselves, and they're saying we're going to go right into a Kai'Sa comp, and we're going to go right into Guma Yushi's Xayah and Keria's Bard.
And I really like the look of the Xayah drafted against the dive that you're already seeing out of the side of FlyQuest, right? Jarvan the big diver. Kai'Sa wants to fly in next to him. We know how Nico likes to use those sneaky pop blossoms to get in the back line and really just cause havoc. So this is a good pick for some defensive capability while, the Bard and the Wukong and whatever else they want to draft mounts the counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, Guma Yushi Xayah is famous. Kai'Sa Xayah is one of the most seen matchups in the history of professional AD carries in League of Legends. So let's move on though to the top lane. Rumble the first ban here versus Whippo.
Whippo's got a wide champion pool though. This man, for those of y'all that have not been watching much in A this year, Whippo likes to pick a whole lot of different stuff. He's not afraid to play the picks that other people might not lock in.
And his other big blind one is the Renekton, another big blind one for him. Of course, he can blind Sion and stuff too. That's been really popular here. So like, those are the kind of ones we're sifting through here, assuming that they will go Faker's champion first, but they could give Faker counter pick as well if they want to. So
there's the Renekton.
Yeah, there you go. So the other kind of blind pick that you're expecting and talking about. So maybe Blippo is just it's like a Sion Blippo game or something like that.
Yeah.
Since the Rumble and Renekton bans do come out.
Well, we've also got the Aurora banned out here by FlyQuest. They know they still need to look at both solo lanes on the side of T1. Ban out a champion that could go either one of those lanes. Get some extra value out of that. And the last ban will be Faker's Annie.
Okay, yeah. Faker had a pretty good Akali game yesterday as well. His mechanics were looking on point. He had some good burst combinations. So we'll see what they end up going with on the side of T1, but probably something that does look for the engages, does look for the flanks. That's kind of why FlyQuest banned out the Aurora and the Annie, two of those kind of premier playmaking ones. And it is going to be forced upon, Quad to also blind pick here into Faker. They're going to give Faker the full counter pick on red side for T1. And this is kind of assuming that Whippo is going to go to Sion or something like that. So they pre-pick the Cassante, which can just play into whatever. Even if Whippo goes
standard
Urgot or something, maybe he goes for the Urgot execution, or maybe he goes for a Mordekaiser.
Ooh.
Up there,
he does. Okay, the answer to the blind
medyo kayang
makapalag
dyan na. Kaya makapalag yan sa
Whippo Mordekaiser. Let's see how it turns out this time. And what is Quad going to blind? Quad is basically always control mage. So hidden blind picking is not like the biggest issue for FlyQuest because they pretty much always have him on the safer. He's farming control mage for mid. Ryze is still up. Ryze is a great choice here for blind. I mean, that's even been first picked by quite a few.
Pag ito, si Faker biglang gumamit ng
Okay.
Yung nga, Faker, LeBlanc ka ulit.
Powerful tanky AP solo laners here on the side of FlyQuest to go alongside that engage from the Jarvan. That is your big main engage unless Nico can get a nice flank. But again, usually she requires an angle. She requires a little bit more setup. So pressure on Inspired. But I feel like if you're FlyQuest and somebody's got to have some pressure on her to make some plays, Inspired's a guy you're going to trust to do that.
Certainly so. He has done so much for the FlyQuest team over the last couple of years that they have stuck together. And we just get, okay, so Faker did have some big seismic shoves the other day as well with the Talia. So maybe he continues with that off of the ramp up. The beginnings of that game were not great for him though. Did get into a bit of a deficit. So we'll see this time around. I mean, we are obviously like super hyped up right now off the previous game, the 100 Thieves ones. But FlyQuest here going into T1. This one is going to be hyped. Don't let the seeds fool you here as well.
It's a little bit
Don't look at us too closely.
You come in, you think, all right, we're up against a number 4 seed. Sure, it's no problem. They're only the winningest organization in the history of the game. They're not only the only team with back-to-back Worlds wins, but with 2 different back-to-back Worlds wins. They're not only the team that has the best player to ever play the game in mid, you know, they're also the LCK number 4 seed.
Yeah,
it's
so easy 1-0 for FlyQuest then, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's definitely going to be a challenge here for the FlyQuest side, but for all of us who have been watching
expectation-wise, guys, durog dapat yung FlyQuest.
Such an exciting team to watch, such an exciting team to follow, and kind of what Raz was talking about back on the desk. They're a team that wants international success. They've come so close.
Common sense kind of dictates.
Nearly beating Gen G in a best of 5, going all the way to Game 5 at last year's Worlds. Then at this year's MSI, going 5 games against BLG, but again falling short. Clearly, we're not into the best of 5 stage here at Worlds 2025 since we're just on day 1. But FlyQuest are hungry to prove themselves internationally. And if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I'll tell you what, Kobe, historically, T1 are the best.
And the crowd erupts as usual for T1. Let's see. Keria got barred. I don't think we'll say that a lot this tournament, Flowers.
Probably not.
So let's get it out of the way now. Keria got barred. It is into Busio. It is into FlyQuest. Let's see what FlyQuest's plan is here because definitely playing with fire.
So we do have the Summoner Spellbook on the side of Keria and T1, but not on the side of Busio and FlyQuest. So Busio just going for the extra flaning power, the extra little bit of damage there with the Comet compared to the utility that Keria will have throughout the game with the use of the extra summoners. Doesn't look like either side wants to do anything particularly creative here at the level 1, so minions are going to collide and we'll just get straight into laning phase.
All right, Quad moving up into the wave here real quick. They did have the vision. Both junglers here starting top sides will be pathing down towards that Bard lane. And Busio and Masu, let's see what they can get done early here. With the early push, should be able to push them off here. They've got rush control. They have their ward down after the first one was cleared out by Keria's sweeper. And so they're able to gain control of the wave though.
Here in top side, these two will probably just be, I honestly expect these guys to try and get a little bit aggressive with one another here early on in the game, and as I say, Doran immediately jumps in, but does miss that Intofo strike just slightly to the side there, expecting Bwipo to make a slight movement.
Yeah, and the minion died right as Doran went in, so Bwipo got the level up
din yan
as
eh,
Doran
dahil
goes
sa
in.
second skill.
So he's able to
Yung shield niya.
just fine.
Okay, so talking about our junglers, because Wukong, we know, he doesn't have the greatest early ganks. He generally likes to power farm till 6 because he has no CC until then. Hold on, never mind. Maybe we can't talk about junglers. We're marching forward. All right, cool. We're fine. What I was going to ask, Wukong, we generally think more up for power farming. Jarvan is one of the early game gankers in League of Legends. What are you expecting to see out of this pack?
Yeah, well, you definitely still want to remain efficient, even with the possibilities of going for early ganks. And so Inspired, as you can see, is doing the full clear as well. Both of them kind of saving their buffs here, and so pick those up. And then, I mean, you can go for the mid lane pressure onto Faker and try and burn the flash early. Ryze does have good setup. Jarvan plus Ryze definitely can put pressure on the Talia, but the bottom lane, we do know this is going to be a big focus for both. So as you're pushing bottom lane here for FlyQuest, I want to see if Inspired actually goes for the pushing bottom lane, bot side Scuttlecrab, because right now he's actually traversing to the other side, and an owner's just going to be able to grab that one. It's because their bottom lane wants to go for their reset right now, so bottom lane playing for the reset, and easy swap on the Scuttlecrabs here. Does mean Quad should be hovering to the top side here where junglers. Good job by him.
There we go.
Doesn't want to give owner the possibility of getting any sort of early damage. Of course, it probably wouldn't, threaten lethal or anything, but Doesn't want to let him use any of that free time to get any damage, and so nicely done here. Good even trade so far, Flowers. Both of them just trade scuttles and trade the wards onto Raptors. Very standard here is going to see the second clears. And give everybody some calm information.
Exactly. Calm being the key word.
Not sure though.
Nothing crazy, nothing unexpected here in the first clear for either one of our junglers. As Masu and Busio just continuing to have a pretty even lane state here against Gumayushi and Keria. Their wave is going to get the push after they take control over these last couple of minions. As Doran continually pushes Whippo in up here in the top side, but he's not really choking Whippo out of a lot of minions either. Honestly, all the lanes going pretty even.
Yeah. Congratulations to the GOAT, Faker, 300th international game.
Dirk lang ba na trabaho na? Okay, okay. Thank you.
Just fine in the opener.
Salamat din sa pag-follow.
Okay. A little bit of a catch there. Nice tangle barbs from Busio to put some damage onto Gumayushi as they crash the wave into the turret. Now Busio will be able to
Alala mo pa ba ako yung bumangga sa'yo nung last...
instead, just going to be another recall here.
Nagkamangguan tayo malapit kila, ano? Yung sa gitna.
Make sure that they can get that purchase in while they've got the crash.
Gulat ako nun eh. Pero
hypes up hard roams, but Nico roams are huge as well. And so off of this early reset, it is going to be lane swaps for both sides. So they're honestly with the tunnel making up the extra couple
ay, okay lang
seconds.
PM ako. Magulo yung ano ko yung messenger ko, parang hindi ako naka-initiate ng chat. Ang weird. Parang yun nangyayari na parang hindi naglo-load yung mga profile. So parang
just leave those right there. So that is going to generate a slow push for FlyQuest. And see how they use this, because this is also going to mean the junglers are going to reset up to this side of the map too. Inspired here. Inspired actually heading out through mid lane instead of heading back towards the top side immediately. So keeping his options open while Owner opts for the control ward on Dragon first.
Pero nagulat ako, buti hindi ka bumangga sa Sigo or something.
Early Earth Dragon being number one here. Generally dissuades super early Dragon takes just because of the tankiness of that objective compared to other dragons. Inspired will go ahead though and drop the flag inside of the pit, clear out that control ward, but then immediately back away. They know that there might be a couple of problems around here, so they're taking their time, but no. Okay, just dragging it out slightly. Quad waiting around this area to see if Faker's going to walk anywhere close to that brush. Doran's making his way over though, and Whippo's ready to follow.
So is Owner.
Okay, FlyQuest, they're going to have 3 men here first, but T1's bringing in the cavalry. It's going to be Doran here, your initial target. Quad, however, targeted by T1. Doran losing about half HP. Whippo's still looking for more. He's got Doran in the death realm, but Karia's Bard has made his way in here with the Summoner Spellbook teleport. Karia showing up, looking to make the difference. Doran down to 200 HP.
Weird kasi si Whippo hindi niya ginamit yung Bethel niya sa
Karia Bard difference, looking to change the fight as Quad wants to get out here through the realm lord, but he does manage to escape. Doran still looking for a little bit more. He wants to go all out, and Inspired has to flash to survive. Somehow nobody's dead either way, but the extra man for T1 gives him control and wins them this dragon.
Yeah, FlyQuest are able to peel and delay long enough. Initially, the Mordekaiser ult onto the Cassante allows them to peel. Quad's able to survive. Then some antics here with their flashes on
by the way, guys,
the Dragon Pit.
They actually do all survive mas HD na live stream.
Despite the Summoner Spellbook teleport being a big difference maker there for T1, getting the extra numbers. FlyQuest still all get out alive, as you say. And since it resets the Dragon, and it's a Mountain Dragon, which is so tanky, it would kind of ruin your tempo, your timing on the map to stick around for it, and so they all go for resets in the aftermath.
And the reason that tempo and timing is so important, my friend, is because everybody's favorite early game objective, the Grubs, just about to spawn here in 5 seconds. You can see a T1 ward in the Grub pit already, but Inspired and Masu already hanging around. You've also got Busio up here, disguised as Masu number 2. Well, Masu number 3, now there's also a clone. Owner has arrived, though,
Which
on
one's
the
your favorite?
I like all of them.
I like the original.
Oh, yeah, you're going with the original article. I respect that. Inspired, starting up these Grubs, though, does want to be able to secure at least the first one. Oh, but it starts to reset and lose patience. So FlyQuest, they don't manage to get anything other than just a low health Grub. And it's T1 with control over the pit now as Owner starts the objective.
He needed like one more auto on that thing. It barely did not get tick under 600. And he has the original smite there. So Inspired's not able
game
to
on
steal
pala.
away
One
that
game lang
Grub
talaga.
that was getting quite
One game
low,
lang.
and T1 will
One
just
game lang yung
collect.
Yeah, that's a
bawat
super,
match.
super close margin that actually ends up being potentially pretty significant here for the side of T1, as having all 3 of the grubs, having the extra damage onto the turrets, and the ability to spawn the Void Mites could mean that if they get some early tempo in this game, they get some early push in the side lanes, they could really cause some problems, because you're also already working with a team comp that has a Taliyah, that has a Bard, that has these champions that can really provide threat from a long way away, and T1 could be in a good spot to set up some good turret plate money farming now, but Faker's gonna get caught out here with the Tangle Barbs. Busio locks him up a little bit, but Tempered Fate guarantees that Faker is not gonna die here today.
This is support gameplay, Flowers. Busio makes a play mid lane. Keria throws the Bard ultimate. And actually, it does land on the Faker. Not going to be any sort of follow-up plays here. As now, these supports fighting over wards. And this is something that we have just hyped up all year long in LTA North, soon to be LCS. Busio making so many plays. And him going versus Keria really is a dream. He looks up to Keria so heavily, as so many supports do. And it honestly is just like an honorable move, I feel like. All right, fine. You can have Bard. I'm going to take Nico. May the best support make the better plays. You know, it's actually really cool to see what we can get in this game. And Whippo's Brush Camp does get Guma's ult out.
Yeah, Guma puts a lot of damage back into Whippo, though, on the exit route. So Whippo not feeling confident about trying to find anything more here onto Gumayushi, is hanging around in hopes of catching the wave. Quad versus Doran up in the top side in the meantime, as Busio ready to follow up here. Gumayushi now in some danger. The death round has been unleashed, and Whippo's going in after the T1 AD carry. Gumayushi's about to get taken out, but he gets away on a magical journey. Whippo's chase is overdone, and it's first blood to carry his bar.
Whippo just used his Q on the other side of the tunnel, but then he still goes in the tunnel, and it's right where Keria wanted him. That was the magical journey that Whippo wanted.
Sana may replay yun.
He goes down. He got hyped up. He was so close there, but close did not count. Gumayushi still had flash. Gumayushi was just drawing him in. So they get the kill. That is one kill for T1. Looks like the Dragon will be picked up afterwards, though, for FlyQuest. So Whippo had done a lot of work. He set himself up with the brush camp. He got Gumayushi's
nag-portal si Keria, nakaabang na, Guma, umangat lang, comms lang sila. Hindi nakita yan eh. Nakita na lang yan na wala na yung death run. So yun, wala. Sumunod si Buipo, edi patay siya.
And then after that Q is used, like, just you don't really have any more as Mordekaiser, right? That's your damage right there. So anyways, goes through, goes down, and it is 1 kill for a Mountain Dragon, though. So Flowers, they do get something afterwards there for FlyQuest.
But still, man, T1, you got to be sure when you go in on those plays. Gumayushi waiting until the last possible second to use the barrier, and it's just enough to save him from that last auto attack that Whippo was able to land. Then getting away with the help of Keria, you love to see it. And these hero plays from supports are just so fun to watch.
And that's what you expect from, you know, the players on T1 on the international stage. Guma's like, yeah, I still have my flash. I'm chilling here. You know, you can get close. I'm not going to go down, though. I can calculate your damage. You know, I'm going to just be able to avoid this. And he does not panic under pressure at all. And that results in the first kill of the game. This is not going to completely change the game, though, Flowers. So still very tense, very exciting one here that we have ahead of us.
You know what does often change games of League of Legends, however, is Rift Herald fights. I feel like there are so many games that go from razor's edge to completely one-sided after a Rift Herald fight that one team takes when they shouldn't have taken it. And that Rift Herald is going to be spawning here in about 2 minutes. So what I want to do is check in on the status of where both teams are at, because a lot of first items are completed now. Doran has his Kaenic Rookern to lane against Whippo's Mordekaiser and make it much more effective. Now Keria is using the Tempered Fate on Inspired here immediately, stuns him into the wall with a Cosmic Binding. Nobody else on T1 is close enough in time, though, so they're just going to get a little chunk of damage onto Inspired.
I want to point out that FlyQuest are split pushing during this time, so they're actually getting some leverage on the bottom side. This is split push Rise, so Quad already up at the turret, working on a turret plate for himself, pushing the minion wave in, and T1, they committed to that play on the top side with everyone. Owner's trying to make the most of it with a blue steal.
Yeah, he wants to get it, but Inspired has the better smite. Now Busio using the Pop Blossom, tries to find enough, but instead he only finds his way into the grave. Another kill of a T1 as Inspired has to try to escape with the Weaver's Wall from Faker. Wants to lock him up. Inspired wants to sidestep the seismic shove, but no way! 3-0 T1 as they claim the feat of warfare.
T1 do make the most of it. They go for the blue steal, and even though they don't get the blue buff originally, they just kill you and take it off your body. Even though Inspired was able to smite it away.
First tower.
Owner ends up with it.
Miyushi ready to play aggressive here against Masu on that Kai'Sa. You talked about how many times at Worlds in the past we've seen the Kai'Sa versus Xayah matchup. If you lock these in, you got to be ready to play aggro when you know you're stronger, and that's what I love to see. What I was saying before we got the fight, I guess I'll say it after the replay, because here we go again with Owner going in.
Exactly. So they go in on Busio. Busio uses the ultimate, but Owner just cyclones on him. They take him down immediately there. And then on the chase through here, Keria not able to hit the flash there with the Cosmic Binding, but Faker's got his back. Don't worry. Got the seismic shove here on Inspired. They get the extra kill as well.
Okay, so 15 seconds until the Herald spawns. Both junglers got those first items completed. Masu versus Gumayushi here in the mid lane. Guma down to about 30% HP. Void Seeker knocks him down to 300. Masu, however, also losing his HP down to 400. Flashing away from the Tempered Fate, recognizing that would have surely been a death sentence if he gets caught in it and they can set up after.
Yeah, really good stuff here from T1. You know, Guma setting up the possibility of Keria using the ult to burn the flash there. They trade heavily. Guma, once again, not scared. And in the end, Keria comes in. Bard ultimate for Kai'Sa Flash is exactly the value that you want. So they can make some repeat plays there now on Masu. Masu's got to be careful.
So I want to go back to what you talked about in the draft, because you had the copy pasta from Keria talking about how FlyQuest is a good team, but if I get Bard, Inspired's not going to be able to step foot onto the Rift. Well, we are 15 minutes into the game. The Herald is spawned. Yeah, Inspired's doing that right now, but he's 0-1 and 0. No plays made. While Owner goes for another one down here in the bottom lane, looking to maybe take out Quad, who goes for the Realm Warp to escape. Busio coming up to try to help him, but Keria is also here. Redemption comes down, and Quad is dead. Faker taking a kill on that one. As FlyQuest want to try to find something else back. It's Masu moving forward, trying to cut off the escape from Keria and Owner, but they go on a magical journey and they're already getting away. FlyQuest are too slow on the move, and Inspired is caught by Doran as he tries to take the Rift Herald, and that's almost a kill, but Inspired gets away there as the third and Toflo strike won't connect. Now Faker looking for maybe another kill here on Busio. Whippo wants to help him. Tangle Barbs won't hit, but the flash into the Death Realm. Whippo wants Faker, but he is denied. Faker making distance, but ultimately shut down. Now Owner's gonna try to get away. The Mordekaiser post-Death Realm is very powerful, but he already used his flash. He cannot catch up. Busio wants to go in for the Pop Blossom, and he finds it, but he's about to die. Keria and Gumayushi on the approach. Whippo rooted up under turret. T1 pick up both. It's a 6-1 game.
T1 in the scrap come out ahead again. And it all started with a really beautiful dive that they did on Quad. They kind of trapped Quad, and then Keria played it really well on Bard. He knows he's trying to Realm Warp out, so Keria camps the Realm Warp, and he uses his Spellbook Exhaust first. He does not immediately Cosmic Binding. He uses the Exhaust, waits out the slow, delays so that the rest of T1 can come help with the dive. Meanwhile, though, Doran here.
And Doran working hard to defend this tier 1 turret. Inspired and Quad wanting to force it down, but they've only got it down to about 10% HP. They can't quite finish the kill. Doran holds the line, again getting back up from his team. T1 is so good at making sure that whoever's going to be under pressure has backup when they need it.
And currently, T1 are just outplaying in a lot of these skirmishes. They're just outplaying in some of the scraps that they've had. You know, the jungle, invade on blue on the top side after they re-engaged it, speaking of.
Okay, Quad being smacked around by Doran here a little bit, does not want to deal with that melee range Cassante. This is one of the problems with picking the Mordekaiser and the Ryze as the two solo lanes when you've already seen Cassante. The Kanik Rookern first item has so much value, and it just allows Doran to play so aggressively.
Dalawang mage kasi yung gamit ng FlyQuest eh.
Exactly, I mean, that is a lot of magic resist stacking here for Doran, so it works well into both of the solo laners, both of the split pushers, as you are saying. Meanwhile, Keria's going to go up there and lend Doran some extra support.
I don't even know if Doran needs it, Kobe. Quad's already down, and that's a kill for the Cassante. 7-1 for T1. These guys are showing FlyQuest a harsh lesson here in their first game at Worlds. T1's warmed up, like you said. They already got their practice in. They are ready to go.
They certainly are. A lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these side lane plays, even with Keria throwing out some of these Cosmic Binding splashes, doesn't matter. They still find the kill in the end.
Oh, Keria is just messing with him at this point. Busio jumping forward, looks for the Pop Blossom. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, bit of a problem for Bwipo. At least they got the shutdown onto Keria up in the top side at the same time. Bwipo wants to try to get one kill before he comes out of the death realm, but it's not gonna happen. The grasp can't quite find the kill, and that means that Owner survives, and it's more money in the T1 pockets, a 1-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to push the wave right after that as well. Although FlyQuest did, in the end, punish Keria having no flash on the Bard, Busio, Super Blast Cone, is able to set it up for Masu and Killer Instinct. That may be a small ray of hope there, Flowers, for FlyQuest. Getting the one kill onto Masu, getting some money here into the Kaisa. I mean, this is a dive composition with the Jarvan, with the Nico, and the Kaisa, so maybe they can do some like side lane plays after all. Maybe they can make some picks to follow up. It is 2-item power spike for Masu.
Having the Kraken Slayer, the Ginsu is very powerful together. Speaking of 2-item power spikes,
Tagal pa
yes,
ng
both the
power
items are
spike
fully
nila.
built, but they're not both
Tatlong
fully
scaling
complete
chumps
for
yan eh.
Quad. Still needs 3 more stacks in the Rod of Ages, but does have the fully evolved Seraphs, so the Rise is getting pretty powerful himself. Faker's Talia, however, still ahead in gold, 2-1 and 3 on that pick. Still deathless for Owner on the Wukong here too, doing very well into this Jarvan that, remember, was first picked for the side of FlyQuest and inspired the playmaker, right? The player of the year in the LTA. 0-1 and 0 on the Jarvan, has not been able to find those angles, not been able to find those plays in these first 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have been just team pressure from T1. And outperforming in the skirmishes, and now it's resulted in all 3 of these outer towers down Flowers, so there's not a lot of room to work with for FlyQuest. The map is quickly going under T1 control.
All right, T1 trying to force their way further into the enemy jungle, but the Realm Warp into the immediate Pop Blossom. It finds Owner, but nobody else. Now Gumayushi under a little bit of pressure here on the side. Inspired goes into the Cataclysm, but Busio's first to die. Owner still trying to get away. Flashes into the rush to buy a little bit more time, but Acathian Rain gets him. T1 still got more men. Quad in the middle of everybody, and he's cut down by the blades of Gumayushi. Whippo's in the death realm for a little bit longer. He'll take out Keria, but what about afterwards? There's no way to survive. A triple kill for Guma, and T1 team fighting takes them down.
Masu's still here, but the rest
Not
of
so long.
The rest of T1 are going for the Otacon, Masu going for the execute. Or getting for the escape.
Yeah, maybe he can get away,
He's
actually.
good.
All right. Well, as long as he doesn't greedy recall, he gets stuck somewhere.
Yeah, he's chilling. Meanwhile, the Otacon, as you can see, being taken by Faker and Guma. It is a little dicey, but you can avoid those spells pretty easily. Just stick in towards the center.
Oh, you can hear the reaction from the crowd. It was close. Doran nearly finding Masu on the escape there. But that is Otacon secured for T1 after this team fight that kind of went a little bit crazy.
Okay, so FlyQuest aside, you know what? This is our moment to try and make a counterplay. They have overcommitted into our jungle. Let's Realm Warp. We try and do Realm Warp, Nico ultimate. It does catch Owner, but that's it. And they get the Keria kind of delay ultimate here. Meanwhile, as soon as they come out of it, even though FlyQuest can chase down that kill, Inspired tried to kill Guma, so on the left side, it was Jarvan going after Guma, but there was no follow-up there, so Guma was able to kill him, and then the other side of the fight was so delayed, so chased, that T1 pick up the extra kills. They increase their gold lead. Here we go, another play for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Inspired stepping very far forward here and about to die. The Cosmic Binding as he gets back over the wall. Buys enough time for Faker to take him down. Yes, there's a Pop Blossom, but T1 has already won the fight. Busio goes over the wall, and Quad goes back to the spawn platform. Masu's next. T1 are just playing better. Back in the mid lane, Bwipo at least tries to find something here with Gumayushi. He's got him in the death realm. The feathers fly, but the Xayah dies. A shutdown to Bwipo, but Doran's not gonna let it go unavenged, as Bwipo is the last to fall, and T1 get an ace for 2.
They chase them all down, Flowers. Now T1 alone on the Rift with their minions will be able to celebrate. Owner's just going to take away the rest of your jungle camps afterwards. And it continues to be scrappy, but it continues to go the way of T1. This one, Busio and Inspired trying to pull a little pincer here. Quad actually goes right up, but look at the immediate response. Inspired just got decimated as he went in onto Faker. And you see the redemption? After the redemption, they were full health after that attempt. So T1, no problem, kind of counter attack there. And in the end, they trap all of the FlyQuest members. Nobody can even get out after that play. And then Keria teleporting afterwards out of there with his spellbook. And they actually just pick him up on all sides. Though, Whippo got the shutdown onto Gumayushi.
Well, that's something, but they're going to need a whole lot more. Keria getting caught out here a little bit, but where's the damage from FlyQuest? Tempered Fate doesn't really get anything here. Third and Topo strike. Knockback into a knockback into a knockdown. Inspired's out of there. And T1 continue the push. Masu gets slowed down. Pop Blossom onto 2 to buy a little bit more time. But it's a double kill for Owner. Meanwhile, Doran trying to create a little bit of space. Does end up dying, trying to kill Masu off. Quad on the side. Tries to use Realm Warp for the escape and gets away. Gumayushi's going to die to Whippo. But now he's in the back line.
Oh,
He
Whippo!
gets a double with a mace to the face for Keria. The fight is bloody as we have 3 dead on either side.
I like that FlyQuest are refusing to stop fighting. They will continue to just fight their way out of this. I mean, objective bounties are up, so Whippo scrapping here. Whippo getting the double kill, running through and killing Guma again.
Yung Fly, lugi sila sa early game.
Dragon Flowers. It is
Late
only
game
the
sila
second dragon
malakas.
for T1, so that's a long timer
Tatlong
towards the
scaling
Dragon
champs
Soul.
meron
And
sila.
with objective bounties up, it means that Quad is able to capitalize. That is a solo tower for the Rise.
Pwede makabawi pa
It is
dito, Fly,
objective bounty boosted, extra gold there.
Pwede
and
pa
he's
makabawi
working
yung
towards his
FlyQuest
death cap.
dito.
So, while this is certainly T1 favored, certainly we're still riding
Parang
that
nakakabawi nga
hype
eh.
train there. FlyQuest
Whippo
did get some comeback
stepping up
mechanics going for them there.
May
Whippo
MR
really
reduction
pulling a
na
lot
siya.
of pressure and opening up a possible avenue for a FlyQuest comeback.
And that is one thing that we have always said about Whippo, watching him throughout the year in the
Yeah.
LTA, especially in the context of FlyQuest running a 6-man roster this year, is when you compare Whippo to other players, Whippo will make something happen. That can be good, that
Ang
can
ganda
be
nila kung
bad.
mag-Amarant
It all
si
depends on the day.
Ay,
But
Amarant
he's
tuloy.
not a player who's
Jackson.
going to sit back and just watch the game unfold.
And I actually do love the Hexplate builds for Mordekaiser. You always have the Shy like destroy a Nexus with that one, but it got really popular when they just buffed up Hexplate and just like turbocharged the juice that you get when you do activate your ultimate. And so like with all that speed, you just really get in there, and it does provide a lot of threat, and he's using that to go towards Guma, and then he even
di pa nga
is hitting
upgraded yung
these
boots niya
claws
eh.
to get extra value after coming out too. So
Yeah.
I mean, he's going for it on Doran here, but I mean, it's a full Cassante there with the Canic Rooker that you mentioned, so it's hard to
Sakit yung
soften
buhay
up
po yun, no?
Cassante, even in that side lane. Of course, he does know, even if people try and go gank him while he's split pushing, Mordekaiser always has the option of just ulting someone else who tries to gank him. And then you go at least 1-for-1, and then sending extra resources towards you usually means that your team can get something on the other side.
So Baron's up now, no Dragon for the next 3 minutes. This is probably going to be our next battlefield, but that battlefield is now very interesting because the death cap is completed for Quad's Rise. You've got the Arm Guard completed for Busio's Nico to be able to make those haphazard engages without the immediate consequence. But at the same time, Owner's got Guardian Angel. The Wukong can fly in there without worrying about dying. There's so many powerful tools that have been recently purchased for both sides. This fight, however it happens, I feel like there's going to be a lot of gray screens.
Yep, and T1 want to force the issue here. They're going to start up the Baron. They've got some big advantages. Faker as well has a lot, 9 stacks on his Dark Seal. Can he get a seismic shove? They're actually putting the Baron down.
Baron's going to go down. The pop blossom lands. They found some damage onto Faker, and Masu's already assassinated him, but the Baron is gone. Gumayushi goes through the wall. The rest of T1 trying to get away with their Baron, but the Realm Warp wants to bring him in. A seismic shove to stop it. Owner's going to be caught out now as he tries to re-engage on Masu. He's alone behind the FlyQuest lines, and more damage from Whippo is going to at least get his Guardian Angel. Now T1, the remaining 3 players scattering back away as Owner tries to use the Blast Cone to escape, and he will do it. T1 takes the Baron and then trades 1-for-1.
That is a Guardian Angel right there, Flowers. That value, he just barely got over the Brambleback wall before the Guardian Angel procs. So he gets back up and he's able to escape out the backside. FlyQuest looking like they were going to be able to collect some kills after T1 take down the Baron. but they only got the one at the very beginning here. It is onto Faker, so it does cut down on some of the stacks, but the escape enabled by this magical journey. Guma's able to flash into the magical journey. Owner takes it out as well, and then the Realm Warp threat here, they do go for the Bard ultimate from Keria because of that one, and then Owner, you know, even though he does get Mordekai's ult positioned right against the wall, just barely clones over, and then he escaped, as you know, in the end, which results in T1 with the Baron buff, so a lot of pushing power left for them, and with all that extra gold from Baron now too, feels way more solid for T1.
So Red Bull Baron power
score ng
currently at
BLG
about
versus
plus 1,800, so only a little bit more than the default value of claiming the Baron, but I'm sure they have plans for this next minute and a half to gain more value out of that. Doran sidestepping the Death Grasp, trying to just make sure that he doesn't take too much damage here as FlyQuest tries to get something on him. But it's quickly becoming more and more difficult, Kobe, for FlyQuest to find angles or opportunities.
Yep, I would say he accomplished that goal, Flowers. He took almost 0 damage. They barely got through the Kennick Rooken shield by the time that he walked away. Here we go, though.
Quad gonna be your target. Faker rides the Weaver's wall, trying to put the pressure onto the enemy mid laner, while Owner distracts everybody else on FlyQuest here at the same time. Remember, no GA anymore, and Whippo's got him trapped in the death realm. Shut down for the Mordekaiser, and FlyQuest are looking for a little bit more. The chase is continuing, but they can't quite find any angle here. The Realm Warp is available, but there's not quite the range. Now Keria the target here from Whippo. Tempered Fate hits nobody. Whippo in the middle of everything. He dies before he can find the shield as T1 trade one back. Now another seismic shove, not going to hit Inspired with that one. Masu looking for an opportunity to fire off here with a Kaisa, but he cannot get close. It's so dangerous up against Faker's Talia.
That was great from Keria, just using his own body to create that play. He knows Mordekaiser ult just was used to kill off Owner, and so he goes in and he actually makes it a 1-for-1, allowing T1 to answer. But now, the Dragon.
Okay. Dragon started by FlyQuest, but immediately responded by T1. Another seismic shove, this time on Busio. Pop Blossom with no value. Contact Drake over to Gumayushi. Doran trying to get away. Busio at 100 HP. Gumayushi still looking to step forward. Nice shove there under Quad, but they aren't going to kill him here just yet. Seraph's Embrace Shield keeps him alive. Realm Warp for the defense. Masu's going to try to get away with that as Inspired uses EQ to get over the wall. Now a teleport coming in from T1. It's Doran looking to cut him off at their own tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. The Weaver's Wall delays Quad and Masu, and now Doran stands between them and safety. Whippo's trying to help out his team as Quad looks to turn it around. They found a route on a Faker, and Quad takes him out. FlyQuest continue trying to get away, but Owner has arrived. His clone Cyclone kills Inspired, and Quad barely gets away over the wall. Owner's still looking as Whippo has to flash. Masu continues to run on the third, and Tofo Strike doesn't hit, but T1 still has the push.
T1 chasing them across the map, and now they're inside the base, Flowers. Finally, 24 kills to T1, and they will be able to take the inhibitor.
Inhibitor number 1 is down, and T1 is not done. Mid lane tier 2 turret, the next target here, as Doran's just going to step forward, start putting the autos into that one. The rest of the team is right behind him. They'll shove up this wave. The extra power, those Void Grubs that we talked about earlier, allowing them to just bulldoze these structures. And again, Whippo in some danger. Does have the stasis to keep himself alive this time, so not another kill for T1 here just yet. Tier 2 turret remains alive as well. Busio taking a decent little chunk of damage there from the Blade Caller. But again, man, every single time it looks like FlyQuest might be getting something. T1 gets something back. Let's take another look at how everything happened.
How Guma is able to lay down some feathers and take the Dragon. So Faker spaces Busio really nicely, by the way. Inspired tries to slip back in, but Guma stole yesterday Dragon with Yunara. He steals one with Zaya this time, and obviously he's done it with Varus. But anyways, back to the actual fight there. They started out with really nice spacing on Busio on the, well, let's take a look at this one as well. Keria able to find him as on the backside. We didn't get that one, but that's a nice little support versus support action there. I guess punishment for letting me have the Bard. And then that was a really fun call out where you talked about the super blast cone actually hitting Inspire into the clone that was already spinning to finish off.
Yeah, that was wild.
Just needed a tiny bit of extra damage, and it was like, This ping pong ball that goes
That was
right.
some Beyblade action. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but that was cool. It is a 6,000 gold lead still for the side of T1. Gumayushi securing that last Drake with his Blade Caller also means that they are on Soul Point. 2 minutes from now, they'll be able to fight for the Soul, and FlyQuest are going to feel compelled to try to defend it. But before that, just 15 seconds until the next Baron spawns, and it's T1 with immediate control over the area. FlyQuest want to step forward here, but Doran's doing a great job being the space creator, being the one who prevents anybody else on FlyQuest from stepping forward towards Gumayushi, towards Faker, towards anybody. And FlyQuest really have to pick their moments carefully on how they want to step up. Busio clone walks past the control ward. No seismic shove to find any value here just yet, but the Baron is spawned, and T1 is ready to start it up. Doran and Carrier are going to be running interference, and Oner and Gumayushi just melt this thing. Weaver's wall won't allow FlyQuest anywhere near it, and T1 has already claimed the objective. Now Whippo's got to try to stay alive. Pop Blossom finds Faker. Gumayushi's already killed Busio. Masu flew into the back line, but he crash landed, and T1 tears them apart. FlyQuest thought they could take that fight. They thought they had to, but T1 would not let it happen. It's a clean ace, and they're on the game-winning push.
Yep, Carrier takes care of one tower for his second, and the rest of T1 arrived to finish the job.
FlyQuest had a tall task, and they could not stand up to the moment. T1 prove why that number 4 seed title isn't what it seems, and they'll smash FlyQuest in this game.
They are warmed up already. T1 here, action-packed, another action-packed game from them. 29 kills, this time just for T1 themselves. Faker, Talia, stacking up quite a few. We got a fun one. I mean, we didn't think many teams were going to give Carry a Bard. FlyQuest decided, you know what? Let's try it. It's a best of one.
Well, Carrier talked the talk, then he walked the walk. Desk, what do you guys have to say?
To be honest with you, we were ready to talk about that jungle matchup, but I think we have to shift focus and perhaps start with a very simple game of Hangman. Now, you only get one guess, Raz.
Come on, Raz,
but there's a very important letter, which the audience will see shortly is, I mean, the house loves T1. And I think that a lot of them would probably know the answer
One-sided?
to this particular question.
It's not that
We have
difficult.
a B, a blank, and an N, a B, a blank, an R, and a D.
T1?
No, Bin Bird.
You think the Zaya was
Raz,
the
you had
problem?
one job. You had one.
You think the Zaya was? I mean, he was pretty good in Zaya. Guma had a great Zaya game. Come on, one more. You can get this. You can do this.
Ben Bard!
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, okay, yeah, finish that off.
Look, yeah, like a Dungeons & Dragons charisma check. It was all about the Bard. No surprises there. But before we take a look at what Carrier did, because it was, you know, destructive and embarrassing, let's talk a little bit about that jungle matchup. The Wukong was doing a lot of work there. I feel like Inspired was quiet.
Actually,
You're
kay
looking at
Buey
him
po
like he has to provide the answer as to why Inspired.
Ganda
This is you. You
pagka-carry
need
ni
to
Buey
answer
po
this
dun eh.
question, brother.
It's a tough competition. You're going up against the best, and that's the reality, right? So
He's not going to save you.
Say it, please. Just say it. No, just say it.
I'm just gonna look smug.
Oh God, you do that all the time, though.
We literally put that in Ox's contact. He just comes in onto every desk, the LCK win, it looks smug.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Honestly,
He's been training.
So he gets paid the big bucks. Yeah, I mean, Oner had an incredible game, and I feel like it's just been tough to... Anytime he's starting an objective, I think T1 did a great job of being able to collapse and make it really tough for Inspired to play his game. And yeah, you're right. You made a good call here. It was a Bard spectacle.
I mean, this one, the synergy between Guma and Carrier, Guma in the Death Realm, Carrier with the portal waiting, and Guma knowing where to go to be ready for it. Clearly, the communication's working so well for them.
Well, we even checked the player cams. Carrier is looking at his screen to make sure he puts the portal in the exact right position, so when he comes out, it's just an easy right click.
And I feel like so many of the plays in this game were on the back of this Bard. You know, this one, I think, absolute masterclass. We get Inspired dashing out into the double stun. Then we see Masu comes over. Oh, I want to join the fight. Okay, little timeout. That's completely fine. Stunned immediately out of it. It's just devastation. And I feel like, look, Busio is a fantastic Bard player, if you're going to leave it open, though, you got to first pick it. Because you know that T1 are taking it on red side immediately, and you can't let Carrier have Bard. Because you know what teams didn't let Carrier have Bard?
Which team?
Genji.
Yeah.
Hastily.
Yeah.
Yesterday was IG.
Yeah.
You know? And I feel like it's a little bit of hubris where you're like, look, we know we have a good Bard player, then pick it.
And it's not a best of 5. You don't get to test once. You don't get to see, oh, is he still the GOAT of Bard? Oh, yes,
have a
he
do-over,
is.
maybe,
Did you see what skin he used, by the way?
I did.
Yeah, what skin was it?
I think that might have been his skin. I'm not 100%.
Skin. When did he get that skin? What did he do to get that skin?
I mean, he might have played pretty well. He might have won something. But FlyQuest won stuff too, just, you know, domestically.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Oh, man. And you can see, obviously, FlyQuest, I think some interesting innovations coming out. I like the experimental Hex Plate from Whippo. There was some silver lining to this cloud, but otherwise a very dominant showing for T1.
100%. And we said a lot, and we're singing the praises of the Bard, but you can see from the damage there, Guma was that ticking time bomb that we were talking about, and every flick was being landed in fights by Faker. He, I think, had an exceptional game. So congratulations to them on that one. That was ridiculous.
Absolutely was. We'll see how FlyQuest shape up in the games to come, as well as T1. In the meantime, we're going to hear from Faker on the other side before AL and HLE face off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Enemy jungle, but the Realm Warp into the immediate pop blossom. It finds Owner, but nobody else. Now Gumayushi under a little bit of pressure here on the side. Inspired goes in with the Cataclysm, but Lucio's first to die. Owner still trying to get away. Flashes into the rush to buy a little bit more time, but Acathian Rain gets him. T1 still got more men. Quad in the middle of everybody, and he's cut down by the blades of Gumayushi. Whippo's in the death realm for a little bit longer. He'll take out Keria, but what about afterwards? There's no way to survive a triple kill for Guma, and T1 team fighting takes them down.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay guys, ano po bang so medyo nakapagod na ako.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here joined by the one and only, the GOAT, the Faker. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So first question, I want to know your reaction, the T1 players' first reaction after the draw result yesterday, because Keria also mentioned that because we are the 4-seeded team, we are about to get tough opponents throughout the Swiss stage. So were you happy with the draw result yesterday?
저는 뭐 사실 조추첨은 그렇게 크게 신경은 안 썼던 것 같고, 왜냐면 스위스 스테이지에서는 결국에는 어떤 팀이든 다음 라운드에서 만날 수 있기 때문에 크게 신경 안 썼고, 혹시 뭐 패배를 하더라도 계속해서 이겨야 되는 경기들이 많다 보니까 그렇게 신경을 안 썼던 것 같고요. 그리고 플라이퀘스트 같은 팀 같은 경우에는 또 작년에도 그렇고 올해도 그렇고 리그에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보였다 보니까 그런 부분들이 조금 경계되긴 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, I didn't really mind too much about the draw result because it's Swiss stage, so we're going to end up playing many different teams anyway. So I wasn't too worried about the draw result, although there's a chance of us picking 1 or 2 losses throughout the Swiss stage. In the end, we have to pick up as many wins as possible, 3 wins, in order to get it out. And also about FlightQuest, well, they have been pretty dominant this year and also last year as well domestically. So I was a little bit worried about the matchup at some point, but still, I think we managed to pick up a good win in the end. Speaking of FlightQuest, he already mentioned that they were dominant domestically, but they are also known to have a lot of upsets internationally as well. So I want to ask him, what did he focus on in terms of the preparation? 말씀하신 것처럼 FlightQuest가 워낙 자국 리그에서도 강한 모습 보여줬지만 국제전에서도 언제나 업셋을 잘 만들어내거든요. 준비 과정에 있어서 어느 부분을 좀 주의하시면서 준비하셨나요?
사실 준비 과정이 하루 정도밖에 있지 않아서 상대방이 좋아하는 그런 픽들이나 그런 챔피언들을 좀 두지 않으려고 저희가 준비를 했던 것 같고, 하루 정도 기간 동안 최대한 컨디션 관리를 잘하려고 했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, we had about a night to prepare, so we wanted to make sure that we don't let the opponents pick the favorite champions they like to play, and also we focus on maintaining our best form and condition. Speaking of favorite picks, they let Curious Bart through, so I want to know T1 players' reaction to that. 좋아하는 픽을 안 주려고 T1을 준비하셨다고 했는데 상대팀에서는 캐리어 선수의 바드를 풀었어요. 그 당시에 선수분의 반응은 어땠나요?
Thank you sa mga nanood. Thank you sa mga nag-follow. Thank you sa mga nag-share.
솔직히 요즘엔 좀 많이 밴을 해가지고 예상을 하지 못했었는데, 또 캐리아 선수가 워낙 바드를 잘하니까 또 믿고 팀에서